Poštovane dame i gospodo, cijenjeni uzvanici, uvaženi gosti, dobar dan.
Čast nam je i zadovoljstvo da vam u ime domaćina Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore poželimo dobrodošlicu na 12. TUBS forum. Ja sam Adnan Rondić, voditelj i reporter Al Jazeere Balkans, a ovo je moja kolegica Jasmina Kos.
Također voditeljica vijesti i reporterka na Al Jazeera Balkans. Ovdje smo ipak u ulozi moderatora, kako bismo vas u sljedeća 2 dana ovoga TUBS foruma proveli kroz niz vrlo važnih tema. Izravno ćemo moći čuti kako situaciju ovdje u našoj regiji, ali i onu globalno, vide predsjednici država i vlada, ministri, predstavnici NATO-a, Sjedinjenih država, Europske unije, geopolitički, energetski stručnjaci i niz drugih vrlo bitnih sudionika. I vi ćete im izravno moći postavljati pitanja, mnogima od njih, bilo da ste ovdje s nama u Budvi ili nas pratite online diljem svijeta.
I zato je TUBS forum zapravo vodeća konferencija Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore i vodeći međunarodni forum u jugoistočnoj Europi. Uvjereni smo da je tokom 12 godina koliko se ovaj događaj organizira, Atlantski savez Crne Gore značajno doprinio pokretanju važnih, rekli bismo, krupnih procesa, kako u Crnoj Gori, tako u regiji, prepoznavajući izazove i ne zatvarajući oči pred gorućim temama, pa nekako smo se dogovorili da to radimo i u buduće i da to radimo zajedno i zato nam je ukupno vaša podrška od ogromnog velikog značaja.
TUBS forum se ove godine organizira pod pokroviteljstvom Vlade Crne Gore. U ime organizatora zahvaljujem svim partnerima, prije svega predstavnicima NATO, Američke ambasade u Crnoj Gori, Balkanskog fonda za demokraciju, Ministarstvu vanjskih poslova Kraljevine Norveške, kao i naravno brojnim drugim suradnicima koji su i omogućili da se TUBS forum ponovno i ove godine održi na ovoj zavidnoj razini.
Zahvaljujemo također našim sponzorima, našim prijateljima, kompanijama. To su Hotel Splendid, evo nas danas ovdje, Coca-Cola, Vinarija Tikveš, kompanija Water Group, koja nas podržava sa vodama suza i rada, i to da kažemo. Tu su i kompanije G3 Spirits, Čikon i Tudors. Poseban pozdrav ide kolegicama i kolegama, novinarkama i novinarima, snimateljima naravno, dakle predstavnicama medija. Razgovarali smo s njima i važno je reći da ovaj naš esnaf cijeni otvorenost, transparentnost Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore, pa opet za uzvrat ima i puno povjerenje i razumijevanje za novinarski rad u delikatnim uvjetima crnogorske, ali i generalno neke društveno-političke stvarnosti u cijeloj regiji.
Ove godine na forumu imamo i novi, vrlo koristan i zanimljiv detalj. Svi možete skenirati QR kod koji ćete vidjeti na ekranima, vidite ga upravo, a imate ga i na vašim akreditacijama. Taj QR kod vam omogućuje pristup platformi na kojoj u realnom vremenu imate pristup kako samom programu, tako i multimedijalnim sadržajima sa konferencije. Zamolit ćemo vas u ime organizatora da tijekom svoje komunikacije na društvenim mrežama koristite naš službeni hashtag TUBS forum.
A premijerno objavljujemo i drugogodišnje izdanje Western Balkan Security Reporta, dakle sigurnosnog, bezbjednosnog izvještaja za Zapadni Balkan. Riječ je o jednom, znate vi to, sveobuhvatnom pregledu geopolitičkih prilika, sigurnosnih izazova, a koji se odnose, koji se tiču nacionalne, regionalne, globalne sigurnosti, a imaju svakako snažne implikacije na regiju Zapadnog Balkana. Inače, ovaj izvještaj ima za cilj da kroz jednu dodanu vrijednost, rekao bih, potakne diskusiju o ključnim elementima sigurnosne situacije, dakle u ovom našem dijelu svijeta, i da sagleda kako se različiti geopolitički, zapravo globalni geopolitički izazovi reflektiraju na našu regiju, pružajući istovremeno set konkretnih preporuka kako za regionalne, tako i za decision makere, donositelje odluka na zapadu, pa ću ovdje staviti tačku. Cilj je zapravo kreiranje zajedničke vizije regije zasnovane na podršci reformama i konkretnim rezultatima. To bi negdje u krajnjem trebalo da doprinese onome čemu se svi nadamo, stabilnost, sigurnost, ekonomski razvoj zapravo Zapadnog Balkana. Vi imate pristup ovom dokumentu na različite načine. Za početak imamo ovu našu hard copy varijantu, dakle u ovim materijalima na ulazu mogli ste da dobijete. Ko nije dobio, bez brige, osigurat ćemo. Odličan je dokument, vrijedan je, dobro ga imati.
Ako vam je draža digitalna varijanta, možete je naravno preuzeti...
Jasmina je zadužena za ove digitalne varijante.
Možete preuzeti naravno i na službenoj web stranici Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore. Nakon svih ovih informacija, bilo ih je mnogo, pozivam sada gospođu Milicu Pejanović-Đurišić, predsjednicu Upravnog odbora Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore, da i službeno otvori ovaj 12. To Be Secure forum Montenegro. Izvolite.
Dobar dan svima, zaista je lijepo vidjeti i veliko je zadovoljstvo da smo opet u prilici da budemo u ovom broju i fizički prisutni na TBS forumu. Dakle, ovo je 12. TBS forum i tokom proteklih godina nastojali smo da forum zaista postane relevantna platforma koja inicira i postiče političko-bezbjednosne diskusije u jugoistočnoj Evropi. Kombinujući bogata teorijska i praktična iskustva učesnika, na ovom forumu smo nastojali da doprinesemo u traženju odgovora na najaktuelnija pitanja i izazove u oblastima bezbjednosti i međunarodnih odnosa. Pri tome, upravo se na forumu pokreću i kreiraju nove inicijative, partnerstva i razmjenjuju ideje među predstavnicima vlada, biznisa, akademske zajednice, istraživačkih centara i medija. Više od 3.500 dosadašnjih učesnika svakako predstavlja značajan doprinos foruma u pravcu stvaranja uslova za stabilnost regiona, kao i za participaciju u globalnim naporima te vrste. Prošlogodišnji TBS forum, uprkos i tada vidljivih naznaka tektonskih promjena u međunarodnim odnosima, završili smo s optimizmom i uvjerenjem da očekivane izazove i prepreke možemo savladati. Međutim, danas, samo godinu dana kasnije, moramo konstatovati da živimo u potpuno drugačijem svijetu. 24. februar, kad je počela otvorena i ničim izazvana ruska agresija na Ukrajinu, označava kraj jedne ere, kao i svjetske i evropske arhitekture bezbjednosti, kakva je uspostavljena nakon Drugog svjetskog rata. Neki to nazivaju i krajem savremene istorije, zašto sigurno postoje valjani argumenti, imajući u vidu sada već jasnu činjenicu da se suočavamo ne samo sa napadom na Ukrajinu, već sa direktnim pokušajem da se dovedu u pitanje ukupne vrijednosti demokratije, slobodnih pojedinaca i društava. A sve se to dešava u uslovima koji su naročito u posljednje 2 decenije opterećeni fundamentalnim promjenama u svjetskoj ekonomiji. Od digitalne transformacije, koja mijenja uspostavljenu ravnotežu međunarodnih odnosa, do finansijske krize koja je pokazala nedostatke i ranjivosti liberalnog sistema vrijednosti. U takvom već prilično haotičnom okruženju, ruska invazija na Ukrajinu predstavlja prekretnicu za ukupne političke i bezbjednosne odnose, međunarodnu ekonomiju i globalni energetski sistem, sa efektima koje nije moguće ograničiti na jedan region ili ih zadržati u geografskim granicama jedne države. Dalekosežne posljedice ovog novog tipa hibridnog rata kome svjedočimo uključuju brojne elemente, među kojima su ozbiljna humanitarna kriza, sajber napad i ekonomske poteškoće, kao i dezinformacione i propagandne kampanje, geopolitičke tenzije oko snabdijevanja energijom uz latentnu, ali sve ozbiljniju prijetnju nuklearnim ratom. Djelujući sa pozicija međunarodnog poretka i njegovog rušenja u suštini, uz insistiranje na sferi uticaja u svom susjedstvu i efektivno ograničavanje suvereniteta susjednih zemalja, Rusija opravdanje za agresiju traži na pogrešnim adresama, demonizujući Zapad, NATO, Sjedinjene Američke Države. U takvom pristupu, koji je u potpunom neskladu sa realnošću, izgubila je iz vida spremnost ukrajinskog naroda da brani svoju domovinu, a posebno solidarnost na globalnom nivou u odbrani slobode i demokratskih vrijednosti. Jačanje transatlantskog savezništva upravo predstavlja jedno od najznačajnijih međunarodnih reakcija na ukrajinsku krizu. NATO se proširuje, članice su jedinstvene u odnosu prema Rusiji, resursi su uvećani, čime se i argumentacija o ugroženosti Rusije od NATO pretvorila faktički u svoju suprotnost. Zajedno sa svojim partnerima i Crna Gora snažno podržava Ukrajinu, saosjećajući sa žrtvama i razaranjima kojima je ukrajinski narod izložen. Vjerujem da građani Ukrajine nemaju dilema u tom pogledu i da je upravo to razlog što je predsjednik Zelenski spremno prihvatio našu inicijativu za učešće na ovogodišnjem forumu, zašto mu dugujemo izuzetnu zahvalnost. Refleksije agresije na Ukrajinu vrlo jasno su uočljive u cijelom regionu Zapadnog Balkana, gdje Rusija sa vrlo razgranatom mrežom svojih proksija nastavlja sa destruktivnim aktivnostima koji imaju za cilj destabilizaciju i ugrožavanje stabilnosti i sigurnosti regiona. Dodatno su motivisani kleronacionalistički i velikodržavni ideolozi i strukture koje teže da region vrate u 90. Narativ kojim se dovode u pitanja demokratska prava, ljudska prava i slobode našao je snažno uporište u našem regionu uz značajan uticaj na političku dinamiku koja se karakteriše političkom nestabilnošću uz jačanje međusobnih antagonizama sa potencijalom da dovedu do ugrožavanja i onako krhkog mira i stabilnosti u regionu. Istovremeno, nedostatak demokratskih kapaciteta i slabe institucije, kao i manjak fokusa zapadnih partnera, olakšali su pristup akterima koji kroz destabilizaciju regiona Zapadnog Balkana žele da dodatno ugroze i Evropsku uniju i NATO. Upravo je Crna Gora i najočigledniji primjer gdje se nastoji kreirati društveni ambijent u kome će biti doveden u pitanje građanski koncept, sekularizam i antifašističke vrijednosti na kojima počiva savremena crnogorska država, a sve sa namjerom da se dovede u pitanje održivost Crne Gore kao države. Mora nas sve zabrinuti činjenica da je zemlja koja je bila najrealniji kandidat da postane naredna članica Evropske unije i koja je decenijama imala ulogu faktora stabilnosti u regionu, u tako kratkom periodu postala duboko polarizovana i da se nalazi u ozbiljnoj političkoj i institucionalnoj krizi. Crna Gora je nedavno osjetila i razarajuću moć sajber napada, koji je takođe pokazao da crnogorska administracija i infrastruktura nije bila pripremljena kako bi državni sistemi bili adekvatno zaštićeni od takve prijetnje, što svakako mora izazvati čuđenje kad se ima u vidu činjenica da je država od 2015. izložena u kontinuitetu takvim vrstama napada u sajber prostoru. Organizovani kriminal, korupcija, duboko ukorijenjen partitokratski pristup u državnoj administraciji, prisustvo aktera koji za račun drugih država nastoje da Crnu Goru učine dijelom srpskog, ruskog i inog svijeta, sve je to doprinijelo kreiranju ambijenta u kome je kriza ovakvih razmjera uopšte bila moguća. U činjenicu da nakon sticanja nezavisnosti nijesmo u dovoljnoj mjeri bili posvećeni jačanju demokratije i institucija u zemlji, odgovornost za trenutnu situaciju ipak i prevashodno snose političke elite koje se očigledno nisu snašle u uslovima političke tranzicije nakon izbora 20. godine. Tako su i pitanje poput reformi koje su preduslov za članstvo u Evropskoj uniji, inflacije, energetske krize, klimatskih promjena, potpuno zanemarena, pa negativni izvještaj o napretku i pristupanju Evropskoj uniji i ne predstavljaju neko iznenađenje. Nadam se da ćemo upravo u diskusijama i razmjenama mišljenja ova 2 dana na forumu biti u prilici da ponudimo makar elemente za podsticanje donosioca odluka u pravcu stabilizacije prilika, kako bi se stvorili uslovi za svrsishodan politički i socijalni dijalog oko ključnih interesa naših građana, čime bi rešavanje otvorenih pitanja u domenu bezbjednosti i sigurnosti postalo realnost. U tom kontekstu, članstvo Crne Gore u NATO i podrška saveznika, jasna i nedvosmislena, kao što je to bila prije 2 dana, predstavljaju adekvatan odgovor i adekvatan okvir u kome treba tražiti prave odgovore posebno imajući u vidu povećan stepen razumijevanja značaja pripadnosti alijansi upravo u aktuelnim prilikama i okruženju. I kao što je Atlantski savez i To Be Secure Forum od 2006. odnosno 2011. davali doprinos pozicioniranju Crne Gore i regiona na mapi transatlantskog savezništva, tako ćemo i u ovom vremenu ispisivanja novih istorijskih činjenica nastaviti sa angažmanom u pravcu unapređenja stabilnosti i sigurnosti naših zajednica, a sa ciljem očuvanja mira i stvaranja uslova za društveni dogovor, za prevazilaženje mnogobrojnih izazova kojima smo izloženi. Atlantski savez sa svoje strane napravio napor da doprinese na neki način fasilitaciji dijaloga koji ćemo voditi ovih dana kroz produkciju čitavog niza izvještaja i studija u proteklom periodu. Jedan od njih je sastavni dio materijala za forum i to je Western Balkan Security Report. Nadam se da ćete ga iskoristiti na pravi način, da ćete takođe biti u prilici da provjerite i prethodne reporte koje smo radili, uključujući i onaj o Open Balkanu, kao i njegovu upgraded verziju i updated verziju koju smo radili prije neki dani, koju možete naći na sajtu. Očekivanja naša su da vam to bude na neki način food for thoughts, kako bi zaista fokusirali raspravu ovih dana i na kraju izašli sa nekom vrstom konciznog odnosa prema svemu onome što su izazovi sa kojima se susrećemo. Namjera nam je da se sve ne završi na tome, nego da pošto forum završi rad, organizujemo i određene strateške sesije sa jednim brojem učesnika, kako bi zaista bili u prilici da streamlinujemo sve ono što će biti rezultati ovih diskusija. Sa tim želim da završim, da vam poželim uspješan rad i da se sjutra, kad budemo završavali forum, svi zajedno sretnemo ubijeđeni da smo uradili dobar posao. Hvala vam.
Hvala gospođi Pejanović-Đurišić. Ulogu Sjedinjenih Američkih Država kako u globalnoj politici, u NATO-u, tako i u podršci Crnoj Gori ne treba dodatno i mnogo pojašnjavati. Uvijek je zanimljivo i bitno čuti kako gledaju na aktualne događaje i okolnosti. Zato molim vas da pozdravite, please give your warm welcome to United States Ambassador to Montenegro, Her Excellency Judy Reising-Grenke. Your Excellency, please.
Hvala, thank you, Jasmina. Good morning, dobro jutro. Thank you, Milica, for your wonderful opening words. Mr. Prime Minister, ministers, friends from the security sector, excellencies, members of the press, friends in the security sector throughout the Western Balkans and Eastern Europe, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here to open this year's 12th To Be Secure Forum. I feel privileged to be here again. Thank you to the Atlantic Council for bringing us together for the important conversations that are to come, which are more important than ever as this horrific war continues to be waged in this part of Europe, the likes of which we'd hope never to see again. This forum gives us a chance to address security challenges that impact the entire Western Balkans region, the entire Eastern European region, frankly, the whole world. And my focus, however, will be on Montenegro. In many ways, the fate of Montenegro impacts the fate of the region. This is important, and the steps this country takes to secure its future will help its neighbors to secure theirs and stands as a model. So with this in mind, and to set the stage for the conversations to come, today I want to speak to you about three key areas that challenge Montenegro's security from my perspective: an external threat, an internal threat, and if you will, I'll call it an existential threat. The external threat is first, and let's say it's obvious. Milica just spoke to this. The world changed on February 24th when Russia launched an unprovoked war on Ukraine in a criminal attempt to wipe out Ukraine's sovereignty, to mince no words about it. Our security cooperation and shared roles in NATO are more critical than ever. That's the external threat. But second, the internal threat I'd like to speak about is the worrying increase in divisiveness in Montenegrin society and how social cohesion is so important for Montenegro's security, frankly, all of our security. So then third, what is this existential threat? I'd like to examine with you something that I feel is a threat to Montenegro's long-term security, and that's the failure to recognize and address the corrosive power of endemic corruption. Certainly, high-profile corruption is widely discussed, and it has to be stopped. But what I'd like to suggest to you is the real threat comes when the government fails to place the needs of the Montenegrin people, or any people, above party interests, or when favors to families or friends are not recognized as unfair and corrupt. A secure Montenegro has to give equal treatment to all citizens and deliver real, broad-based economic prosperity to all Montenegrins deserve. So I look forward to exploring that with you. But first, let me start talking just for a few minutes about Russia's unprovoked war on Ukraine. Now, I know who this audience is, and I know you already recognize the horror of that war and that this conflict risks instability in your own backyard, not seen in decades. So why continue to call out and condemn the senseless war? Well, to put it simply, the unprovoked and unjust war is not just a direct attack on Ukrainian sovereignty, but it's an affront and an attack to the rule-based order that keeps us all secure. Milica, you said that so well. It cannot be business as usual with the aggressor. As allies and partners, we must maintain diplomatic and economic pressure on Russia while we continue to support Ukraine. And let me be clear, we must continue our support of our Ukrainian partners. Make no mistake, Vladimir Putin has for years used a strategy of dividing us. Folks, dividing and distracting allies who stand in opposition to his crimes on the world stage in his attempt to create a new status quo where Russia is never fully held accountable as it's eroding a world order that prioritizes peace, sovereignty, and territorial integrity and the rule of law. That's a threat and attack on all of us. I would like to commend members of Montenegrin Parliament who voted in favor of a resolution condemning Russia's aggression, as well as Mr. Foreign Minister, your ministry's recent strong statement condemning Russia's sham referenda in Ukraine, in which you declared such referenda a direct violation of Ukraine's independence. I also want to commend President Djukanovic's recent statement with his Central and Eastern European NATO member state counterparts last week. In that statement, Russia's attempts to annex Ukrainian territory were clearly condemned. On the other hand, I have to point out that there are Montenegrin leaders who have failed to clearly and publicly condemn Russian aggression, and they have shown they do not share our common Euro-Atlantic values. Keep that in mind. So let's call these sham referenda, the most recent affront, what they really are. Illegal preludes to illegal annexations. And this is a dangerous escalation and was preceded by the horrific filtration operation that Russian forces have been carrying out across parts of Ukraine that they control. So what did it mean? It meant violently uprooting thousands of Ukrainians, bringing Russians in to replace them, calling a vote, manipulating the results to further a lie that there is near unanimous support for joining the Russian Federation. Please remember, the United Nations General Assembly affirmed last March that no territorial acquisition resulting from the threat or use of force can be recognized as legal. Please don't forget that. And note also that NATO has made clear that allies will never recognize Russia's illegal annexations. If you'd bear with me, I'd like to quote from U.S. Secretary of State Blinken at some length. It's from his address to the world at the recent UN Security Council Ministerial. Here's what he said. Here is the reality. None of us chose this war. Not the Ukrainians, who knew the crushing toll it would take. Not the United States, which warned that it was coming and worked to prevent it. and not the vast majority of countries in the United States. Nor did the Russian mothers and fathers whose children are being sent off to fight and die in the war, or the Russian citizens who continue to risk their own personal freedom to protest against it, including those who came out on the streets of Moscow after President Putin announced the mobilization to chant, "Let our children live." What Secretary Blinken is saying here about choice is the key. President Putin chose the war, but it's up to us, all of us, NATO allies and others who wish for a peaceful, secure world, to choose to stand strong and united in opposition to those who would tear down what we have built. So now it's to this alliance, what we've built, that I'd like to turn next. And it's never been clearer what the term collective security means. I don't think for a second that our friends in the Baltics, for example, are resting easy while this war is carried out on their doorstep. But make no mistake, the countries within NATO are far more secure within the alliance than outside it. And I think Sweden and Finland have made clear their understanding of that point, and it's that in an increasingly insecure world, NATO remains and stands as a bulwark to security and stability. And while the community is under threat from traditional malign efforts to weaken and even destroy the alliance, as well as some unconventional threats such as transnational organized crime, disinformation campaigns, and even state-sponsored cyber attacks, NATO offers protection against each of those. So on this last point, cyber, I'm afraid this is our new reality, and adapting to it and hardening our cybersecurity infrastructure against this very real threat will mean the difference between a secure state and one that can be brought to its knees by an array of malign actors operating today. This includes both states that engage in hybrid warfare, such as attacks against our allies, which have been conducted by Russia and by Iran. It also refers to criminals who can capture our data for profit. NATO members' commitments to allied security has been clearly demonstrated in this regard, specifically in response to the recent massive cyber attack against the government of Montenegro's servers on August 20th. Cyber experts have been here in force from NATO. I point to the UK, to France, my own country, the United States, which has brought in experts from the FBI, the European Command, even from our main National Guard, to quickly be on the ground, to work with Montenegrin experts and investigate and defend against future cyber attacks. Please let me acknowledge other NATO partners who have worked to support the Montenegrin government, Romania, Poland, Croatia. I think there are others. They have been offering assistance to Montenegro to strengthen its cyber infrastructure, protect the networks, and counter malign actors. So it's an example, but a very powerful one. As NATO allies work in Montenegro, including also EU members, the Montenegrin public really should be able to see, and I think they do see with their own eyes, the alliance's commitment to make all of our members more secure. This makes clear that membership in an alliance is a sustained commitment. We're all in this together. From there, let me turn from our joint efforts as allies to address these external threats to a threat that I think is closer to home in this country, Montenegro, and something you can almost touch in the air these days. So the internal threat that I mentioned as I stood before you last year, I shared with you at that time that I was concerned by the level of divisiveness that I was viewing in Montenegrin society. And a year has passed, and frankly, I am more concerned than ever. The To Be Secure Conference is a security forum. It's not a social good works forum. I think it's important to frame this question of social cohesion in terms of Montenegro's security. Let me say in my own experience, the US State Department, when we do strategic planning, we don't just look at the security threats. We also look at the strengths that can counteract the vulnerabilities. I truly believe Montenegro's multi-ethnic and multicultural society should be one of its greatest strengths. The diversity of voices and the experience Montenegro brings to the table should allow it to tackle any challenge with creative perspectives and greater resilience in the face of adversities. I still really believe that diversity is the key to Montenegro's strength. Even considering the tensions visible today, I'm convinced that this respect for diversity really is at the core of Montenegrin people. I think it's what makes you unique. In my time as ambassador, I have had chance to speak with Montenegrins from pretty much every walk of life. Fishermen and herders up in cantoons. I've seen civil society activists with fire in their eyes. I see students who are trying to pursue a new path, religious leaders of many faiths and many different opinions, and officials at every level of governance, and they are all Montenegrins. But when society fails to tolerate, much less embrace the difference that makes this country uniquely strong, it becomes weakened and less able to confront the security challenges, such as the one I spoke about earlier. They need to be stronger to have clear-eyed resolve and common effort among all citizens. We all know that some outside actors, and here I am particularly having in mind Russia, have a long history of working to create and exploit social divisions to advance their own agenda. We have seen Moscow use this playbook time and time again. We've seen it in the Balkans. We've seen it in my own country. We've seen it all across Europe. As a result, we have to acknowledge, frankly, that these divisions are very much a security vulnerability. That makes it an important issue for Montenegrin leaders of all political persuasions to take steps to reduce, rather than to aggravate and exploit through rhetoric. That's what responsible leaders do. Those who recognize the dimensions of the historic challenges that we all collectively face as allies right now, they must take this seriously. For as leaders who take the opposite tack and try to exploit division for their short-term political gains, I'd say it's yet an unmistakable indicator of who shares Euro-Atlantic values. So speaking of leaders, when I arrived in Montenegro in 2018, this country had largely been governed under the auspices of one party for many years. It was a stable environment, and there are advantages to political stability, to be sure. But of course, a country that does not adapt and adopt the will of the people and their needs is less secure, not more. And so, in August 2020, the citizens of this country made it clear they wanted to see some changes, and that was inevitable. They wanted, in this particular vote, leadership that would deliver concrete results for the voters. They were standing up for their needs: increased economic prosperity, better educational and employment opportunities, a cleaner environment, and critically, real action against corruption and organized crime. Yep, August 2020 was an exciting time, and I was glad to be here. We were watching democracy in action, but now it's October of 2022, and we've seen two governments come and go. Has that excitement brought the results that Montenegrins expected or deserve? Well, that brings me to this third point, this rather abstract point that I'd like to address, an area in which Montenegrins deserve to see real, tangible progress. The need for this country to get serious about tackling corruption. Transparency and accountability are critical on many levels. Enacting reforms for Montenegro to move forward on its Euro-Atlantic path. For developing the economic prosperity needed for young people to stay in this country and not to move abroad. And again, for giving all Montenegrins what they deserve, leaders and officials who prize the rule of law and serve the people, not their own private or political agenda. So please indulge me one more time, a rather long quote, but this time it's from the President of the United States, Joe Biden, who has made corruption one of the cornerstones of his presidency, and I think it's relevant now. Corruption is a cancer within the body of societies, a disease that eats at public trust and the ability of governments to deliver for their citizens. The deleterious effects of corruption impact nearly all aspects of society. It exacerbates societal, political, and economic inequality and polarization. It impedes the ability of states to respond to public health crises or to deliver quality education. It degrades the business environment and economic opportunity. It drives conflict. It undermines faith in government. Those that abuse positions of power for private gain steal not just private wealth, but human dignity and welfare. Deterrence and disruption of high-level corruption is often how this has been interpreted in Montenegro, and these are indispensable for advancing the rule of law. And I'm very proud that my government has been actively part of that effort. We've used our foreign assistance funds to work with Montenegro's law enforcement, Montenegro's criminal justice institutions, to modernize them, to improve their operational effectiveness. In this regard, I do want to commend the government of Montenegro for making progress and taking certain demonstrable steps in this area. However, Mr. Prime Minister, ministers, friends in Montenegro, while these efforts are really critical steps, and I believe in them, they certainly are not enough on their own. As I suggested at the beginning of my remarks, the tendrils of corruption that reach deep into society and present an existential threat to the security of Montenegro are there. And what do I mean by that? I mean each time a friend or a family member gets preference for a job or a government contract, the corrosive effect of corruption increases. Each time one group or one region or one municipality is favored for funding or a development project based on party affiliation of the majority of voters, the corrupt impact deepens and resentment grows among those who are overlooked. And each time an individual in opposition is treated more harshly than a member of the party faithful, society is beginning to boil. Please keep it in mind, countering corruption requires a whole-of-society approach to root out this kind of scourge. So I want to applaud civil society and other watchdog organizations who are dedicated to shining a light on corrupt practices and on favoritism. And I join them in urging accountability for corrupt actors and advocating for lasting changes to public policies to prevent self-enrichment of politicians, but also the corruption that reduces trust in institutions and makes a sham of the principles of democracy. I admire the NGOs and the civic-oriented teachers who help young people recognize bias or politically slanted public policies and inspire them to demand fair treatment. I'm hoping a new activist young generation is emerging. And I also note the brave work of journalists and other activists on the front line for exposing corrupt practices. I remain their admirer, and I am strongly committed to the principle of responsible, independent journalism. But in the end, friends, it is the responsibility of political leaders and public servants to take to heart the existential threat posed by this insidious, endemic corruption and guard against it. Your job is not to enjoy the spoils of political victory or to dole out favors. Your job is to serve the needs of all citizens if Montenegro is to be secure. So in closing, I know that went a little long, but I wanted to share some important observations I have formed. Because as I noted, this is my 4th time being here at the To Be Secure conference. And it's been an honor to join you at these events, and it's been a privilege of a lifetime to serve as the U.S. ambassador to Montenegro in the last 4 years. And as some of you may know, my tenure as ambassador is coming to an end, and I expect it is the last time I'll speak to you at the To Be Secure conference, at least, Melissa, if I could say, in this particular role. It's natural to be reflective at the end of one's tenure serving in a country like Montenegro, and it's natural to fall in love with a country so beautiful, so welcoming, and with so much beautiful potential. I hope you'll afford me just a little bit of romanticism as I speak to you at a security forum. I've traveled to every corner of the country. I've met thousands of inspiring people over the last 4 years. I've seen how hard everyday people work. I've heard dreams and aspirations of the young. I've been stunned with the imagination and creativity of entrepreneurs. And I can't help but root for Montenegro to have the bright future it deserves. And the future it deserves is one that is, at its core, secure. In every sense. A future solidly in the EU, where it belongs, and in NATO, an alliance which protects against anything like Russia's aggression against Ukraine from ever happening here. Never forget. A future where Montenegro's multi-ethnic and multi-confessional makeup is a source of strength and pride, not a vulnerability to be exploited. And a future where corruption is rooted out and prosecuted, and individuals across the board succeed on their merits. After 4 years, I'm optimistic for this future. I'm optimistic because of people like you, because of this forum, because of people who are committed to the security of Montenegro and the region. I'm happy to see you. I know you, your families, your neighbors have always shown your willingness to fight for your country and ideals, and I urge you to continue to do so. And I am confident that on behalf of the United States, I can say we will continue to stand by you as a friend, partner, and ally as you work towards achieving a future that is a secure reality for all Montenegrins. And with that, I wish you a very good conference, and I thank you for your attention. Hvala.
Hvala uvaženoj ambasadorici Sjedinjenih Američkih Država u Crnoj Gori na inspirativnom govoru. A sada, dame i gospodo, vrijeme da mi se na sceni pridruži gospodin Dritan Abazović, premijer Crne Gore. Izvolite. Ovako, bez nekih velikih uvoda, prije nekoliko dana ste rekli u kontekstu važnosti da svi oni koji su pod sumnjom ili su se ogriješili o zakon, bez obzira čiji su, odakle dolaze, jednostavno da ih se treba tretirati u skladu s onom narodnom ni po babu, ni po stričevima. Ja mislim da bi ovaj naš razgovor trebao biti u tom kontekstu. Dakle, da nas dvojica sad razgovaramo ni po babu, ni po stričevima, da pretresemo sve što možemo da pretresemo. Ja bih volio, ako bi vam to bilo u redu, da se kratko osvrnemo na ovo što smo čuli od američke ambasadorice ovdje u Crnoj Gori. Ove njene poruke jasne, vrlo jasne, i u prvom dijelu i u ovom drugom dijelu kada je govorila upravo o korupciji kao nečemu što treba biti top na agendi svake države.
Hvala na pitanju, gospodine Rondiću. Prvo da pozdravim sve prisutne, da mi je velika čast i zadovoljstvo da smo na TUBS forumu ponovo, da pozdravim sve ministre, naše prijatelje koji su došli iz susjednih država, naravno iz zemalja Evrope, da pozdravim predstavnike diplomatskog kora, ambasadore, naravno vojna lica, medije, sve prijatelje, NGO, think tankove i podržavaoce, naravno i sponzore same konferencije. Kad je riječ o ovome, da odmah počnemo da pređemo, što se kaže, na stvari, ja pozdravljam govor ambasadorke SAD-a, mislim da je bio vrlo jasan i nedvosmislen i da u vrednosnom smislu je to apsolutno nešto što je potpuno kompatibilno s onim kako ja vidim stvarnost Crne Gore. Međutim, znate, kada ste izvršna vlast, onda sve stvari koje želite da popravite ne možete da popravite odmah. I politička stabilnost ne znači da ima manje korupcije. Jer da je tako bilo, Crna Gora ne bi imala korupciju u ovom trenutku 2020. godine.
Šta vam konkretno stoji na tom putu?
Odmah ću vam reći. Dakle, to je dugoročan proces transformacije društva od onoga što su naše matrice ponašanja do onoga što je sticanje velikog bogatstva na ilegalni način. Borba protiv organizovanog kriminala i korupcije je top priority ove vlade. I u prethodnom periodu se to dešavalo i da nije bilo promjena 30. augusta mi ne bi mogli da govorimo danas o konkretnim rezultatima. Rezultati u borbi protiv organizovanog kriminala i korupcije su vrlo vidljivi. Oni su pohvaljeni u izvještajima Evropske komisije u svim segmentima. Segment koji je možda najviše jeste bilo razbijanje kriminalnih klanova koji dalje postoje u Crnoj Gori, ali koji su imali veliki uticaj u ovoj zemlji, naročito dva vrlo ozloglašena klana, a naravno postoje i rezultati koji su enormni za evropske prilike, ne za crnogorske prilike, kad je riječ o suzbijanju šverca cigareta i suzbijanju šverca kokain.
Moram vas pitati jednu stvar. U ovoj zemlji svakoga optužuje da ima dobru saradnju sa kriminalnim klanovima i da švercuje cigarete.
Ne, u ovoj zemlji zna se tačno ko je sticao enormno bogatstvo od toga, zna se tačno ko nije imao volju da se bori protiv toga i zna se tačno ko ima volju da se bori protiv toga. U ovoj zemlji su stvari poznate i one će se manifestovati naravno i kroz izborne procese. Ali u ovoj zemlji morate da znate da 30 godina, ne zadnjih 30 godina, nego nikad u istoriji do 30. avgusta se nije promijenila vlast. To je prva stepenica demokratije. Demokratija postoji da niko ne bi imao politički monopol. Ona je osmišljena kao politički proces u kome se periodično dešavaju promjene.
Oni koji su vas podržali tada,
Zbog toga, molim vas, samo da objasnim, dakle, zbog toga postoji ono ograničenje mandata. Znate kako u SAD-u je, na primjer, mandat predsjednika ograničen na dva puta za redom možete da budete upravo zbog takvih stvari. Dakle, zbog te promenljivosti, zbog želje da ne postoje monopoli. I ti monopoli u Crnoj Gori više ne postoje, ali šta postoji, šta je značilo prvo razbijanje monopola, političkog monopola, značilo je da smo došli u situaciju kada je teško ostvariti potpuni politički balans, teško je ostvariti potpunu nivelaciju.
Molim vas da vas upitam u kontekstu upravo ovoga što imat ćete priliku, ovoga što govorite. Oni koji su vas podržavali, dakle, govorim sad u prošlom vremenu, videći zapravo u vama snagu koja treba da donese promjenu. Promjene su normalne, poželjne, potrebe. Zapravo, ja ne mogu govoriti o procentu tih ljudi, ali govorim o ljudima koji dobro poznaju situaciju u ovoj zemlji, zapravo su razočarani u vas jer kažu da ste zapravo naslijedili paradigmu onih koji su bili prije vas i da je s jedne strane ne napuštate, s jedne strane, a s druge strane pričat ćemo kasnije šta kažu s druge strane.
A ne znam ko, mislim, pretpostavljam od koga imate informacije, pretpostavljam.
Priča čovjek s ljudima, nije to pitanje.
Ni to nije neka nepoznanica. Ja želim samo da kažem da vodim vladu, bez obzira onaj tehničkom mandatu istino, koja je najinkluzivnija u istoriji Crne Gore.
Kako ste rekli?
Koja je najinkluzivnija u istoriji Crne Gore.
Na čemu temeljite tu tvrdnju?
Na tome što su tu predstavljeni različiti politički subjekti, različite nacionalne strukture, vjerske strukture, da toga nikad nije bilo u tom obimu inkluzivnosti. To je prva stvar.
Mislite da prethodna vlast nije, barem kad su manjinska pitanja posrijedi, nije bila pitam vas, ništa ne tvrdim, pitam vas.
Ja kažem najinkluzivniju, ja ne kažem da prethodne nisu bile inkluzivne.
U čemu se ogleda vaša inkluzivnost?
U tome što smo tada, kada smo napravili vladu, uspjeli da dovedemo najviše političkih subjekata iz raznih spektara. Dakle, ovdje se godinama pričalo o postojanju dva bloka, dvije strane. Meni to lično smeta, zato što ja mislim da Crna Gora u svim segmentima treba da bude jedinstvena. Ona jeste multikulturalno društvo, jeste multinacionalno društvo, ali treba da bude jedinstvena u onome da svakog građanina tretira na potpuno identičan način. Prvi put se desilo da su predstavnici i jedne i druge strane, tako reći, iako je to možda nije toliko lijepo naglasiti, ali jedne i druge strane su našli svoje mjesto unutar vlade. To se ranije nije dešavalo. Ja o toj vrsti inkluzivnosti pričam.
Sad, kad govorimo o inkluzivnosti, ima li neka crvena linija gdje se sastaju jedna i druga strana?
Naravno, ima. To je stvar ove političke stabilnosti, ako hoćete da vam je objasnim, i u kontekstu ovih najnovijih geopolitičkih događaja. I možemo da imamo političku stabilnost, ali onda ne znamo da li će Crna Gora da zadrži kurs koji treba da zadrži.
A koji kurs treba da zadrži Crna Gora?
Zapadni kurs, evropski kurs, evroatlantski kurs, strogog držanja jednog pravca, jednog directiona koji nas vodi ka zapadu.
Jesu li svi i s jedne i s druge strane, kad govorimo o toj inkluzivnosti, na tom tragu?
Ja o tome želim da, ako dozvolite...
Hoću, nego čisto da...
Ja ću vam reći, dakle, zbog toga nema političke, zbog toga nema te vrste političke stabilnosti. Što smo mi, s jedne strane, morali da zadovoljimo volju građana za promjenama, a sa druge strane morali nekako da učinimo da se jedna strana koja nije možda toliko naklonjena tom konceptu, a imaju možda demokratsko pravo na to, jednostavno prilagodi kursu zemlje. Zbog toga je teško naći balans. To je razlog i zbog toga je ovo razočarenje o kojem vi pričate ili nezadovoljavanje nečijih apetita.
Ništa lično, ali prosto evo govori, obični su građani u pitanju, ali poznaju dobro stvari.
Ja mislim da je jako važno, ja se radujem što otvaramo ovakve teme. Zbog toga postoji situacija. Dakle, da budem vrlo precizan i jasan, Crna Gora se nalazi uvijek trenutno se nalazi i mislim da je polako počeo proces eliminisanja toga, ali i dalje se nalazi s jedne strane, imate jednu grupu oličenu u organizovanom kriminalu i korupciji, koji deklarativno podržava evropske i evroatlantske vrijednosti, ali suštinski ih ne podržava, jer oni ne žele...
Ko su oni?
To je grupa oko prethodne vlasti, onog 30-godišnjeg režima. Ako hoćete imenom i prezimenom, ja ću reći imenom i prezimenom.
Recite.
Dakle, to je grupa oko predsjednika države.
Dobro.
To je jedna grupa i imate drugu grupu koja ima nejasnu ili ima jasnu spoljno-političku odrednicu koja nije kompatibilna sa evroatlantskim putem Crne Gore, a odnosi se na dijelove demokratskog fronta.
Je li Andrija Mandić alternativa?
Je
li to čovjek koji se može prilagoditi ikad, nakon svega onoga što je izgovorio, oprostite, evo sad možda malo i kao građanin govorim, jeli?
Ja ću da vam kažem.
Znate, strah vas nekad kad ga slušate. Kao građanina, evo u mom slučaju Bosne i Hercegovine.
Dakle, odmah ću vam reći, Andrija Mandić nije alternativa, ali s obzirom da alternativa nije ni Milo Đukanović, onda imate logično političku nestabilnost. Ja cijelo vrijeme pokušavam da vam objasnim vrlo jednostavan algoritam.
Vi jasno objašnjavate, nego ja pitam.
Morate da nađete balans između toga što je potreba da se društvo mijenja i što je potreba da društvo ne skrene s onoga što su njegovi strateški ciljevi i spoljno-političko opredeljenja. Nisu to samo spoljno-političko opredeljenja, jer mi u Evropsku uniju ne idemo zbog Evropske unije, nego zbog naših građana. Dakle, to su naša opredeljenja, vrednosna opredeljenja i želja da se mi kao društvo transformišemo. U tome nije uvijek lako naći balans i zbog toga nema političke stabilnosti. Inače bi političke stabilnosti bilo. S obzirom da dešavaju procesi i da mi smo došli u situaciju već da, pazite, nije još prošlo 2 godine normalnog mandata kojeg predviđa Ustav. Govorimo o nekom 4-godišnjem mandatu. Nije prošlo još 2 godine. Ja sam siguran da će Crna Gora kad prođe 4 godine, nezavisno koliko će vlada do tada biti i kakva će politička situacija biti, prevazići mnoge stvari koje sad djeluju kao da ih nije prepreke koje ne možemo da preskočimo. Dakle, za manje od 2 godine mislim da se mnogo uradilo u borbi protiv organizovanog kriminala i korupcije. Mislim da i druga strana, i dijelovi druge strane razumjeli da nikad ne mogu da budu vlast ako ne budu svoju političku retoriku, ako ne budu svoje političke navike, ako ne budu svoje političke matrice bili spremni da mijenjaju. To je razlika. Dakle, ako se i jedna i druga strana bude transformisala, to će sve da ide u pozitivnom pravcu za društvo. To se sada dešava. Da li su porođajne muke demokratije u Crnoj Gori traju dugo? Da, traju dugo. Naravno da traju. I to je nešto što ne može niko da ospori. A da li smo mi mogli da uradimo više? Lako je adresirati krivicu na bilo koga. Ja lično ne bježim od te vrste odgovornosti. Ali mi smo, gospodine Rodniću, da je situacija onakvom kako je žele prikazati i neki ljudi između ostali koji s vama komuniciraju, mi bi već bili članice Evropske unije. Ne bi čekali 2020. godinu.
Ljudi iz različitih segmenata.
Dakle, ne bi čekali
imam ja i vaših fanova.
Ne bi čekali 2020. godinu. Razumijete? Bili bi
ja
ranije i u NATO i u EU. Međutim, ja nisam političar koji želi da gleda unazad. Niti se bavi retrovizorom. Ja želim da gledam unapred.
Vidite.
I moja vizija je, da li će se ona će se sigurno ostvariti. Ne mora se ostvariti kroz jednu političku opciju. Ona će se sigurno ostvariti, to je jedini put Crne Gore. Vizija je da mi idemo napred, kao pomireno društvo. Da se oslobodimo ljudi koji nose balast, koji su radili nešto ilegalno, ako su radili, dokazivat će se u procesima, da oni jednostavno budu po strani, da ljudi koji su ogrezli u nacionalizmu, koji su zamrznuti u prošlosti, koji su puni mržnje, koji ne žele regionalnu saradnju, ne žele ni da se interno Crna Gora pomiri. I oni da odu na marginama, političkim marginama, govorim političkim marginama, i da se gro društva, koji nije ni jedna ni druga ta vrsta strane, dakle, niti je povezana sa korupcijom, niti je nacionalistička, jednostavno udruži u zajedničkoj želji promovisanja progresivnih ideja.
Moram vas sad pitati oko prošlosti. Pominjete prošlost, ne okrećući se dakle prema prošlosti, idemo ka budućnosti. Ljudi su isfrustrirani prošlošću, vi znate, vi ste sarajevski student, vi imate porodicu tamo na kraju krajeva. Dakle, bez jasno postavljenih stvari kad je prošlost u pitanju, posebno u kontekstu zločina, nacionalizma, ekstremizma, mi ne možemo naprijed. Čini mi se da negdje u ovoj prilagodbi, koliko god je ja razumijem, neko je glasao za taj DF. Neko je glasao, jeli, postoji dio populacije u Crnoj Gori koji daje podršku toj ili bilo kojoj drugoj političkoj opciji, ja to razumijem. Zato se vraćam na onu crvenu liniju, upravo u kontekstu prošlosti, koja bi negdje trebala da dobije neki obol, neki oblik, da frustrira što manje ljudi da bismo išli naprijed. Znate, kad tražite 30 godina kosti svog najbližeg, onda je nekako, a to vam neko negira, osporava, onda je nekako teško se osloboditi toga i krenuti naprijed.
Crvene linije u političkom diskursu Crne Gore, evo, zvuči možda malo arogantno, sam ja uveo.
Dobro.
To je posle 30. avgusta. Ko je rekao da postoje crvene linije prije toga? Za bilo što. Ko je rekao? Pa evo, mislim, nije pitanje retoričko.
Ma naravno.
Dakle, ko je rekao? Jesmo li rekli da postoje crvene linije za sektor bezbjednosti? Jesmo li rekli to? Je li to rečeno? Je li to možda fair prema nekome? Evo, vi ste sad rekli stvar koja je fair, da svi koji su učestvovali u izbornom procesu su dobili glasove na potpuno identičan način. Neko ima više mjesta, neko ima manje mjesta u parlamentu. To je to, nama se to može svidjeti ili ne. Uveo crvene linije. I zašto su crvene linije? Crvene linije nisu stvar nekog fair odnosa u smislu procenata, nego u odbrani nacionalnog interesa države. Između ostalog i određenja prema pitanjima koje ste vi sada naveli. Naravno da mi ne možemo da se pomirimo ako se ne suočimo sa prošlošću. A da li je vama normalno da tranziciona pravda i u Crnoj Gori, gdje je dominantan dio stanovništva prihvatio suočavanje sa prošlošću, se efektuira na taj način da nema ni jedna presuda za ratne zločine?
Da.
Je li vama to okej? Jer retorički pitam, hoćete da kažete da je Dritan Abazović kriv za to? Ali ja samo retorički. Dakle, jesu li se i na našim prostorima dešavale stvari koje su se ticale bivših ratova, nažalost, na šta smo mi, ne da smo tužni, nego to je najveće poniženje koje i najveći osjećaj stida koji imamo je zbog ratnih zločina. Ima mnogih problema u Crnoj Gori.
Tako je.
Jesu li odgovarali ljudi? To je pravo pitanje. Dakle, moramo do kraja da se suočimo sa prošlošću, a ne da se suočimo sa prošlošću na način, neko će reći, bio je genocid u Srebrenici i suočio se sa prošlošću. A šta je vaša uloga bila u tom genocidu? A kakvu politiku ste vi tada podržavali? A je se taj genocid desio sam od sebe ili on je imao političku, finansijsku, naravno i vojnu podršku? Evo, to su pitanja. A šta je sa Dubrovnikom?
To su vrlo legalna i legitimna pitanja.
A šta je sa logorom u Morinju? Je li moralo da sačeka vladu, molim vas, je li moralo da sačeka vladu iz 2020. godinu, pa da pođe ministar vanjskih poslova, moj kolega Đorđe Radulović, da se pokloni žrtvama, jer nije bilo vlade i ministara ranije. Ne, ali ja hoću da vam kažem da ta priča je isto dio propagande, razumijete, da vi hoćete neke ljude da isključite i da napravite, kad kažem vi ne mislim, nego u javnom diskursu, da napravite mogućnost da se neki ljudi politički revitalizuju kroz te priče o zločinima. Ako ćemo da pričamo u potpunosti o zločinima, ja sam potpuno spreman. Moramo da se suočimo sa prošlošću. Moramo. Ali isto tako moramo da imamo veću regionalnu saradnju. Zašto? Zato što ona implicira nestabilnost u našim državama. Svaki pozitivan događaj, molim vas, pozitivan događaj, svaki pozitivan događaj u regionu, pozitivna neka poruka iz Bosne i Hercegovine, Srbije, Albanije, Kosova i tako dalje, pozitivno utiče na naše društvo. Svaka nestabilnost, nezavisno što možda nije unutar teritorije naše države, svaka politička nestabilnost, incident, potencijalni sukob, politički obračun i tako dalje, ima negativnu implikaciju i kod nas.
Dakle, mi smo Balkana, regionalna saradnja, tako. Negdje imamo situaciju u Crnoj Gori kao i u Bosni i Hercegovini da je društvo podijeljeno ili politički predstavnici podijeljeni oko toga. Imamo jasan stav, je li tako, Kosova u svemu tome. Vi ističete važnost regionalne suradnje. Koliko razumijete, evo, strahove koji dolaze iz jednog dijela bosansko-hercegovačkog društva ili kvalifikacije jednog dijela crnogorskog društva kad je riječ o inicijativi Otvoreni Balkan kao zapravo jednom velikosrpskom i velikoalbanskom projektu, u konačnici.
U potpuno ih razumijem i uopšte mi nijesu strani. Koja god inicijativa se pokrene, naravno da postoje ljudi koji misle pozitivno ili negativno o istoj i tretiraju na različit način. Ja samo želim da kažem da kao političar ili kao građanin kome je cilj da svoja zemlja, moja država, ja se nadam da je to cilj i građana Bosne i Hercegovine, što prije bude u Evropskoj uniji. To je moj cilj. Imam pravo na njega. Ja želim da moja zemlja što prije ima neke sadržaje, govorim društveno-političke sadržaje koje imaju te zemlje Evropske unije. Šta to znači? Ako vi iz Luksemburga u Njemačku možete da pređete, da ne stanete na granični prelaz, nego imate tablu dobrodošli u Njemačku ili dobrodošli u Luksemburg. Zašto bih ja kao neko kome je intencija da Crna Gora bude članica Evropske unije imao nešto protiv toga? Ja pričam o realnim stvarima. Zašto mislite da, molim vas, samo dozvolite, mnogo je važno. Zašto mislite da građani Bosne i Hercegovine, koji masovno posjećuju Crnogorsko primorje i više su naravno nego dobrodošli, idu naravno i u drugim državama, trebaju da čekaju 2 ili 3 sata kad su najveće gužve tokom ljeta? Zašto mislite da je to dobra poruka za građane Bosne i Hercegovine? Zašto građanin Bosne i Hercegovine, koji može sa ličnom kartom da dođe u Crnu Goru i mi možemo u Bosnu i Hercegovinu, zašto ne odemo koraku dalje u cilju dobrosusjedskih odnosa da kažemo više između građana Bosne i Hercegovine i Crne Gore ne treba ni lična karta?
Odlično zvuči.
Zato, meni je to toliko prihvatljivo.
Može li to mimo Otvorenog Balkana?
Zašto mislite da naši proizvodi...
Može li mimo Otvorenog Balkana?
Može. Evo ja, samo kad bi mi dozvolili, ja bi došao do poente.
Nemamo puno vremena, imamo 7 minuta.
Nemamo puno vremena, ali otvarate važne teme. Dakle, može. Šta je intencija berlinskog procesa? Zajedničko tržište.
Dobro.
Šta je intencija Open Balkana? Zajedničko tržište. Hajde da uradimo zajedničko tržište. Ajmo da imamo simbiozu dvije inicijative. Ja nemam ništa protiv toga. Mi smo članice berlinskog procesa, nismo članice Open Balkana kao država, nismo tamo, ali ajde, je li to zajednički imenitelj? Ajde da krenemo od takvih stvari. Međutim, ako vi postavite tezu, ne vi, nego ako neko postavi tezu, da je inicijativa Open Balkan, inicijativa Aleksandra Vučića, Edija Rame, Dmitra Kovačevskog, to može da bude pristup. To može da bude pristup i onda bih i ja rekao, znate, mi nešto nemamo ništa protiv, ali ne želimo da budemo tamo. Ali ako hoćete vi da mi imamo elementarnu logiku i da kažemo, gospođa Angela Merkel više nije kancelarka Njemačke i mi više ne treba da idemo prema Evropskoj uniji. Jer ona nam je pružala veliku podršku, desile su se političke promjene. Ne treba gledati kroz imena i prezimena. Političari su prolazni kao i funkcije. Tačno, neko će se, molim vas, neko će se zadržati, dozvolite.
Zar nije Aleksandar Vučić personifikacija određenih vrsta politika?
Naravno da jeste, ali vječne su samo države. Vječne su države. Crna Gora je vječna, naravno Srbija je vječna, Bosna i Hercegovina, Kosovo, to su države. Mi gradimo međudržavne odnose.
Oni moraju biti izgrađeni na zdravim osnovama.
Ja se slažem,
ali vraćam se na onu priču o prošlosti.
Ali ne na način da ih mi gledamo kroz aktuelne političke elite. Šta je cilj aktuelnih političkih elita? Cilj aktuelnih političkih elita jeste stvarno samo da u dobrom menadžmentu te odnose pokušaju na najbolji način da ih
Nema drugog
podržavaju.
načina, osim da
Ako ih ne
gledamo
održavaju,
dobrim
onda je
dijelom
to problem.
kroz aktualne političke elite. Prosto oni su personifikacija
Ja
zapravo.
se slažem, mi ne možemo...
I opet ne bih da vas vraćam stalno na priču ni sebe o prošlosti, ali jeste važno dakle imati jasne postavke, kogod je u toj prošlosti zgriješio, jasne postavke da bismo onda ove vrste strahova o kojima sam govorio, koji dolaze iz dijela bosansko-hercegovačkog društva, iz dijela crnogorskog društva, ja vjerujem da i vi odlično razumijete ove strahove, ne stavljam vam riječ u usta, dijelite ih.
Pa naravno da ih dijelim, ali ja samo želim da kažem svoje mišljenje. Moje mišljenje je vrlo jasno oko toga. Sve što podstiče regionalnu saradnju, za mene lično je prihvatljivo.
Pod određenim uvjetima.
Nezavisno od imena inicijative, sastava, broja, naravno da navijam za inkluzivnost, svakome vrata apsolutno moraju da budu otvorena, to je nesporna stvar, ali sve što podstiče i minimalnu regionalnu saradnju, da krenemo, dobro ste rekli, od nekih manjih stvari koje možda nisu toliko škakljive, pa da se stigne, nadamo se, do nekih većih, ali to je evropska budućnost ove regije Zapadnog Balkana. Ako mi budemo imali politike 90-ih, nezavisno što je 2022. godina, mi ćemo zajedno doći, bilo kao građani na To Be Secure 2030. godine, o istim temama ćemo pričati. To je potreba transformacije. Ne samo crnogorskog društva, nego i bosansko-hercegovačkog, i srpskog, i kosovskog. To je potreba da shvatimo da neće niko otići odavde, neće niko ispariti u smislu države ili ljudi. Tu su, a da međusobne odnose menadžiramo na najbolji mogući način.
Nemamo još puno vremena, pitanja nam stižu online.
Samo izvolite.
Evo ga s Facebooka. Da li premijer podržava aktivnosti Agencije za nacionalnu bezbjednost i da li ta institucija uživa njegovo povjerenje?
Da, apsolutno podržavam aktivnosti Agencije za nacionalnu bezbjednost, naročito u segmentu koji se odnosi na sprečavanje ruskog uticaja, negativnog ruskog uticaja u Crnoj Gori. Imali smo ogromnu akciju, ja im čestitam na tome, to je najveća akcija koja se do sada sprovela. Bilo je ranije akcija u manjem obimu, istina u manjem obimu, koliko su moje informacije, ona će se i nastaviti, imaće i svoj nastavak, vidjet ćemo u kom vremenskom periodu i naravno da u saradnji sa partnerskim službama ostvarujemo ono što je naš vitalni nacionalni interes. Naš vitalni nacionalni interes jeste da potpuno suvereno donosimo odluke i da spriječimo sve one koji žele na bilo koji način Crnu Goru da poremete ili da utiču na ono kako će se ona usmjeravati, da ih nekako izopštimo iz svog društva.
Nastavak ovog pitanja kaže da li imenovanje generalnog inspektora s kriminalnom prošlošću doprinosi kvalitetnom radu ANB-a. Dakle, čitam šta piše.
Okej, dakle, što se tiče generalnog inspektora, on je imao svoje nedaće u svojoj prošlosti i to je nešto što nije niko prenebregnuo. Između ostalog, on nema ništa u svojoj kaznenoj evidenciji, radio je u Privrednom sudu i on je čovjek koji u ovom momentu, nezavisno što ima neke obstrukcije unutar Agencije za nacionalnu bezbjednost, svoje zadatke obavlja besprekorno. I ima puno povjerenje i premijera u ovom trenutku, što ne bih rekao za sve ljude koji su u sastavu Agencije za nacionalnu bezbjednost.
Sad, zbog čega premijer, tako pitaju, relativizira maligni utjecaj Srbije i Rusije i opasnost od srpskog nacionalizma, a potencira navodnu opasnost od crnogorskog nacionalizma? Da li vi to radite?
Nikad to nisam uradio, meni je samo žao što mi imamo pojavu crnogorskog nacionalizma nakon što je pala vlast.
Šta je crnogorski nacionalizam?
Ja zaista ne znam, ja mislim da je to hibridna forma pokušaja emotivne korupcije određenog broja građana od strane određenih grupa koje žele nekako na silu, na sramotu da se vrate na vlast, da ne bi odgovarali za prethodni period.
Šta su odlike crnogorskog nacionalizma?
Ja mislim da crnogorski nacionalizam kao takav ne postoji. Ja samo mislim da određene grupe ljudi velikom propagandom određenih političkih krugova su prihvatile narativ da je Crna Gora ugrožena navodno od strane nove vlasti i da ne žele da prihvate činjenicu da instruiranje vezano za to je proizvod toga što ti ljudi koji su izgubili vlast 2020. godine, što je legitimno, kao što će i naredni izgubiti i tako, i dobiti neko, to je promenljiva kategorija, jednostavno žele da ponovo se instaliraju. Objasnio sam zašto se te dešava, ja sada ne mogu da trošim dugo vremena, ponavljam svoju tezu, nije vezana za kontekst crnogorskog nacionalizma, nego i za kontekst srpskog nacionalizma i za pojave u Bosni i Hercegovini.
Ima li Srbija maligni utjecaj u Crnoj Gori?
Sad doću, neću izbjeći to pitanje, nemojte da mislite. Hoću samo da kažem, iza nacionalizma, to je moja teza, na Zapadnom Balkanu stoji korupcija. Iza nacionalizma na Zapadnom Balkanu stoji korupcija. Ljudi koji imaju veliku finansijsku moć, koji su dijelom tu finansijsku moć stekli prvobitnom akumulacijom kapitala nakon ratnih dešavanja ili tokom ratnih dešavanja na prostoru bivše Jugoslavije, žele da čitav region drže u statusu quo. Šta to znači? U momentu kada taj nacionalizam splasne, pa jačaju institucije sistema, stvara se vladavina prava, pa samim tim i regionalna saradnja, oni gube na značaju. I stalno morate da vraćate sistemu nazad, stalno je konflikt, stalno je obračun sa nekom drugom stranom, stalno je krivica, prebacuje se na nekog drugog i vi jednostavno koristite državu ili državne resurse kao poligon za ostvarivanje...
Da, to je dijelom tačno, ali za nacionalizama stoji ideologije, naravno.
To je moja, ja sam iznio. Kad je riječ o srpskom nacionalizmu, on postoji, on je ukorijenjen u Crnoj Gori. On nije stvar pojave od prije 2 godine, ne od prije godine dana.
Srbije.
Dozvolite. Nije ni prije godinu instaliran, ni prije 2 godine. On postoji stotinama godina. Razumijete, jer to je dio naše istorije. To je dio istorije ovih prostora, kao što prostori postoji na drugim mjestima. Da li i oni imaju svoje političke ciljeve u Crnoj Gori? Naravno da ih imaju. Da li imaju političke opcije koje zastupaju...
Da budemo precizni.
Srpski nacionalizam, pitali ste oko malignog uticaja Srbije, to ste pitali.
Ja govorim sad o Srbiji.
Naravno, da li postoje političke opcije koje su bliske strukturama, političkim strukturama u Srbiji? Naravno da postoje. Da li su one podržane politički, finansijski, na neki drugi način, logistički, medijski? Da.
Kakav je utjecaj Aleksandra Vučića na Crnu Goru? Je li on maligan?
Pa on jeste na neki način, ako gledamo samo situaciju u medijima, onda mi stvarno treba da budemo zabrinuti. Ne radi toga što mi treba da budemo zatvorena država i da ne dozvolimo drugima da imaju mogućnost da imaju svoje medije i tako dalje. Međutim, mi smo gro medija prodali.
Dobro.
Gro medija smo prodali. Gro medije su sada u vlasništvu Srbije na ovaj i na onaj način. Ne govorimo o kompanijama i tako dalje. I to radimo u kontinuitetu. Međutim, da bi mi mogli tome da se odupremo, ne samo od strane Srbije, nego i od strane Rusije i od strane Kine možda sutra, ili neke druge države, što mi treba da uradimo? Mi treba da jačamo naše institucije sistema. I moje pitanje je sledeće. Kako se stvorila ta medijska scena? Ko je stvorio tu medijsku scenu?
Napadate u zadnje vrijeme medije, puno.
Ne napada medije.
Pa Boga mi ste svašta im rekli.
Ne napada medije. Pročitajte što sam
Šire
pročitao.
govor mržnje, kroz medijske izvještaje iskazuju ekstremizam, podržavaju opozicijski DPS.
I mislite da to treba da podržavamo?
Dovodite ih u vezu.
Da li vi podržavate ekstremizam u medijima? Da li vi podržavate ekstremne sadržaje? Pa ne, ja vas pitam, da li vi podržavate fake news?
Samo vas pitam za dokaze.
Molim vas, da li vi kao profesionalni novinar, koga pratim već deceniju i više, dakle, sa velikim simpatijama, da li vi podržavate ekstremne sadržaje u medijima?
Za ove optužbe moramo imati dokaze, ništa drugo.
Ne da imamo dokaze, nego to svaki dan se dešava.
Optužili ste ih, ne kažem...
To se svaki dan dešava, gospodine Rodić.
Ne kažem da nemate, dajte nam.
Ja pitam vas kao profesionalca, kao novinara koji 30 godina,
da
li podržavate da imamo sadržaje koji postiču vjersku nacionalnu mržnju? Da li podržavate sadržaje koji su u obliku fake newsa, netačne informacije? Da li podržavate sadržaje koji šire ekstremizam u Crnoj Gori? Da li vi to podržavate? Ja lično mislim da vi ne podržavam. Ne podržavam ni ja.
Ne, samo vas pitam za konkretne dokaze.
Konkretno, a daću vam i poslije emisije, imate ih milion, možete da otvorite i danas novine i da vidite fake newsa koliko god želite. Možete
se
danas...
negdje doživjelo kao pritisak. Evo sad kakav god je taj, je to subjektivan osjećaj, realan.
Odmah ću vam reći. Ako me pitate oko medijskih sloboda, ja ću vam reći da mi živimo u državi koje je ubijen glavni urednik Dana 2004. godine i dan danas nemamo informaciju, istinu ko je ubio Duška Jovanovića.
Znamo to.
To je...
Znamo da nemamo istinu.
Ne znamo.
Ne znamo.
Drugo,
ko je, ali znamo
mi živimo u državi u kojem su pucano na novinari i istraživače, dobro poznate, bačane bombe na medije, tukli su se glavni urednici medija, napadali su se novinari na različite... Ako vi mislite da je taj ambijent kreirao sadašnji premijer ili sadašnja vlada, mislim da niste u pravu. Kad je riječ o sadržajima...
Ali zašto mislite da vama neko imputira nešto što ne stoji?
Ne, nego hoću da kažem da istina mora...
Vi pravite razliku između vas i onih prije vas.
Istina mora da bude puna.
Neke su vam matrice...
Gospodine Rodiću, istina mora da bude puna. Istina mora da bude puna. Dakle, ja samo sam govorio o nekim činjenicama. Kad je riječ o ekstremističkim i nacionalističkim sadržajima, molim vas, mi smo uveli smo sankcije medijima iz Ruske federacije. Zabranili smo Sputnik. Zabranili smo druge medije koji promovišu ekstremizam, koji promovišu ratnu retoriku, koji promovišu... Dakle, imali smo zabrane. Imali smo zabrane preko svojih agencije za elektronske medije prema TV stanicama iz Republike Srbije, koji su imali neprimjerne sadržaje u odnosu na događaje u Crnoj Gori ili neprimjerno izražavanje u odnosu na neke ljude u Crnoj Gori ili neke grupe ljudi, nije važno da li se radi o nacionalnoj grupi ili vjerskoj grupi i tako dalje. Zbog čega princip suzbijanja takvih vrsta pojava ne može da funkcioniše kada su u pitanju domaći mediji koji rade isto? To je pitanje. Ako to neko doživljava, ja to doživljavam kao stvar...
Da moramo imati jasan dokaz da rade isto, samo to.
Ma ja ću vam reći, da li je vama normalno da u 21. stoljeću, u 2022. godini, u jednoj televiziji koju plaćaju svi građani, postoji emisija koja ima 2 nastavka i jedan se zove da li Dritan Abazović vodi Crnu Goru u građanski rat, da li, znači postavlja se pitanje možda je vodi, možda je ne vodi, a naredna emisija je zašto je vodi, kao da više nema dileme da će da počne ovdje građanski rat. Jer vi mislite da je to novinarstvo. Ne pitam vas, evo, vi ste profesionalni, jer vi mislite da je to novinarstvo.
Da naravno odgovorim na takva pitanja.
Ja ću se složiti, ja samo govorim o vrednostnim stvarima. O vrednostnim stvarima. Nije problem da bilo koji sadržaj bude, potpuno poštujem sve medije, potpuno poštujem, vrlo sam dostupan, mislim da se trudim da svima odgovorim, pogotovo kada se radi o preskonferenciji, ne želim da gostujem u nekom, ali što god, ali nemojte molim vas, da nekako minimiziramo činjenicu da neki mediji ovdje u Crnoj Gori imaju za cilj promociju ekstremističkih, nacionalističkih ideja. Čiji, bilo da se radi o srpskom nacionalizmu, bilo da se radi o ovom hibridnom crnogorskom nacionalizmu. To je to. Dakle, ne možemo da nemamo odnos koji je...
Dobro, ako stavljate znak jednakosti.
Ne stavljam znak jednakosti, nemojte to, ja ne stavljam znak jednakosti.
Ne kažete kako jedno, tako i drugo.
Ja kažem da u principu moramo da imamo princip jednak za sve. Dakle, ako želimo da se borimo protiv sadržaja koji su fake news,
odnos i reakcija u skladu sa štetom koju prave
ako želimo da se borimo protiv sadržaja koji su, da tako kažem, vezani za ekstremističke poruke, za poruke izazivanja mržnje, dajte da se borimo, ali prema svima jednako, bez ikakvih razlika. Naravno, ne možemo sve ni medije da stavimo u istu ravan, zato što je neki mediji relevantniji, neki nije, ima veću čitanost, manju čitanost, ali govorim u principu. Ovdje govorim samo o principu.
Imamo još 2 minute vremena. Ja vas molim, samo da završim odgovor na jedno pitanje. Krenuli ste, a to nam je važan odgovor. Kad sam pitao za maligni utjecaj Srbije, konkretno kroz lik i djelo Aleksandra Vučića, krenuli ste da odgovorite, ali ste mi negdje otišli. Je li Vučićev utjecaj na Crnu Goru, njegova politika koju vodi, dakle, maligna?
Ja mislim da je njegov utjecaj u Crnoj Gori prenaglašen.
Dobro.
Ja mislim da Crna Gora apsolutno suvereno donosi svoje odluke i da u Crnoj Gori sigurno postoje politički subjekti koji su njemu bliski ili su njegovi favoriti.
Dakle, ne mislite da u Crnoj Gori ne postoje dovoljno relevantne političke, pa i akademske snage koje i dalje Crnu Goru vide kao dio srpskog sveta?
Ja mislim da mi imamo unutar svog političkog bića, govorimo unutar naših političara, ljudi koji su mnogo maligniji za Crnu Goru nego li što je to predsjednik bilo koje od susjednih država ili bilo koji predsjednik na svijetu. Ne računamo ovdje Vladimira Putina jer on ima ekstremnu snagu i nikada ne znamo kako je može upotrebiti. To je već nešto što je u domenu neke za neki drugi razgovor. Dakle, toga se svi plaše se i mnogo ozbiljnije države nego što je Crna Gora, ozbiljnije govorim u nekoj vojnoj snazi, jer nikada ne znate kada neki...
I vrlo kratko za kraj. Jesmo li nekako svi pomalo u ovom dijelu svijeta pogubili se oko nekih manje važnih stvari, ne prepoznajući zaista da mi ulazimo u neki novi svijet, gospodine Abasoviću? Gdje je, evo, priča, ako ništa priča o upotrebi nuklearnog oružja na dnevnoj agenti.
Ja se slažem i to je jedan užas koji je zadesio cijeli svijet i to opet isto u 21. stoljeću. Ovo što se radi, agresija Ruske federacije na Ukrajinu, to je i ovo prisvajanje teritorija, to zaista podsjeća na neke pohode koji su bili davno zabilježeni u istoriji. Prosto je neverovatno, međutim, da li demokratski svijet može naći adekvatan odgovor ili da li demokratski svijet može da bude dovoljno jedinstven, da da odgovor takvim politikama, tome se zaista nadam. Podrška Crne Gore tome sigurno neće izostati.
Kao nacionalni interes Crne Gore.
Dakle, podrška stvaranju demokratskog društva i suzbijanja svakog vida takvog agresivnog, suprotno međunarodnom pravu djelovanja, prisvajanja jednog varvarstva u 21. stoljeću, mi ćemo biti čvrsto na frontu sa druge strane i pokušati, skladno svojim mogućnostima, da se tome zajednički odupremo. I da se nadamo da će se na tlu Evrope vratiti mir i da će se vratiti neke teme koje vjerujem da bi ja i vi mnogo više volili da tretiramo, a koje se tiču nekog progresa i neke mnogo ljepše budućnosti nego što se...
Hvala vam puno, hvala što ste razgovarali, hvala vam na ovoj dinamici razgovora, što ste pustili da uskačemo u riječ, šta ćemo, moramo.
Nema problema. Hvala.
Zaslužili smo aplauz. Jasmina.
Adnane moj, ako je suditi prema ovome, htjet ćete ostati s nama ti na panelima koje danas i sutra donosimo ovdje za vas. Uznemirujuće pogoršanje našeg sigurnosnog okruženja, multipliciranje konvencionalnih i nekonvencionalnih prijetnji, sve kompliciranija strateška slika, vrlo su zabrinjavajuće to poruke koje čujemo posljednjih tjedana i mjeseci od vrha NATO-a, ali isto tako i poruku NATO je jači i odlučniji nego ikada. U sljedećih nekoliko minuta obratit će nam se još jedan ključni govornik, gospodin Mircea Joana, zamjenik glavnog tajnika NATO-a koji je pripremio snimljenu poruku. Nekoliko minuta za gospodina Joana.
Thank you, Yasmina. I'm really delighted to be with you again at the 2B Secure Forum. Such a vital forum for discussing the security of the Western Balkans and beyond. I only wish that I could be with you in person. Since I was last with you just a year ago, our security environment has changed radically. Russia has instigated a devastating war on Ukraine, a free and independent nation. And the cost has been and continues to be terrible. Tens of thousands of dead on both sides, homes, hospitals, schools destroyed, whole cities razed to the ground, acts of war committed in the name of President Putin and his desire to wipe Ukraine from the map. Now we have seen Russia annexing the Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia and Kherson regions of Ukraine, an area roughly of the size of Portugal. It has no legitimacy and represents another blatant violation of the UN Charter. NATO allies will never recognize this illegal and illegitimate land grab. These lands are Ukraine. This, along with its military mobilization and its utterly reckless nuclear rhetoric, this represents a significant escalation by Russia in a war that is not going as planned. Far from walking into Ukraine unopposed or welcomed with open arms, as their soldiers were led to believe, the Russian military has faced severe resistance from the Ukrainian military and its highly motivated soldiers and people. The bravery of Ukrainian soldiers, combined with NATO and the international community's unprecedented political, economic, and military support, is making a huge impact on the ground. Russia's military has been found wanting on almost every front, from command and control to logistics and equipment. And we need to stay vigilant here in the Western Balkans. This region has come a long way since the conflicts of the 1990s. Sadly, we see foreign actors working to undermine this progress. Instead of playing a constructive role in the Western Balkans, Russia has chosen to destabilize the region with hacking, disinformation, intimidation, and a plethora of other activities. Just this past summer, Montenegro attributed a cyber attack on government servers to a Russian group. Last year, Russia and China worked together at the UN to undermine the role of the High Representative in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And on the 3rd of November, we'll see whether Russia will act responsibly, helping to renew the US Althea mission mandate. In contrast, for more than 20 years, NATO has been a strong and stabilizing presence in Kosovo. Today, we have close to 4,000 troops there, making it our biggest military presence outside of NATO territory. This demonstrates our strong and unwavering commitment to peace and stability in Kosovo and the entire region. KFOR stands ready to intervene in line with the UN Security Council Resolution 1244, should stability there be jeopardized. In the meantime, KFOR remains vigilant, and our KFOR commander remains in contact with the Kosovo security organizations and the Serbian Chief of Defense. We'll take whatever steps are necessary to ensure a safe and secure environment and freedom of movement for all the people of Kosovo. The only way towards sustainable peace is for Belgrade and Pristina to resolve their issues through dialogue and to reach a solution that respects the rights of all communities. The recent deal on freedom of movement between Belgrade and Pristina is very welcome. This was made possible through the EU Facility Dialogue, which NATO strongly supports. And we just discussed this and the whole region at NATO with our good friend Miroslav Lajčák just the other day. And we are looking forward and we are encouraging dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina to resolve their outstanding issues through political dialogue. And we are hopeful that the meetings that will take place in Prague, the Berlin process, the Quint, bilateral and multilateral efforts will lead to the same direction: stability, peace, and full integration into the Euro-Atlantic structures of the Western Balkans. This is the message the Secretary General Stoltenberg gave to both President Vučić and Mr. Kurti when they visited NATO HQ in August. And again with Kosovo politicians when he was at the UN General Assembly earlier this month. I delivered in the North Atlantic Council the same message when we visited KFOR just a few months back. 5 years ago, Montenegro joined our NATO alliance and became part of a family of nations dedicated to maintaining peace and security in the Euro-Atlantic area. In these 5 years, Montenegro has made a genuine contribution to our security. Today, you contribute to NATO's KFOR mission in Kosovo and to the Canadian-led Enhanced Forward Presence battle group in Latvia. And you're also committed to spending 2% of GDP on defense by 2024. Montenegro is there for NATO, and NATO is here for Montenegro, as well as for the wider Western Balkans. Soon our NATO family will be 32 nations strong when Finland and Sweden join. 1 billion people across 2 continents, the most successful alliance in history. We have been achieving our goals in almost 3/4 of a century, and will continue to do that. Russia may be the most significant threat to allies' security, but this is not the only challenge. The world is in huge transformation, and this is something that leads me to terrorism as a major source of instability, conflict in Africa, the Middle East, China's coercive policies and ambitions, emerging technologies, and climate change. All challenge our security, our prosperity, our values. They all test our societal resilience. Facing so many varied challenges means we must be strong, we may stay agile, we'll stay united. That's how we'll keep our people safe in this more dangerous world. To guide us through this endeavor, we have a new strategic concept of NATO, adopted by our leaders at the NATO immensely successful summit in Madrid last June. The last one, strategic concept, was published in 2010, described Russia as a partner, didn't mention China at all, and only mentioned climate change in passing. The new strategic concept expresses the far darker reality we face today. It reaffirms our values, freedom, democracy, rule of law, and human rights. And it states that our main purpose and greatest responsibility as NATO is to enable our collective defense, to deter and defend against any threat from any direction, and for that we need highly capable forces at a high state of readiness. Many are already stationed in the east of our alliance, with more on their way as our battle groups grow to become battalions. 4 more troops will be at a high state of readiness in their home nations, ready to move at short notice to respond to any contingency and protect every ally. We are working with industry to replenish our stocks of weapons and ammunition, both to continue to support Ukraine in the months ahead and also to ensure that our own defenses are strong, because we now live in a different, more dangerous world, and we must act and adapt accordingly. The European Union is an essential partner for the future peace and prosperity of Europe. When Finland and Sweden will join NATO, around 96% of the EU population will be under NATO's protection. NATO and the EU are working together on a growing range of issues, from stability here in the Western Balkans to military mobility, and from maritime to cyber defense. We are also working together with the EU on more issues that affect our security at large, challenge posed by China, climate change, and also emerging disruptive technologies. Neither NATO nor the EU have alone the tools to ensure our security and our prosperity. But working together, we are a powerful force for good in Europe and also around the world. NATO and NATO allies are determined to continue our support for peace and stability in the Western Balkans, to continue our support for brave Ukraine, and to do everything necessary to protect every inch of Allied territory and the population that through us has peace, stability, and prosperity assured. 1 billion people under 32 flags to become soon, and the newest allies from the region I'm also part of as a Romanian plays an integral part in our common success. Thank you and the best of luck.
Bio je to gospodin Mircea Joana, zamjenik glavnog tajnika NATO-a. Hvala svima na pažnji i ovdje u Budvi i online. Nastavljamo dalje prema agendi. U 12 sati i 15 minuta kreće naš prvi panel o budućnosti, europskoj budućnosti Zapadnog Balkana. Molim vas da ovdje, ako ga planirate pratiti, budete na vrijeme. Hvala vam za sada.
1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Jedan, 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 dva, jedan, dva. Nobody will. Hello.
Called Azra.
Hello, hello. Everybody can hear me now. Welcome again, everybody, here in Budva and online across the world. We apologize for the slight delay of our first panel, but many bilateral meetings are going on at the same time. Our first panel is Western Balkans European Future, Dreams, Delusions, and Reality Checks. Our esteemed speakers are here, and one is online. So I will introduce them. Sir Stuart Peach, UK Special Envoy to Western Balkans, is joining us online. And here with us we have Miroslav Lajčák, EU Special Representatives for the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue and other Western Balkan questions, of course. With us is also Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary, Mr. Peter Szijjártó, welcome. And of course, Ranko Krivokapić, Foreign Minister of Montenegro. Thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure and an honor to speak to you about an important subject as this one. You will each have a few minutes for your initial thoughts, and then discussion follows, as well as questions from the audience here in Budva and online. But let me first set the scene with few key points. As you know, in the last 20+ years of the integration process of the region into the European Union, only Slovenia and Croatia gained membership. North Macedonia, with its EU candidate status, is in the waiting room the longest, 17 years, and still waiting to open the first chapters. Recently, the EU opened accession negotiations, as well as with Albania, largely seen as a collateral damage in this whole tandem approach. Montenegro has opened all 35 chapters. It was praised in the past as the leader of the European integration process. We will talk some more about where things stand now. Accession talks with Serbia are an open subject, with a possible suspension until Belgrade joins in on the sanctions against Russia. And Bosnia and Herzegovina and Kosovo have potential candidate status and a long road ahead of them. So what does this really tell us? Is the EU really open for new members? What is happening within the candidate countries? And these questions came into importance after Russia's into focus again after Russia's attack, invasion on Ukraine, and regarding fears of Russian influence in the Western Balkans region. So we will talk about all these questions. But for the beginning, I would like to ask Sir Peach if he is here with us.
I'm here with you, and I can
Thank
hear
you so
and see
much.
you loud and clear.
We can hear you. Sir Peach, the Western Balkan countries are at the heart of Europe geographically, but politically, where do you see them currently?
Well, thank you for allowing me to join virtually today, which actually does speak about how we need to modernize our routes to and from the Balkans. But seriously, as we saw yesterday at the meeting of the leaders in Prague, as the British Prime Minister said, security, energy and migration are the three biggest challenges facing Europe today. And you've very well covered in the introduction the many years of the Euro-Atlantic journey, and I emphasize Euro-Atlantic journey for the region. And this is now faced by growing strategic competition. Competition between those who wish that future journey for the region as democratic states with the rule of law and regional cooperation as a priority, and those who have a different idea, who try and turn the clock back, who try and threaten the security and stability of the region. And we must not take our current security for granted, and I hope panelists will agree with me. The risks caused by Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine are very real, and they merge in the region, which I love and know well, with the spectres of the past. This heightens the risk of miscalculation, makes it more likely. And of course, we have to be clear and understand that there are also links between organized crime in many regions, not just in the region represented today. And all this makes for a likelihood of instability and makes people feel more vulnerable. So we must be bold in our actions. And that's why the UK is stepping up in our engagement in the region. And that's why we continue to talk about, despite leaving the European Union, the importance of the Euro-Atlantic journey and membership of the European Union. With my background, I also emphasize the critical importance of the two missions in the region, which guarantee a safe and secure environment, both the European Union force in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the Kosovo force in Kosovo. In many ways, we should not need those forces now, so many years after the conflicts of the 1990s, but we do. And we must make sure they're properly mandated, properly supported, and properly soldiered and by the appropriate authorities. Mm-hmm. The UK is mobilising over £100 million in the region and £12 billion of export financing. We're working with all of our partners here represented on the panel and, of course, the institutions. We want to fight organised crime. We want to push back against Russia. And I would also finish by praising Montenegro. I've been personally involved with Montenegro since the early days of accession to NATO. I have the highest regard for your commitment to NATO. I was in HQ NATO last week. I know the Secretary General has made his support for Montenegro very clear this week. And now more than ever, that alliance, that ability of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization to keep over 1 billion people safe and secure is vital, ranging from the nuclear guarantees right the way through to the force presence I've talked about. So that common future requires a common regional approach, which is built on values of freedoms and democracy, and that's what we need to defend. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for allowing me to join.
Thank you, Sir Peach. Now, Sir Peach mentioned that we must be bold in our actions. Mr. Lajčák, since the start of the war in Ukraine, it has been repeated on numerous occasions that the acceleration of the accession process of the Western Balkan countries into the European Union is of the utmost importance. Is the threat strong enough for all of the EU to really rally up regarding this cause? Because the idea of European political community translates into Western Balkans as to being stuck in the outskirts of European Union with only some advantages of integration.
Well, there is no reason to be afraid of the idea of the European political community because we have the enlargement process and no one ever said and no one has ever planned the European political community to be a replacement or the substitution. No, not at all. And I think after the meeting yesterday, we also heard President Đukanović stating this very clearly. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has changed everything, the rules, the world architecture. It brought many very bad things, but at least one good thing, and namely the awakening on the side of the European Union among those who believe that the the Balkans are already in a safe place and they can wait. Now it's very clear that the Balkans cannot wait and they are not in a safe place, and they will be in a safe place when they will join the European Union. So that's point number one. Point number two, this war has made it again clear that the enlargement process is a political process. It's not a technical exercise. The technical criteria are important, but the political part is crucial. Alignment with our foreign security policy, that means sharing our views, is crucial. And the third point, European Union, I believe, has also proved its strategic vision by granting candidate status to Ukraine, Moldova, and conditionally to Georgia. And now, I know that here in the region, it was not fully appreciated because people were asking legitimate questions, what does it mean for the Western Balkans? And the answer is Europe is not turning its back on the Western Balkans. Europe, by reaching out to the East, is still fully aware of our partnership and responsibility with regard to the Western Balkans, but it takes two to tango, and the fact is that the region is not ready. We have a positive momentum on the side of the European Union, which was not there for several years. Now the understanding is very clear, and Stuart Peach quoted his Prime Minister saying that security, energy, and migration are the key issues. Can we address successfully any of the three issues without the Western Balkans being part of being on our side in this? But as I said, the region is not in a good shape. I would dare to say that the region is in worse shape than 5 years ago. And the European Union wants to demonstrate that we are serious, and we would like to have a positive example to prove that when it comes to the Western Balkans, we keep our commitment. We don't have it, we don't see it. Mm-hmm. So that's why my honest personal advice to the region is, let's speculate less about what the European Union wants, and let's focus more about doing your part. And it's particularly relevant for this country.
Mr. Sijarto, how do you see this situation? Mr. Lajčák said that the Western Balkan region is not in a good shape. It is in a worse shape than it was 5 years ago. But in the Western Balkans, they say, okay, we are not in a good shape, but Ukraine is at war. And Ukraine got granted its candidate status, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, as some see it, got left out. How do you see the way forward for the Western Balkans?
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you very much for adding me to the panel, Aranko, and we're happy to be in Montenegro this time as well. You know, we are a pro-enlargement country. So when it comes to the EU policies, we do consider the enlargement maybe as the most important policy of the European Union, because putting into consideration all the security and economy-related challenges we have to be faced with, it's obvious that European Union is weakening as well. European Union needs to get stronger somehow. I think there's an agreement, there's a consensus about that within the European Union. There's no consensus how we can get stronger, but I do believe that in case we are able to get bigger, then we're gonna be stronger. And I would not be brave enough to describe the current situation of the Western Balkans compared to the situation 5 years ago, but what I know is that if we could integrate the Western Balkans to the European Union, we would definitely be stronger. So currently, I think that a situation occurs, maybe that was not the case before, that we, the European Union, need the Western Balkans more than the Western Balkans would need us. And I think that we have to bear this in mind. And if I look at the war in Ukraine, that makes me say that not accelerating the integration process of the Western Balkans to the European Union constitutes a security risk on Europe. Mm-hmm. Before the war, under peaceful circumstances, the slow integration was just, and just between quotation marks, as a lost chance for Europe. Because I do believe that with the bigger market, with more people, we would be stronger. European Union could take a lot of benefit out of the membership of the Western Balkans. So that was a lost chance. But now with the war on board, I think this is a security challenge. And you know, when we foreign ministers come together, and Miro remembers that very well because we used to serve together. When we foreign ministers of the European Union come together, and when we discuss the issue of the Western Balkans, most of our colleagues are crying or complaining about external factors having too much influence in the Western Balkans. And then they mention Russia, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Qatar, Mars, Moon, whatever, everybody outside of, besides European Union. But my question is that how you want to win a game without entering the field. So we, European Union, are in an advantageous position because still a sizable share of the people in the Western Balkans are in favor of the membership of their own country to the European Union.
Well, Serbia the trend is turning.
But you know, I'm coming from a country which still remembers the accession process. And we still remember how it feels to you as a country, as a proud nation, who really feels that would have a place in the European Union. And from year to year, you hear that the accession will come in 5 years. Which is nice, but if next year you hear the same, that 5 years, then you become frustrated.
Yes, and some countries like North Macedonia are in the waiting room really long. Mr. Krivokapic, is Montenegro still actively on the European path? With everything going on politically in the last months and last years, and how dangerous are foreign influences in this country?
Yeah, firstly, thanks Miro and Peter, they came. And Montenegro, Miro told that on Bled, Montenegro a little bit lost the compass in the last 2 years. And I'm coming from the old Navy city, Kotor. I know what does it mean if you lose the compass, you lose the ships, you lose everything very fast. All those ornaments are from my native town and means that we need alliances. Kotor was in alliances few centuries with Venice Republic. That was way of surviving. I believe that even Venice Republic, superpower in 3 centuries on Mediterranean Sea, needed small cities in the branch. And I agree with Peter that Europe has to accept us as soon as possible. But normally, I more criticize ourselves on the Balkans. We have to fulfill our agenda. No state if you don't have rule of law. My way of maturity of the state is level of the rule of law. If you don't have rule of law, your state is weak. If you have rule of law, your state is stronger. That's in history. That's in my native town. The same, if you watching the history of the 1 millennium, you can see those elements. More rules, less rules. More autocracy, less rules. Less autocracy, more rules. And we need that, especially due to we are still transitional societies. We are still societies without heritage, thinking about institutions like our protection. And we still have political elite, what is for me first one, without enough readiness to think on the long term. Now is cash and carry politics becoming real the politics on the Balkans. Nobody believes that he'll continue in politics and lasting 20, 30 years. I have one mandate, cash is nearby, let's take it and go further. And that's the reason why we have to send a message, you will be with us, law will be the present, European crime law will be stronger. If your law is not working, we are waiting you, and the EU has to be more ready for that. Not only for our corruption, it has to be ready much more for their own corruption, due to that corruption is universal. Roman Empire disappeared thanks to corruption. After they defeated the enemies, they destroyed themselves in corruption. If we are not Roman empires, but we are capable to face on with the readiness and to change also. We have very strong capacity to change fast. We just need a few years in Montenegro to stabilize the situation. It's happened after long-lasting marriage with Milosevic. Just in 2-3 years, we totally changed side of history. Because readiness was present, society was ready even to change side from one to the other side of history.
What is its situation in this moment, or did Montenegro lose its momentum? Because in the past it was considered darling of Europe, a favorite, a front-runner of the European integration. Is that still the case? Did you hear that words lately?
We lost the chances, but momentum is still here. Mainly thanks to the other things on the global stage and European stage, but we need to pass through that. After some kind of illness, you cannot find easy right medicaments. And we really pass through bad governments. I'm one of for those two bad governments. But it was after a long time of one type of the ruling, you need a short period to get real good medicaments for society to go further. I'm optimistic that the next phase of the elections will compose pro-European government. In the next 4 years will be ready for EU.
Mr. Lajčák, a few days ago you met with Mr. Mircea Joana. We heard him earlier in this forum, discussing Kosovo and the regional situation. Is there a European future for the candidate country Serbia without reaching the final solution for or with Kosovo?
Look, once again, there is definitely a momentum which I have not seen certainly in the last 10 years. The understanding of the importance of the Western Balkans' full integration to the European Union is now stronger than, as I said, ever in the last 10 years. But at the same time, I agree with Peter, my good friend, that the bigger we are, the stronger we are. And of course, if we want to be part of the new global architecture, we must not keep ourselves busy with the Western Balkans 5 years from now or so. But the one important element is also the functionality. That means we will be stronger if we will be able to function. And therefore, the membership is not a gift that you give away to, to your partners. They have to prove that they will be able to function and make us as European community stronger. And for that purpose, of course, you need to build the European standards in your countries, but also to solve your bilateral issues. So therefore, our European Union position is that for Serbia and for Kosovo, their path to the European future goes through the normalization of relations.
Are the leaders of the Western Balkan countries really ready to push the needed reforms? Or is it a question of balancing, of staying in power and following the EU recommendations?
I think, to be honest, I think their commitment to reforms also depends on their on them believing in the membership. And the fact is that we, as the European Union, did not do a very good job recently in proving that we are committed to the European future. So it's hard to expect European reforms if you don't know that the reward in the form of membership will follow. For Hungary, for Slovakia, we knew exactly what are the conditions, and we knew that at the end of the road, we joined the European Union. For the Western Balkans, yes, it looked like the goalposts were moved several times, additional conditions were brought in, and therefore the belief went down, the commitment went down. But as I said, now we have a momentum. The European Union understands that we cannot go on like this. All the leaders are speaking about the need to speed up the integration. So it's really important that the region responds with increased commitments, not only on papers or in words, but in action.
Mr. Szijjártó, it seems that Hungary often has its own way of doing things that goes contrary in some cases to what is generally perceived as the EU ways of doing things. We had the question of migration and so on, a few questions open throughout the years, but now the most recent problem is the most serious one maybe. The European Commission wants to withhold 7.5 billion euros over corruption concerns. The time frame is very short for Hungary's reaction. What is Hungary's response?
Well, you are totally right. We had many debates in the recent years, but in these debates there was one common element that at the end of the day we were all right. You have mentioned migration. You know, we were under a very heavy attack to build fence. We were under heavy attack to reject obligatory quotas of distribution. We were under heavy attack because of being honest that international law says very clearly that violation of the border between two peaceful countries is a crime. And we were under enormous attack. You know, the expressions which were used on us cannot even be quoted here. And now everybody does what we had been doing at that time. And no one says sorry. No one says you were right. No one says that the attacks were unfair. Because politics is not a matter of getting credits for what you have done in the past, right? Your voters will make a decision, and we have won the last 4 elections with a 2/3 majority. So, when it comes to the European funds, I want to tell you that we do not look at the European funds as if they were humanitarian donations. And we do not look at them as they were the outcome of generosity of the Western European friends. Why not? Because the European funds are being put together by the performance, by the work performed by all European people, including the Hungarians. So that money is partly ours. So the fact that bureaucrats in Brussels would not like to give this money to us is basically a blackmailing, and it's a pure political issue. You know, you can...
But what is the reason with the want to withhold these funds? It's corruption concerns.
Well, I mean, you know, what's the background of this whole debate is the following. You made it very right. We usually go against the mainstream in important issues. But it turned out that we are successful. And it turned out that the decisions we have made, which were against what was proposed or pushed by international liberal mainstream, were right. And this debate ends up in a blackmailing, because when it comes to real issues, when it comes to real pieces of regulation, we ask the European Union to name them, what we have to change. Please put together a closed list of pieces of regulation, which we change, you are fine. So now there's a closed list. We have submitted all the drafts to Parliament. Part of them have already been voted upon this week, and then they would be voted upon in the upcoming weeks, and then we will see. The ball is going to be on the court of the European Union, and it will be very obvious whether that was a political blackmailing or that was a real concern. But let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about corruption. Mm-hmm. Our country, the economy of our country, has been extraordinarily successful in the last 12 years. We have came out of all the crises stronger compared to how we entered those crises. And if there's a systematic corruption in a country, it is impossible. It is simply impossible because of the cash and carry, which Ranko has mentioned. It is impossible to be successful economically. So if you have a 7% plus growth in your country, when there's a recession, then it's impossible that you have systematic corruption, because systematic corruption is about how the money should disappear.
So
and money is not disappearing because the economy is developing.
Your stance is that there is no systemic corruption in Hungary,
of course
and
not.
You expect this issue to be resolved in the few coming weeks?
Well, if it is about the substance,
Okay.
if it is a real concrete issue, it's going to be resolved, yes.
Mr. Krivokapic, is it hard enough for the EU to convince the potential new members to fight corruption, to improve their democratic standards, when at the same time we are witnessing disputes like this one, and also some other countries that deal with corruption and degrading the democracy, democracies?
Yeah, just to relax a little bit the atmosphere, Mr. Stuart Preach has given me an idea. We got new Uncle Sam, security, energy, and migration.
Yeah.
The new Uncle Sam for all of us in the new time.
Yeah.
Some way similar time when first Uncle Sam came in Europe. And that's I told you, that's philosophy, that's history, that's vertical line about corruption and the state. That's two natural enemies, state and corruption. You don't have state, you have more corruption. 7 years ago, few young guys from Bulgaria came to ask me how to kick out Russians on the Balkans. Less corruption, less Russians. It was very simple for me to explain them how to get less Russians on the Balkans. And but that's the same logic all the time in the history. On the Balkans, corruption didn't exist almost in socialism. Let's speak frankly.
Yeah.
Started with the war, the crime in the war, we got the organized crime, grew up in the war, smuggling started in the war, it was way of economy, etc., etc. One of the reminding, the main victims of sanctions in Yugoslavia 90s has been the most Western-oriented part of companies and society. They disappear in the sanctions. And that's always tricky in history, how to find the right measure. But definitely, I repeat, level maturity of the state is just best sign is how much corruption do you have in that society.
There is. If there are some questions from the audience, I will ask you to please just raise your hands. and someone will come to you with a microphone. We have one question. And a second question. The microphone is coming. The lady in the front, yes. The madam, yeah.
Dobar dan. Moje ime je Sonja Drobac. Imam pitanje za gospodina Lajčaka. Rekli ste da je u regionu situacija lošija nego pre 5 godina i to je jedna od najznačajnijih ocena koje smo danas ovde čuli. Moje pitanje je zašto? Šta je lošije? Evo da pokušam da ponudim kao u nekakvom kvizu moguće odgovore. Više je organizovanog kriminala, više je korupcije ili su se društva Zapadnog Balkana, elite i države suštinski udaljile od onih vrednosti koje Evropska unija podrazumeva. Onih vrednosti koje znače građansko društvo u 21. veku. Hvala.
Well, when you ask me why I say that the situation is worse than 5 years ago, I would say the commitment to the membership, the support for European idea and European values went down. Second, the internal issues that, for example, are blocking the functionality of Bosnia and Herzegovina have become even more exposed. Third, the atmosphere between Serbia and Kosovo today is worse than it was 5 years ago. The Montenegro's progress report, which is due to be announced next week, I dare to say will not...
Less progress, more report.
Will probably be worse than what was 5 years ago. Regional cooperation is worse than what it was five years ago because there is very little real cooperation. So all the indicators show that the determination and the commitment to do the reforms which are bringing the countries closer to the European Union have really less present today than they were 5 years ago. And I'm not blaming the region. I'm sharing the blame also with us, with the European Union, because as I said, if you don't really believe that your hard work will deliver the results you hope for, then you are not committed, not motivated. So it's not about blaming, it's not about pointing figures, it's about stating the obvious, and you know that I'm present in the region almost daily, so this is the observation that I dare to state and to prove, and I really hope that you have also heard my second message, that the momentum that was not here is here right now, and the European Union is waiting for first volunteers from the region to show that the enlargement policy is here, is credible, and delivers concrete results. And I really hoped a couple of months back that Montenegro would be this success story.
We'll see.
I'll stop
the
here.
Momentum is still here, as Mr. Krivokapić says.
Just miss opportunity.
Yes.
Few opportunities.
Yes. And we had one more question.
Yes, my name is Gregor Meyer. I'm the correspondent for the German press agency in Belgrade. My questions are to Mr. Sijato. First, when, if at all, will Hungary ratify the NATO accession of Sweden and Finland? And is it coordinating its position with Turkey, to which it has very good relations? Second, why is your government supporting Milorad Dodik in Bosnia-Herzegovina, who is undermining peace, security, and unity of that country and acting against any European values, supporting it with money, and with even involvement in the election campaign by your Prime Minister sending a video?
So first on the ratification process regarding Sweden and Finland, the government has made its job. We have submitted the draft piece of legislation to the Parliament. The Parliament came back to session last week, and the Parliament will decide about the schedule of how to put the issue on the agenda. Now the agenda is pretty packed because of what I have just mentioned regarding your last question, since we had to put a lot of amendments of pieces of legislation on the agenda which have been required by the European Union. So the Parliament will decide about the schedule of the negotiations in the Parliament, and we have submitted it in due course even before the summer. The second regarding Milorad Dodik. So I think what is missing from international politics, and when I mean international politics, I include journalists as well, is mutual respect. Mutual respect. I understand that some of the stakeholders of international politics like speaking from moral high grounds, but I'd like to remind you that decision about leaders, about composition of parliaments, are among the rights of the citizens of the given countries. And if you look at the outcome of the elections in Bosnia and Herzegovina, I think the only thing what we can do is to respect that. And if I understand correctly the outcome of the elections, Mr. Dodik has won the election for President of Republika Srpska. And everyone has to respect that. He is the President of Republika Srpska currently. We can like it, we can dislike it, but this is a fact. And I would be not brave enough, even if I was a Western European journalist, to challenge the will of people of another country. You are consistently doing it with Hungary and with other countries, but I mean, it's okay. Hungarian voters made it very clear what they think about it. And the electorate in Republika Srpska made it very clear as well. Why we support Republika Srpska, not President Dodik, but Republika Srpska, with a program of supporting the SMEs in Republika Srpska is that we do believe that economic development, economic progress is the best way to peace, progress, and development in the Western Balkans. We are living in the neighborhood, and we understand very well the difference when there's peace and progress in the Western Balkans and when there's an absence of these two. And we do believe that economic development is the best way to go forward. So that's why we, the Hungarian government, have allocated 100 million euros on a program to support operation of SMEs in Republika Srpska. And why Prime Minister has sent a video, you know that in international politics this is absolutely not unusual. Many socialist politicians have sent supportive videos to our opposition, and I hope that next time they will do it as well, because they could reach 35% only.
Just to add, there will be a recount of the voices on many of the polling stations, and we will see the final official results of the elections in Bosnia and Herzegovina. There is one more question, but if we can end the question and the answer really short, because we already punched through the time and we need to start with the next panel. But yes, please, a short question, and then I would ask for a short answer as well. Yes.
Yeah, Mikhailo Samos, Director, New Geopolitics Research Network, Ukraine. I had a question to Mr. Szijjártó about respect and actually the mutual economical cooperation. I am talking about the nuclear blackmail and terrorism for Russia on Zaporizhia nuclear station. And at the same time, and actually you know that Putin signed the decree of the official stealing of this station to Russia. And in the same time, Hungary has still the nuclear cooperation with Rosatom. And Rosatom is actually operator of Zaporizhia nuclear station. What do you think about this regarding the European values and common and mutual respect? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, as a neighboring country, we made our position very clear from the beginning of the war, that we stand for the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. That's not a question. Although it's not being highlighted in international media, I guess with a good reason, but we have been carrying out the largest ever humanitarian operation in the history of Hungary. We have already accepted 1.5 million refugees coming from the direction of Ukraine. We have been enrolling all the kids into Hungarian schools and kindergartens who are staying on the territory of ours, and we are offering jobs for all those adults from Ukraine who are staying on our territory as well. And as long as it is needed, we will accept everybody, and we will supply everyone with the necessary assistance. When it comes to Zaporizhia, I have had a discussion with Mr. Grossi, who is the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, last week in Vienna. And you can be absolutely sure that Hungary shares the concerns there, and we fully, 100% support the position of IAEA, and we support all measures which can ensure the security of the operation of the Zaporizhia plant. Now, when it comes to our cooperation with Rosatom, I want to underline that the European sanctions speak very clearly that the civic use of nuclear energy does not, I want to underline, does not fall under the sanction regime. And we have signed our cooperation agreement with Rosatom back in 2014 to build 2 new nuclear blocks in Hungary, in order to increase our nuclear capacity from 2,000 megawatt to 4,400. And I'm pretty sure that you would agree with me that under the current circumstances, increasing the nuclear capacity of a country equals energy security for the future, because the nuclear energy can help us to be less independent to be more independent, less dependent on the volatility and absolute irrational movements of the international energy market.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your participation in this panel. Thank you all for your questions and your attention. We will conclude this panel. And there is still a lot to talk about in the Western Balkans and still a lot to do. So that is why we will continue with our next panel without any break. If you can please give your places for our new panelists. Thank you again so much. Thank you. Hvala vam. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hvala. So no stopping in continuing our work here in the Western Balkans. That is why we will continue with the next panel. I will ask my next panelists to please join me here on stage. All our speakers are here with us. We have 3 ministers of defense. So Mr. Raško Konjević of Montenegro, please join me. Ms. Slavianka Petrovska of North Macedonia. If she is here, yes. And Mr. Sifet Požić of Bosnia and Herzegovina, please take your seats wherever you want to sit. Thank you so much for coming. Now, at the start of this panel, and we have until 13:45 to talk about NATO Fit for Future, standing strong and resilient. You will all have 3 minutes each to give us your general view on this topic, and then the discussion follows. We are hoping to have some questions again from the audience here in Budva and online. But first, let me set the scene again. If by any chance somebody didn't know what NATO's Article 5 is all about, after the Russian invasion on Ukraine, everybody knows. An attack on one is an attack on all. So this implies the all-for-one philosophy. But it should imply also a one-for-all philosophy, or that every member state of NATO should do its best to build up its resources and capability to defend itself against any threat, be it conventional or unconventional one. A lot has changed since the last 2BS forum. We are not living in the same world as 1 year ago, as we heard from our earlier speakers. So let's see what NATO is doing and what plans to do about it. Mr. Konjević, before we start to talk about the future, let's quickly look in the past. Last year, at this very place, we discussed NATO's view of Russia as a traditional threat. So the rhetoric was there. But was there real commitment? Did NATO's actions, or lack maybe of some actions, contributed to Putin's calculation regarding Ukraine? And was the Russian invasion of Ukraine a kind of a jump start for NATO?
Pa, najprije da izrazim zadovoljstvo mogućnošću da budemo dio jednog od najznačajnijih foruma koje mi imamo u Crnoj Gori, i dozvolite da kolegama iz Sjeverne Makedonije i Bosne i Hercegovine poželim toplu dobrodošlicu.
Mislim da smo imali priliku da negdje na jedan segment ovog vašeg pitanja čujemo jedan dio razmišljanja i kroz uvodno izlaganje na ovom forumu. Vidite, NATO je u ovih više od 7 decenija pokazao nizu nekakvih stvari opravdano svoga postojanja. Mislim da je u ovim najnovijim dešavanjima također negdje uradio ono što je bila, rekao bih, mogućnost u okolnostima kada sa druge strane imate jednu supersilu i predsjednika te supersile koju teško možete zaustaviti u nekim namjerama da ne izazovete sukobe koji su, da kažem, mnogo veći nego ovo što imamo danas. Nemojte zaboraviti da se mi danas suočavamo sa potpunim, da kažem, urušenim međunarodnim poretkom koji je uspostavljan nakon Drugog svjetskog rata. NATO je uradio, rekao bih, ono što je bilo moguće. Dakle, sa jedne strane na svojim istočnim granicama, štiteći svoje istočne granice, ako mogu tako da kažem, i sa druge strane dajući određenu vrstu pomoći, posebno države članice koje su negdje snažno pomogle Ukrajinu u situaciju u kojoj se ona našla. Da je taj odgovor NATO, odnosno njenih država članica, dao rezultat, mislim da vidimo nakon ovih 6, 7 ili 8 mjeseci, odnosno od februara mjeseca, vidimo i na samom, da kažem, na samom terenu, ako mogu tako da kažem. I sa druge strane, mislim da je NATO u jednoj drugoj komponenti pokazao jedan svoj dodatni kvalitet koji možda neki nisu očekivali. Prevashodno mislim da nije očekivao predsjednik Putin. Dakle, vi ste, ili mi smo, obezbijedili, rekao bih, potpuno jedinstvo povodu ovoga pitanja. Dakle, mislim da je to negdje jednako značajan kvalitet kao i pomoć koja je upućivana Ukrajini i kao što sada ta pomoć nakon 6 ili 7 mjeseci već daje određene rezultate. Teško je bilo zaustaviti namjeru supersile da uradi nešto ovako, a da to nema širu reperkusiju, kao što danas negdje sa pravom svi možemo da budemo zabrinuti kada sa ruske strane, odnosno kroz govore predsjednika Putina, imamo spominjanje nuklearnog naoružanja.
A to je često.
Dakle, a to je u zadnje vrijeme sve češće i češće. Vidjeli smo, čini mi se, juče ili prekjuče observaciju predsjednika Bajdena vezano za te stvari, ali sada možemo svi zajedno da postavimo pitanje kako odgovoriti ukoliko, ne daj Bože, se to desi. Ne želim da razmišljam apsolutno o tome, ali moj utisak i negdje da zatvorim komentar, da je NATO uradio ono što je mogao da u datim okolnostima, štiteći svoju NATO teritoriju i dajući kroz pomoć država članica maksimalnu pomoć Ukrajini da se zaštiti od ničim izazvane agresije Rusije. Mislim da taj pristup koji je bio daje rezultate i obezbijedio negdje, rekao bih, dodatno političko jedinstvo i koheziju koja negdje, čini mi se, i kroz taj aspekt šalje određenu vrstu poruke Ruskoj federaciji.
Ms. Petrovska, NATO has eliminated any doubts about its ability and its resolve to defend its eastern territory against the Russian attack. How has all of this influenced Western Balkan countries, those in NATO and those not yet in NATO?
Well, thank you very much for your question. First of all, I'm really glad to be here present at this To Be Secure forum in these challenging times, not only for NATO member states, but also for the rest of the world, of course. But at the very beginning, I would like to use this opportunity and my presence as the Minister of Defense here in Budva in Montenegro to congratulate the Day of the National Army Forces of Montenegro. And of course, I would like to wish them a very great success, challenges actually, but even more greater successes. I believe that we are all aware that today's events are critical, are pretty much happening in truly critical moment for our joint security, and that the situation in the European eastern flank is of unprecedented gravity. What is very important and how, you know, the main rule I will say in the life is it's not about what is going to happen, but how you will react. The reaction is something that defines us as even we are the winners or the losers. In this situation, current security situation that the world is facing, especially after 24th of February, it's obvious that NATO, but also Ukraine, are the ones who are winning the situation. When on 24th of February this year, the invasion started, I will give the example of North Macedonia, people in my country were asking the questions, are we safe? As at that time newly appointed minister, I had a very easy job to answer that question. I said, yes, we are safe because we are member states of NATO. But how we came to this situation? Can we recall what was happening in North Macedonia 2 years before, 2 years before that, 4 years before? In 2018, a very difficult decision, political decision, was delivered in my country. The Prespa Agreement, very well known, famous Prespa Agreement, solving the dispute that was lasting for more than 20 years between North Macedonia and Greece. Thanks to that solution of that dispute, signing Prespa Agreement, it took a very serious, challenging, and difficult political decision to be delivered at that time. But now, from this perspective, it's shown that that political decision was the biggest investment in our country, in North Macedonia. So it was easy for me in 2022 to give the answer that we are safe because we are member state of NATO. But several years ago, it took a very hard decision for my predecessors, at that time the Prime Minister, to deliver this very important decision. What is the aim of answering this question in this way? Is that at certain times, political leadership should take a serious political decision that will mean investing in the future of the countries. Mm-hmm. Speaking about NATO, NATO is open to what is happening in the world, especially in Ukraine, and how this newly situation is reflecting all of the NATO countries. On the latest actually summit that was happening in Madrid, which was very important, happening in a very critical time, NATO gave the response. First of all, that every inch of its territory is important. Secondly, that we are strengthening our capacities, not to attack, but to deter and defense. It's the same situation in Ukraine. All the help that we are sending, either political messages, but also the military equipment as the nations and help, we are not sending to Ukraine to be in a war or to attack. We are sending them to defend themselves, their sovereignty and their territorial integrity.
We heard Mrs. Stoltenberg on numerous occasions saying that NATO is a defensive alliance. Mr. Pojic, you also took part in the NATO summit mentioned in Madrid as the defense minister of Bosnia and Herzegovina, of course. What are the key areas of cooperation between NATO and your country? And are they defined in this moment by the war in Ukraine? And also, what practical and political support was promised to Bosnia and Herzegovina in Madrid?
Okay. Hvala lijepa. Prije svega, pozdrav domaćinima iz Atlantskog vijeća Crne Gore, pozdrav kolegama ministrima i dragim gostima. Možda nije kulturno, ja sam se javljao za prethodni panel, moram ipak jednu intervenciju, Jasmina, ako dozvolite. Vidjeli ste pitanje za ministra vanjskih poslova Mađarske on u svom odgovoru naziva gospodina Dodika predsjednikom države Republike Srpske. Upravo te takve rečenice i takav odnos Mađarske do jednog entiteta u sastavu Bosne i Hercegovine daju ono o čemu ću najvjerojatnije i kasnije nešto reći. Hvala i što imam priliku da se na ovom forumu obratim i što ćemo, vjerujem, u današnjem panelu uspjeti približiti neka gledanja i u Bosni i Hercegovini po pitanju sigurnosti, uopšte u političkom kontekstu i sigurnosnom izazovu i međuzavisnosti, kako u regionalnom, tako i na globalnom planu. Prije nego što konkretno odgovorim na ova pitanja, ja moram ipak navesti neke specifičnosti, želim naglasiti neke specifičnosti odnosa između Bosne i Hercegovine i NATO saveza. Pa kao prvo, evo, ja želim napomenuti da je Bosna i Hercegovina trenutno jedina zemlja koja je članica u Member Action planu, odnosno u akcijnom planu za članstvo u NATO-u. Pod broj 2, vi znate da je 90. godina na prostoru Bosne i Hercegovine NATO prvi put intervenisao van područja NATO-a. Zatim, vrlo bitna stvar da je NATO i po Dejtonskom mirovnom sporazumu, aneks 1a, zadužen za sigurnosnu, odnosno provođenje vojnog dijela Dejtonskog mirovnog sporazuma. I, evo, možda četvrto, ovako, da Bosna i Hercegovina najvjerovatnije 2005. godine ne bi uspjela izvršiti reforme koje je napravila u sigurnosnom sektoru, odnosno u odbrani, da tu nije bilo pomoći od strane NATO saveza. Vi znate da je Dejtonskim mirovnim sporazumom bilo regulisano da Bosna i Hercegovina ima dvije vojske, entitetske vojske, da smo 2005. godine učinili taj napor, da smo napravili jedinstveno državno ministarstvo odbrane, napravili jedinstvene oružane snage i od tog momenta pa do današnjih dana evo stigli, ja kažem, na korak do punopravnog članstva u NATO. Što se tiče samog samita u Madridu, ja mogu sa zadovoljstvom reći da upravo koristeći ovaj momentum da smo mi u Member Action planu, mislim da je NATO savez posvetio jako veliku pažnju Bosni i Hercegovini, odnosno regiji Zapadnog Balkana na samitu u Madridu. Pa evo, iako su za savez vrlo teška vremena, ja mogu reći jedno veliko hvala za sve ono što je učinjeno za Bosnu i Hercegovinu, pa mislim i za Zapadni Balkan. A evo, u novom strateškom konceptu usvojenom u Madridu, citirat ću, Zapadni Balkan i Crnomorska regija od strateške su važnosti za savez. Nastavit ćemo podržavati euroatlantske težnje zainteresovanih zemalja u ovim regijama. Pojačat ćemo napore da osnažimo njihove sposobnosti, pozabaviti se različitim prijetnjama i izazovima s kojima se suočavaju i ojačati njihovu otpornost, zlonamjerno uplitanje i prisilu treće strane. Završen citat. Mislim da ove 3-4 rečenice iz strateškog koncepta NATO-a usvojenog u Madridu kažu sve. Što je najvažnije, izvinjavam se, samo je smiješno, što je najvažnije da nije ostalo na riječima. Ja ću vam reći da je već nekoliko delegacija i mojih iz Bosne i Hercegovine, iz Ministarstva odbrane i iz NATO saveza, iz Brisela, razmjenjujemo i u nekoj smo završnoj fazi, evo u ponedjeljak imam jednu delegaciju u završnoj fazi oko konkretizacije ovih stvari što smo tada uradili. Eto, to je.
It's a multi-linguistic forum, so I will continue in English because of our panelists from North Macedonia. Mr. Konjević, how do you see Ukraine's application for NATO membership after the new Russian annexation of the new Ukrainian territories? Can NATO accept this application anytime soon, and what are the consequences either way?
Vidite, s naše strane bi bilo loše da se ponašamo van onih principa za koje je Crna Gora negdje negdje se zalagala i van one politike, a također i za NATO van one politike koju je NATO imao. Dakle, jedna od ključnih politika koja se promovisala je politika otvorenih vrata sa jedne strane, a sa druge strane je princip da svaka zemlja ima pravo da samostalno bira svoje bezbjednosne aranžmane u tom kontekstu. Da je NATO do sada, ako se ne varam, imao 9 krugova proširenja. Dakle, da i druge zemlje, posebno nakon ovog iskustva sa Ukrajinom, imate, rekao bih, jednu potpuno novu okolnost, jednu činjenicu koja je možda najbolja potvrda koliko se globalni kontekst promijenio. Da imate dvije države koje su decenijima se zalagale za jednu politiku neutralnosti, samo nekoliko mjeseci nakon iskustva nakon početka rata u Ukrajini, odnosno agresije Ruske federacije, su u najpozitivnijem smislu riječi promijenili mišljenje. Mislim naravno na Švedsku i Finsku, čak i javno mnijenje koje tradicionalno nije bilo previše orijentisano prema NATO-u se promijenilo svjesno novih okolnosti. Tako da u tom kontekstu lako je razumjeti interesovanje da Ukrajina bude dio NATO-a. Mislim da to će se sigurno rješavati na relaciji, da kažem, Brisel-Kijev i u NATO-u se odluke, kao što znate, donose konsenzusom. Šta će biti stavovi drugih 29 članica najmanje pripada meni ili najmanje pripada Crnoj Gori da sada može tu stvar da projektuje, ali ono što se tiče Crne Gore, negdje ono što je bio naš interes, zbog čega smo željeli da budemo dio NATO-a, razumijemo svaku drugu državu, dakle, koja ima tu vrstu interesa, ali danas je teško napraviti predikciju, osim što očekujemo i siguran sam da će NATO i dalje imati onu ključnu politiku, to je politika otvorenih vrata.
Minister Petrovska, NATO invited Sweden and Finland to become into the alliance. Well, this is one of the biggest shifts in European security in decades. How will this strengthen NATO? And how do you see Ukrainian wish to become a member of NATO?
Yes. Well, first, let me make a short comment on the position of North Macedonia on joining Sweden and Finland to NATO. Of course, I reiterate once again the position of North Macedonia that we are pledging for open door policy of NATO, which means that first one country should have the political will and consensus in the country probably to join NATO, and secondly, which is also very important for consistency of NATO, is to show capabilities or actually to fulfill the criteria. In the case of Finland and Sweden, the political message that was sent and is sending is very strong, because the time when until then they were neutral states, but the time when they decided to join NATO was a very critical moment, not for NATO but for the whole Europe, and it's benefited a lot, I will say. First of all, because there is no country in the world that can guarantee their security and their safetyness by themselves. So this very critical moment for Finland and Sweden showed that they will be much safer, but also the alliance will become even more stronger and bigger. With their joining, the process of integration of the northern part of Europe is finished practically. So once again, the message that we are sending to Russia, of course, that we are becoming stronger and we are becoming more bigger, I will say, as a NATO member, as a NATO alliance. Which means once again that NATO will continue, of course, to do its core principles, to work all the activities to be based on the core principles of NATO to defend and deter its own territory.
Mr. Požić, how much more important did the NATO membership become in this new geopolitical era? Bosnia and Herzegovina does not have a unified position in becoming a full member state of NATO. Do you see that changing after these recent elections or not?
Prije svega dozvolite, ne samo kao ministar odbrane Bosne i Hercegovine, nego i kao penzionisani general koji je preživio 4 godine rata u Bosni i Hercegovini, da dam punu podršku ukrajinskom narodu i Ukrajini i da čestitam posebno na ovim zadnjim potezima koje rade na vojnom planu, odnosno u polju. Želim iskazati svaku podršku institucijama Ukrajine i ukrajinskim oružanim snagama za pravednu borbu u očuvanju nezavisnosti i teritorijalnog integriteta Ukrajine, ali i univerzalnih vrijednosti svih nas zasnovanih na međunarodnom pravu. Za mene, dakle, lično NATO savez je prioritet broj 1 i članstvo u NATO savezu, ja to odgovorno tvrdim jer sam u kompletnim procesima od 90. godina kroz razne funkcije tvrdim da je Zapadnom Balkanu rješenje punopravno članstvo u NATO, svih država punopravno članstvo u NATO savezu. Mislim da smo to i u prošlim vremenima mogli vidjeti da je upravo to odgovorno. Tek drugi neki korak može biti članstvo u Evropskoj uniji i tako dalje. Neću se vraćati i ponavljati koje sve implikacije ima rat u Ukrajini, evo do ovoga najteže koji smo mogli vidjeti prijetnjom nuklearnim ratom i tako dalje. Ali druga vrlo važna stvar je da kao nikada do sada, dakle, zemlje posebno u Evropi su shvatile da ulaganje u snažnu i sposobnu vojsku nije trošak, nego je investicija. I mene raduje da su prvenstveno zemlje u Evropi shvatile, vi znate da smo mi od naših prijatelja, kako mi to kažemo, preko bare, imali često upozorenja na to. Znate koliko je u prethodnoj vladi Sjedinjenih Američkih Država bilo insistiranja na povećanju GDP-a bar na 2% i tako dalje. Kažem, konačno, drago mi je da smo vidjeli da su i zemlje u Evropskoj uniji, da smo većina nas shvatili da u oružane snage treba ulagati. Što se tiče Bosne i Hercegovine, dakle, ja se definitivno uopšte ne opterećujem, radim na punim integracijama Bosne i Hercegovine u NATO savez, što mi je najvažnije, bez obzira da li to neki pojedinci osporavali ili ne osporavali, najvažnije mi je da imam sve strateške dokumente koje su i te partije donijele od zakona o odbrani, od strategije, od nacionalne sigurnosti i tako dalje, i učinit ću sve dok sam tu da Bosna i Hercegovina što prije postane punopravna članica NATO saveza i mislim da je to rješenje za Bosnu i Hercegovinu. Da li će u novim vlastima, u novoj konsolidaciji vlasti posle ovih izbora biti malo boljih sagovornika po tom pitanju, ne znam, ali obzirom na politiku koja je, koliko vidim, sad da li pobjedila ili da ne kažem drugo, vidjet ćemo. Nadam se svakako da će biti razumni snaga koji će shvatiti da ovaj put treba ubrzati. Sve dok je preko 65% građana Bosne i Hercegovine za punopravno članstvo u NATO, ja se uopšte to reći i nemam brigu.
Mr. Konjević, strengthened cyber resilience and defense is one of the key elements in the new strategic concept of NATO. It was in the focus last year as well, but in the last couple of weeks, Montenegro and other countries of the region have been a victim, let's say, of a cyber incidents of a great magnitude. So what should have been done to prevent this? And what do we know now? What must we work on to stop this from happening again?
Teško da možemo uraditi nešto da bismo to zaustavili. Dakle, možemo raditi na tome da prevencija od tih napada bude kvalitetnija, u smislu da negdje može da izazove manje štete, i svakako domen sajber otpornosti i sajber odbrane je jedan od prioriteta koji je prepoznat u NATO dokumentima, i Ono što je za Crnu Goru važno jeste da i kroz jedan dio ciljeva sposobnosti ona u zadnjih 5 godina je zaista uradila dosta i imala je dosta, sada govorimo dominantno o Ministarstvu odbrane, i imala je dosta pomoći od svojih saveznika, posebno Sjedinjenih Američkih Država. U ovom incidentu ili napadu koji se desio negdje od 20. avgusta, ako se ne varam, dakle je još jedan dokaz da moramo dodatno ulagati, bez ikakve dileme, ali negdje pokazuje, rekao bih, i kroz još jedan domen prednosti našeg članstva u NATO-u. Dakle, kao što je negdje crnogorsko društvo i danas, kao i prije 5 godina, imalo krupne razlike vezano za članstvo u NATO, čini mi se da sva ova posljednja dešavanja, dakle i rata u Ukrajini, jer je nekome bilo nezamislivo, ili jedan od najsnažnijih argumenata ljudi koji su u Crnoj Gori bili protiv članstva u NATO, govoreći nije realno da u Evropi možemo da imamo rat. Nažalost, danas ga imamo, pa je to realnost, tako da negdje i kroz ovu vrstu okolnosti koja nam se dodatno dešava, dakle, savremenih prijetnji ili napada kroz cyber napade, negdje pokazuje koliko je korisno što smo članica NATO-a.
Postavit ću vam pitanje koje nam je stiglo online. Kada će crnogorska javnost biti upoznata sa posljedicama, uzrocima i akterima cyber napada i da li nam sada možete reći više detalje? Zamjenik generalnog glavnog tajnika NATO-a Amir Čađani u svom izlaganju istaknuo da je u pitanju ruska grupa. Što nam možete reći o tome?
Mi smo razgovarali na posljednjoj sjednici Vijeća za nacionalnu bezbjednost upravo na tu temu. Dakle, to je bila prva tačka i negdje sumirali ono što jesu bili podaci kojima raspolažu naše institucije, dakle sa jedne strane, i sa druge strane preliminarni izvještaji koje smo mi dobili od partnerskih zemalja koje su nam pomagale, dakle Sjedinjene Američke Države, Francuska i čini mi se Velika Britanija, uz izvinjenje ako sam nešto permutovao. Tako da smo se dogovorili sljedeće, da kada dobijemo finalne izvještaje ekspertskih timova koji su došli iz savezničkih zemalja zajedno sa ocjenama koje imamo u našim institucijama, sigurno ćemo izaći sa onima što budu rezultati u smislu konkretnih dokaza.
U ovom trenutku ne bi izlazili?
U ovom trenutku ne bih izlazio sa tim, iako naravno ne bih se ne složio sa, ako mogu tako da formulišem, sa ocjenom koju ste vi citirali od strane zamjenika generalnog sekretara.
I will ask the audience if there are some questions for our speakers on this panel. No, we have a few more minutes, so I would like to use them for a question to Ms. Petrovska. It is not just the cyber attacks. We have a lot of disinformation campaigns going on, tracked back to Russia and to China. How to deal with this threat?
If I have to reply in one sentence, I will say with transparency. Even despite the fact that we are speaking about security, I think that we have to be very transparent to the public, of course, because it's the best answer how to answer to all the attacks that we are facing with. You asked a question to my colleague about the cyber attacks. Of course, the disinformation is the other part of the war. In 21st century on the European soil, we are facing, not that much far from us, we are facing a conventional war. But this kind of threats, the cyber and the hybrid or disinformational war, is actually the other kind of war that we are facing now. I will mention one example, North Macedonian example, of course. The political decision of North Macedonia in condemning the situation, the invasion of Russia in Ukraine was pretty much clear. Very shortly after that, we delivered the decision, political decision of course, for donation of military equipment from North Macedonia to Ukraine. Suddenly after the first decision that was delivered, the army of North Macedonia was target of disinformational war, where a different kind of media were stating that we are the weakest army in the whole world. Of course, nobody from the media that was presenting this didn't ask a question to the Ministry of Defense or to the Army, of course, to explain what are the national capabilities. After we delivered the second and the third donations, of course, military equipment and ammunition to Ukraine, once again, the disinformation war against the National Army started. That we are, with this kind of donations, that we are weakening the capabilities, and that in a case of attack, North Macedonia will not be able to handle that. Of course, once again, nobody was asking, neither the Ministry of Defense or the Army, about the exactness, the truth of this statement. And you know what is interesting? That all the three decisions that we delivered, we publicly announced that we are going to give donation to Ukraine. Of course, because of the security reasons, we didn't explain what will be the exact amount and the kind of equipment that we are delivering. But still, they were claiming, the disinformational warriors, that the Army of North Macedonia is weakening. So this is a pure example of how actually the enemy is attacking some of the alliances who are trying to help Ukraine in this war.
And how did you respond?
Since these are still classified information, but I had a briefing with the reporters. I explained together with the chief of the National Army, we explained all the documents which are not classified, and we explained all the modernizational process which are happening in the army, with exact numbers, with exact purposes, with how and when all the capability, NATO capability targets will be met.
So education, transparency, and sharing more information with the public was the answer to in this particular case.
Because sharing the information is very important these days, but delivering the right information is even more important.
Yeah. And for the end of this panel, Mr. Pojic, many countries in Europe have increased their allocations for the military in the recent months and put more emphasis on modernization, on gaining new equipment and so on. Where is Bosnia and Herzegovina in that regard? How much can the country do on its own?
Okay. Dakle, jedno od ponajtežih pitanja definitivno u Bosni i Hercegovini, obzirom da upravo zbog onih koji žele blokirati modernizaciju oružanih snaga Bosne i Hercegovine, prilika je da to prilikom usvajanja budžeta se ne dešava, tako da smo stvarno u prethodne 3 godine, ja ću reći, preživljavali na nekim privremenim budžetima i nismo uspjeli dovoljno sredstava uložiti u modernizaciju oružanih snaga Bosne i Hercegovine. Ali, na svu sreću, mi imamo jako dobre prijatelje i jako dobre saradnike, jer smo kroz učešće naših vojnika u mirovnim misijama i UN-a, i NATO-a, i Evropske unije dokazali da imamo najveći kapital, vrlo profesionalne i dobre vojnike, jer smo, kažem, učestvovali u svim tim misijama od Iraka, Konga, Afganistana, Malija i tako dalje i tako dalje. Meni su vrata širom Evrope, pa ja ću reći i svijeta, bila otvorena i zahvaljujući prvenstveno jako velikim donacijama od strane prvenstveno vlade Sjedinjenih Američkih Država, Ujedinjenog Kraljevstva. Evo, kao što najvjerojatnije znate, mi smo 2017. godine deklarisali našu bataljonsku borbenu grupu od 840 vojnika za NATO bazen i prije 2 sedmice smo imali ocjenjivanje, završno ocjenjivanje od strane NATO saveza te bataljonske borbene grupe koja je za divno čudo ocjenjena najvećom mogućom ocjenom. Morate prihvatiti da je to negdje oko 10% ukupnih kapaciteta oružanih snaga Bosne i Hercegovine i mnogo jače, mnogo veće, mnogo ekonomski sposobnije zemlje nisu spremne pripremiti i prijaviti toliku jedinicu, te jačine jedinicu za NATO operacije. Mi smo to odradili, opremili je, zahvaljujući prijateljima, i svakako, evo, ja insistirat ću još uvijek dok budem na dužnosti da država mora konačno posvetiti se svojim oružanim snagama, mora ih opremiti. Nažalost, i situacija u Ukrajini, kod mojih kolega u Vijeću ministara to nije doprinijela da se poveća budžet. Zapravo imamo i odobrena sredstva iz ranijih godina koja jednostavno vlada ne daje. Država će morati uložiti, morati izaći, ali jeste definitivno ovo jedan od problema koji će, ja mislim, na kraju biti i najveći problem za punopravno članstvo Bosne i Hercegovine u NATO savezu ako nova vlast nešto ne promijeni. Dakle, s onim prvim pitanjem koji ste rekli, ja se uopšte ne opterećujem i garantujem da se to može vrlo lako prevazići u Bosni i Hercegovini po pitanju, dakle, političke saglasnosti oko punopravnog članstva, ali po pitanju budžeta mislim da će biti ozbiljnih problema i da će trebati još jako puno raditi.
Hvala vam mnogo na gostovanju u ovom panelu. Thank you all for being a part of this panel on our 2BS forum. Now it's time for lunch. So thank you all for your attention. And see you at 14:45.
Još jednom dobar dan, još jednom lijep pozdrav. Nadam se da ste predahnuli, da ste dobro objedovali i da ste, ili da smo spremni za nastavak ove naše odlične priče. Sad ćemo o jednom vrlo važnom sektoru u kontekstu ovoga zbog čega smo mi ovdje najvažnijem, ja ću reći. Dakle, o sigurnosti, o obavještajnom radu, je li sve to onako malo zvuči tajnovito, no neke stvari ćemo, upravo kad je ova tajnovitost u pitanju, da razbijamo sada na ovom panelu sa našom dvojicom sjajnih panelista. Ja ću zamoliti gospodina Savu Kenteru da nam se pridruži ovdje. On je direktor Agencije za nacionalnu bezbjednost Crne Gore. Izvolite. I gospodin Danijel Markić je danas s nama. Direktor, ravnatelj Sigurnosno-obavještajne agencije Hrvatske. Dakle, dvojica čelnih ljudi, izuzetno važnih agencija, tako da kažemo, u ove naše dvije zemlje. Gospodine Kentera, ja ću opet medijski, nećete mi zamjeriti, dakle, koliko god se trudim da budem moderator, nešto mi đavo ne da mira, jel? Ali evo ovako, govorim zapravo o medijskim izvještajima, posebno u zadnjih nekoliko sedmica, i puno onoga što se pripisuje vama, govorimo o konkretnim rezultatima, jeli, u nekom kratkom vremenskom periodu. Evo da vas na početku, malo da vas odmah ne napadam, poslije ću, jel, da vas malo pohvalim, šalim se. Dakle, u ambijentu u kojem jesmo, i regionalno i globalno, u situaciji u kojoj, očito je postoje određeni paralelizmi, kad je ovo što vi radite u pitanju, i u vašoj zemlji, i inače u regiji, i opet kažem globalno, kako je zapravo bilo raditi ovakve stvari? Kako je zapravo bilo, čini mi se, dobro pripremljeno, pa neke ljude uhapsiti, pa nekima zabraniti ulazak u ovu zemlju zbog, evo, špijunaže najotvorenije, da kažemo, da sad ne čitam šta onako tačno saopćenje u svemu tome kaže. Izvolite.
Dobar dan prije svega, zahvaljujem na ovom uvodu. Prije svega da se zahvalim Atlantskom savezu na pozivu. Malo mi je neobično, moram priznati.
Na pozivu u svoju kuću.
Malo mi je neobično da ove godine budem ovdje gost. Nisam navikao da budem gost, ali i pravo da vam kažem, nisam ni mislio da ću učestvovati na forumu, dok nisam sa Danijelom razgovarao prilikom moje posjete Zagrebu, kada sam mu rekao, Danijel, malo mi je neobično, ove godine neću uopšte govoriti dolje. On kaže, ajde i da napravimo jedan panel gdje ćemo zajedno govoriti. I tako je u stvari potekla i ideja da napravimo ovaj panel i da govorimo o ovim stvarima. Dakle, ovo što ste vi rekli, to je stvarno nešto što je urađeno u jednom zaista kratkom vremenskom periodu. Ja sam došao u agenciju 5. maja sa namjerom da napravimo od agencije jednu profesionalnu, modernu službu koja će biti prije svega služba svih građana Crne Gore i gdje će se napraviti jedan potpuni otklon od politike. To je ono, dakle, što mi je ključ i na tome ćemo do kraja bukvalno onako pokušavati da istrajamo i nadam se uspijevati u tome. I negdje neki isticaj okolnosti koji se odigrao, a na kraju i tim ljudi koji je oko mene okupljen, koji imaju izuzetno iskustvo, doveo do toga da smo otpočeli neke operacije zajedno sa našim partnerima, da bi one rezultirale onim što služba bukvalno od 1948. godine u Crnoj Gori nije uradila, a to je da smo identifikovali u Crnoj Gori agente GRU-a, crnogorske, dakle crnogorskog državljanina, i da smo razotkrili, dakle, jednu mrežu ljudi koji su ili bili logistika ili su učestvovali u nekim stvarima i pomagali sve to što se radilo u jednom kontinuitetu, dužem, dakle, vremenskom periodu i rezultiralo je upravo onim što ste i vi sami pomenuli, što se moglo vidjeti u medijima. Pozdravili su to stvarno svi u Crnoj Gori i na međunarodnim adresama, tako da je to bio negdje neki onako početak da se vidi u kom pravcu bi trebala služba da se razvija i šta da radi.
Rekli ste da napravimo profesionalnu, modernu službu, da napravimo. Kakva je ona zapravo bila? Kako ste je zatekli?
Teško je govoriti o tome.
Pa koliko se može?
Ovako, mislio sam da je u mnogo boljem stanju nego što sam očekivao, da budem iskren. Ima tu još mnogo posla. Dakle, ja nisam možda zagrebao ni površinu samu, ali ima tu još mnogo da se radi. Ima tu još dosta reformi koje je potrebno sprovesti. Ne može niko očekivati da se stvari mogu korijenito, koje su 30 godina rađene, promijeniti preko noći. Ali isto tako smo napravili te neke pomake. I to je ono što je ključ. Dakle, sama činjenica, možda najgori aspekt je taj u stvari što zadnjih 10-15 godina nisu dovođeni novi ljudi u službu. I to je veliki problem. Vi ako nemate mlade ljude, vi ako nemate sa kim da radite, onda ne možete ni očekivati da pravite preko noći promjene i da radite rezove neke koji su možda i neophodni, da se razumiju. Ali sa kim da ih pravite? Sa kim da radite te rezove ako vi nemate ljude koji mogu popuniti te pozicije, koji znaju posao i koji će ga odgovorno i profesionalno obavljati. Dakle, mi moramo, a Daniel to vrlo dobro zna jer je njegova služba prošla kroz jedan takav proces i zna koliko taj proces traje, tako da će on mnogo bolje o tome sigurno nešto više reći. Moramo jednostavno shvatiti neke stvari ne mogu da se dešavaju preko noći. Ovo je proces, ovo traje i nije zaista realno da vidite te stvari u jednom kratkom vremenskom periodu.
Pa, kad ste već samo pomenuli Daniela, gospodina Markića, dakle, ako govorimo o aktuelnom trenutku, imajući na umu globalnu situaciju u kojoj se nalazimo, šta u ovom momentu jesu specifično za Hrvatsku najveći sigurnosni izazovi s jedne strane i s druge strane gdje se poklapaju sa regionalnim sigurnosnim izazovima?
Najprije želio bih se isto zahvaliti na poziv. Iznimno je čast biti prisutan danas s vama. Bitno je za modernu službu da i ravnatelj i sama služba komunicira, otvara se prema svijetu i demistificira svoj rad i takvi paneli su za nas odlični. I drugo, ako mogu isto djelomično odgovoriti na prijašnje pitanje koji ste usmjerili prema Savi, znači Savo je rekao da je on imenovan 5. maja, ja sam imenovan 5. svibnja, 6 godina prije toga. Mi tradicionalno imamo suradnju sa crnogorskom službom, ali sam odlučio biti danas tu jer od 5. maja mi vidimo jednu razliku, ne samo mi, nego zemlje Europske unije i NATO-a i to je definitivno jedna vrsta potpore moje službe i svih službe NATO-a danas prema Savi, obzirom na ozbiljne izazove koje imamo ispred nas, da crnogorska služba nastavlja taj rad kvalitetan, s tim da se mi naravno ne miješamo u unutarnje politike Crne Gore ili u kadroviranje u UNB-u. Ali evo, to je moj komentar. Što se tiče globalnih izazova, naravno, za sve nas je ta brutalna agresija Rusije prema Ukrajinu, koja je počela u 24. veljače ove godine, koja predstavlja glavni izazov za sve nas u Europi. No, međutim, moja služba je regionalna služba i naravno ponajprije smo usmjereni prema onom dešavanja u regiji ili u našem susjedstvu, kako mi kažemo u Hrvatskoj. I definitivno, kad pričamo o tome, imamo onu situaciju prije agresije Rusije i poslije. Znači, ne gledamo na isti način. Ono što bismo do prije agresije nazvali nekakvim folklorom u regiji, to nadmudrivanja između naših nekih političkih lidera u regiji, sad ipak neke stvari moramo shvatiti malo ozbiljnije. Iako doduše mi u službi sve shvaćamo ozbiljno, ali ipak sada je situacija drugačija. Znate da smatram da prije agresije su postajale određene crvene linije koji se ne mogu prijeći. Posebice u regiji, obzirom na sve što se desilo 90-ih. Nakon te agresije, pitanje je da li te granice postoje. Znači, di se sad, dokle se može ići, I tu moramo biti jako oprezni. Ako dopustite, naravno, jako smo osjetljivi na događanje u Ukrajini, ponajprije zbog Ukrajine i Ukrajinaca, naravno. Ali drugo, za nas sve, vjerujem u regiji, ali posebice u Hrvatskoj, imamo ozbiljan osjećaj deja vu, ako smijem reći. Znači, kad vam...
Vi ste pominjali već tu sličnost sa 1991. godinom za jedan vrlo relevantan, odličan medij, estonski zapravo. Dali ste intervju početkom 9. mjeseca, sve agresivnije ponašanje Srbije, citiram.
Da.
Šta to znači?
Pa gledajte, ponajprije, znate, ajmo se sjetiti što se desilo početkom 90. krajem 80. i početkom 90. Znači, nas se optuživalo uglavnom da smo fašisti, nacisti, da maltretiramo srpsku manjinu u Hrvatskoj. Rješenje za naše susjede je bila jedna specijalna operacija. Za nas je bio Domovinski rat. Znači, odlučili su napast Hrvatsku, okupirali su 1/3 našeg teritorija i usput stvorili 2 nezavisne republike. I kad vidimo da Rusija je napala Ukrajinu, a prije toga je rekla vi maltretirate rusku manjinu u Ukrajini, vi ste nacisti, vi ste fašisti, da bi vam pomogli, mi ćemo ući u vašem teritoriju pa ćemo vam riješiti situaciju. Zatim su okupirali jedan dobar dio Ukrajine i od tuda kažem da ima ozbiljan osjećaj deja vu. Ne samo to, recimo za nas Hrvate kad vidimo što se desilo u Mariupolu, podsjeća nas ono što se desilo u Vukovaru. Znači, u manjoj skali, mislim, Hrvatska je manja, međutim, velike su sličnosti. Ima i razlike. Znači, mi smo imali embargo, što Ukrajina nema, ali uglavnom sve je to slično. Za našu sreću, mi u 4 godine smo uspjeli stvoriti svoju vojsku, efikasnu, i riješili smo sami taj problem. I moram priznati da za nas u Hrvatskoj 1991. i poslije mirnom reintegracijom zadnjih okupiranih dijelova Hrvatske, mi smo zaboravili na taj rat. Mi želimo ići naprijed. Međutim, kad danas čujemo istu retoriku, naravno da nas to zabrinjava. Kada čujemo da smo fašisti, kada na službenim stranicama određenih ministarstava u Srbiji piše ustaška vlada, znači ne moramo mi izmišljati, znamo čitati, znamo slušati.
Kad vam premijerka poruči da ste neprijateljska država jučer?
To su jako loše poruke. I znate ono što je, mi smo često tema u Srbiji, često se me pitamo zašto. Vidite da naš predsjednik vlade, predsjednik Republike, ni ne komentiraju često što se dešava u Srbiju, nemamo nikakvog posebnog interesa. Zapravo ja bi to sveo na 3. Prvo, a to je i zadaća i moje službe, je pronalazak nestalih. Znači, ti ljudi su odvedeni iz Hrvatske u Srbiji ili su ubijeni u Hrvatskoj, pa njihova tijela premještena negdje drugdje. Znači, to nam je prvi zahtjev i od toga nećemo odustati. Drugo, želimo normalni status za našu manjinu, hrvatsku manjinu u Srbiji, ništa posebno. Znači, ne mora Hrvat biti potpredsjednik srpske vlade, jer ako je u Hrvatskoj potpredsjednik hrvatske vlade osoba iz srpske manjine, to je naš izbor. Niko nas nije tjerao. I treće, želimo normalne odnose sa Srbijom, dobre susjedske odnose. Znači, za nas je vrlo u biti jednostavno.
Ali nastavit ćemo priču, jeli? Nastavit ćemo priču. Evo, gospodine Kentera, šta zapravo jesu vaši, vas osobno i službe na čijem ste čelu u ovom momentu najveći izazovi kad je konkretno Crna Gora u pitanju? Dakle, na udaru ste, sinoć kaže čovjek koji je bio direktor uprave prihoda i carina Crne Gore, gospodin Rade Milošević, da ste bliski sa kriminalnim skupinama. Ono što sam rekao i kad sam razgovarao sa premijerom, ovdje nekako stalno te međusobne optužbe sjevaju, tako da kažem, jeli, svi su nekako pod navodnicima ili bez navodnika uvezana sa kriminalnim skupinama i imaju veze sa švercom cigareta.
Najveći problem svih onih u Crnoj Gori koji ne žele da vide Agenciju za nacionalnu bezbjednost kao profesionalnu službu. Van uticaja politike je upravo to što nemaju apsolutno ni ispod nokta ništa da nađu Savu Kenteri, pa onda mogu tako da etiketiraju određene stvari. Gospodin Milošević sve što ima može da kaže specijalnom tužiocu ili nekom drugom tužiocu, pa neka se oni bave...
On u jednom momentu kaže da baš i nema materijalne dokaze.
A nema ni materijalne, niti bilo koje druge može imati, jer svi znaju ko je Savo Kentera i zašto je prihvatio da bude na čelu ovakve jedne agencije, to je upravo da bi se borio protiv takvih stvari. I kad krenete onda da radite svoj posao kako treba i kad hoćete da ostavite politiku van službe, onda možete naići na problem. Dakle, ono što sam rekao u startu, to je ključ i to je prioritet. Dok sam na čelu ove agencije, trudit ću se maksimalno da profesionalno sa svojim saradnicima radim taj posao, da politiku ostavimo van službe.
Politička podrška se zapravo ogleda u izostanku, dakako pritiska.
To je suština priče, upravo tako. Dakle,
to je podrška.
Politička podrška je najveća kada nas puste da radimo svoj posao. Pustite da služba radi svoj posao, pustite da služba radi operacije koje smo radili, pa valjda ne bi valjda stizala priznanja sa svih međunarodnih adresa, od generalnog sekretara NATO-a, od svih zemalja. Na NAC-u se raspravljalo o tome gdje smo dobili vrlo konkretnu podršku za sve operacije koje radimo, da ta služba ne radi dobro svoj posao. Dakle, mi po prvi put sad imamo nešto konkretno što je odrađeno, imate konkretne rezultate koji su vrlo vidljivi, imate kompletnu podršku čitave međunarodne zajednice, dakle bez rezerve.
Čiji ste vi onda čovjek? Jeste li američki i dalje ili...
Prije svega crnogorski.
Dobro.
Prije svega crnogorski. Branim interese ove države i trudit ću se uvijek da ih maksimalno štiti. A ono što ljudi moraju da shvate, to je da se naši interesi poklapaju sa zapadnim vrijednostima.
Dobro.
I to je ono gdje možda može nekad doći do diskrepancije. Ako neko misli da će ova služba ići u pravcu ruskih interesa ili vrijednosti, onda je u velikoj zabludi.
Pominjete ovaj termin 2 puta vrijednosti. Mislim da je važno da se tu zadržimo.
To je suština
u onom govoru ruskog predsjednika Vladimira Putina, dakle, na dan kad su priznati nelegalni referendumi u ruskom zakonodavstvu i kad je objavljeno prisajedinjenje 4 ukrajinske regije Rusiji, dakako nelegalne, mogli smo čuti iz te strane ovu priču zapravo koja iz Putinovih usta poziva na rat civilizacija.
Pazite, Rusija ovdje već u dužem vremenskom periodu sprovodi na jedan vrlo perfidan način svoj uticaj, maligni uticaj koji pokušava nametnuti. Vrlo je uspješna u tome bila do skoro i sada nailaze na jednu prepreku. Ne samo Rusija direktno, ne zaboravimo proksije Rusije u Crnoj Gori i u regionu, koji taj maligni uticaj pokušavaju nametnuti na svaki mogući način. Ako se onda pojave službe kao što je to SOA u Hrvatskoj ili ANB u Crnoj Gori, koji su odlučni da taj uticaj sasječu i da ne dozvole bilo kome sa strane da se miješa u unutrašnje stvari naših država, da ne dozvole da dolazi do podjela u društvu, da ne dozvolimo da se rade sve one stvari koje se rade, onda naravno da postajemo problem. Ali zato morate imati i političku podršku, ako već imamo rukovodstvo koje je opredijeljeno, makar deklarativno, da želi da ovu zemlju vidi u Evropsku uniju, da je želi vidjeti kao dio Zapada, onda ta podrška mora biti i konkretna i reći se da jednostavno neke stvari moraju da se nastave raditi onako kako se radi.
Gospodine Markiću, upravo u ovom intervjuu koji sam pominjao, rekli ste zapravo da ste se negdje nadali da će nakon svega što se dešava u Ukrajini Srbija izabrati ono što se zove put u Europsku uniju vrlo konkretno. Ovo što gospodin Kentera govori o ruskom utjecaju, koliko zaista Srbija danas u pokušaj da zapravo predstavi sebe neutralnom u cijeloj ovoj priči, jeste glavni izvođač radova ruskog utjecaja ovdje?
Pa gledajte, pitanje prvo koje se nameće, da li se može biti neutralan danas u Europi kad gledate takav sukob. Po mom sudu je nemoguće. Znači morate izabrati stranu inače, a posebice kad gledate tko je Srbiji glavni partner, pa i u ekonomskom planu, znači Evropska unija, da. I to daleko. Znači jedno je, naravno, poznat je proruski narativ koji traje godinama i jedan od primjera je COVID kriza, znači kada bi došla cjepiva iz zemalja Evropske unije, došla bi ona u tajnosti, ne bi se ni znalo da je stiglo u Srbiji, dok kad bi došla iz Rusije, onda bi se službeno to dočekalo na aerodromu i televizija bi bila prisutna. Tako da, posebice kad ovisite ekonomski o Evropskoj uniji, pa tu nema uopće dvojbe kako biste se trebali ponašati, barem što se nas tiče u Hrvatskoj. Znači, ako Srbija izabere drugi put, to je njen izbor. Znači, oni i mogu birati taj drugi put, ali činjenica da smatramo da između ne možete ostati, beneficirati ekonomski, financijski, socijalno, a ideološki se vezati za Rusiju. Trenutno se čini to nemoguće.
Gospodine Kentera, evo stižu pitanja online, a vrijeme brzo prolazi, pa da odgovaramo. Premijer Abazović izjavio, dakle, da neki ljudi neće moći ostati u ANB. Šta mislite, koji su to ljudi, zbog čega nisu prihvatljivi premijeru?
Ja bih volio da premijer to kaže meni, a ne medijima, pa da onda otvoreno popričamo o tim stvarima. Ja sam ga jutros nakon te izjave pitao na koga misli, nije mi rekao ništa konkretno, tako da ono što ja znam, da ti ljudi koji su oko mene su maksimalno posvećeni svom poslu i na kraju krajeva ako gospodin premijer kaže u jednom momentu da je zadovoljan, a to je jutros rekao koliko se ja sjećam, operacijom koja je izvedena kada su ruski špijuni u pitanju, onda treba da zna da iza te operacije stoje upravo ti ljudi koji su u mom menadžmentu.
Ako vam sad kažem da su nezvanično vijesti javile da vas vlada smjenjuje na prijedlog Dritana Abazovića,
onda će to vrlo jasno pokazati kuda ova zemlja vodi, tako da će to biti jednostavno još jedan pokazatelj da neke stvari moraju da se radikalno mijenjaju u ovoj zemlji, kako ona ne bi definitivno skrenula sa puta sa koga je već počela da skreće, čini mi se, i to je nešto što definitivno neće biti dobar znak niti bilo kome u Crnoj Gori ko ovu zemlju doživljava kao svoju, ko želi da je vidi kao dio Zapada i ko želi one vrijednosti o kojima smo pričali da ovdje gaji i da na tome u stvari sve počne.
Evo vam čitam vijest, naslov je Vlada smijenila Kenteru. Smjenu direktora ANB-a predložio premijer.
A elektronska sjednica?
Današnjoj elektronskoj sjednici smijenila je vršitelja dužnosti, vršioca dužnosti, direktora Agencije za nacionalnu bezbjednost Sava Kenteru na prijedlog predsjednika vlade Dritana Abazovića, reći ćemo izvor, dakle, saznaju vijesti i to je uz dodatak vijestima potvrđeno iz više izvora u vladi.
Dakle, onda to govori o hrabrosti premijera da mi to prije svega saopšti kada je bio ovdje u oči, a ne da se ponese na ovakav jedan način. Mislim da je na taj način u stvari rekao toliko toga o sebi i o tome kakva je ta vlada i o tome kuda ova zemlja dalje ide. Neka mu je sa sreću.
Gospodine Markiću.
Pa gledajte, imate vijest vezano za mene isto ili?
Nemam još ništa. Nemam, poslao sam... Poslao sam upit kolegama iz Hrvatske radi balansa da vidim hoće li mi šta za vas javiti.
Pa gledajte, znači prijateljstva su jedno, ali rekao bih posao je drugo. Znači ja gospodina Kentera nisam poznavao prije 5. maja, s 5. svibnja. Da li će on biti smijenjen danas ili ne, ne znam. Ono što ja mogu suditi je ono i proteklih 6 mjeseci. Što je učinjeno ponajprije za Crnogoru, ali to će procijeniti crnogorska vlada, crnogorski predsjednik, crnogorski narod, ali onaj dio, znači zadaća koje obavlja tajna služba, sigurnosna i obavještajna, to mi Hrvati gledamo. Znači, Crnogora je naš susjed i ostaće naš susjed. Nama je u interesu da Crnogora bude stabilna zemlja. Veliki poziv za buđenje je naravno bio pokušaj puča prije 5 godina. I od tada politička scena u Crnoj Gori je, ajmo reći, burna. Ako Hrvatska može imati pozitivnu ulogu, ona će imati pozitivnu ulogu, ali ponajprije će crnogorski narod birati. Znate, Hrvatska je sebi strateški odredila što ona želi. Znači, ponajprije, uglavnom, čini mi se, imali smo 5 strateških ciljeva. To je najprije neovisnost, to smo se izborili sami. Zatim smo željeli ući u NATO, to smo učinili. Te 2 stvari je učinila i Crna Gora. Zatim smo htjeli ući u EU, to smo učinili. Htjeli smo ući u eurozonu, to će biti učinjeno 1. siječnja. I još Schengen, to su ti 5 strateških ciljeva. Crna Gora mora imati svoje ciljeve. Opet kažem, kao što sam za Srbiju rekao, ako Srbija želi ići prema istoku, to je njen izbor. Ono što je nama bitno je da naša regija bude stabilna. Znate, kad pričamo o našim zadaćama, mi u Hrvatskoj, moja služba svake godine dobiva listu zadaća koje određuje Vijeće za nacionalnu sigurnost. To znači predsjednik Republike i predsjednik vlade. I taksativno imamo listu. Međutim, kad ja pričam sa kolegama, ono što prvo ističem, a to nije doslovno u listi, je regionalna stabilnost. To je znači nešto što potencijalno ugrožava Hrvatsku. I to je naša briga. I znači, mi bismo željeli imati stabilne susjede. Ako žele biti u NATO, dobro. Ako žele biti u EU, još bolje. Ne moraju biti. Znači, narod će izabrati, ali meni je žao čuti, naravno, kada se tako strese sigurnosni sustav jedne zemlje na takav način, sigurno nije dobro.
Da. Zapravo ovo se desilo u vrijeme trajanja panela. Protiv vaše smjene bili su ministri Ranko Krivokapić, Raško Konjević, Ervin Ibrahimović, Asmir Adrović i Adrian Vuksanović. Opet prema informacijama vijesti. Podsjetit ćemo da su protiv vašeg imenovanja bili Vladimir Joković, Aleksandar Damjanović, Marko Kovač, Dragoslav Čekić, Vasilije Lalošević i Miomir Vojnović. Dakle, oni su bili protiv vašeg imenovanja. Sad vidimo ko je bio protiv vaše smjene. Koji su vaši sljedeći koraci?
Pazite jednu stvar, to što ste rekli u stvari vam govori upravo da svi oni koji su dokazani euroatlantisti, koji žele zaista neku Crnu Goru koja je bliža zapadu, a ne istoku, su glasali onako kako bi u stvari trebalo da se glasa i da se ta služba ostavi da radi profesionalno svoj posao i da svi rade svoj posao onako kako treba. Ja definitivno svoju borbu za zapadno orijentisanu Crnu Goru nastavljam. Nisam to prestao da radim 20 prethodnih godina, a neću definitivno ni sada, pogotovo ne kada znam da na drugoj strani nemam ljude koji makar imaju onu osnovnu ljudskost i onaj moral da kažu u oči ono što misle, a ne na ovaj način da rade neke stvari.
Kako će crnogorsko društvo, po vašem mišljenju, nije možda najprimjerenije vas to da pitam, sad baš u ovom momentu, ali ovo je neki what a day, vidjeli ste danas, čitav dan je takav kakav jeste, kako će crnogorsko društvo reagirati?
Ajde da ostavimo to da vidimo.
Dobro.
Neka prođe dan, dva, tri, pa
dakle,
ćemo vidjeti reakcije.
Vidjeli smo ko je u vladi bio protiv. To je jedna stvar. Vidjeli smo šta međunarodni partneri kažu o ovome što ste radili. Dakle, koliko jučer je čovjek iz NATO-a i to glavni šef Stoltenberg govorio neke stvari. Imate, dakle, na svojoj strani ono što jeste normalna Crna Gora, sad ulazim i ja u opasan teren, ali reći ću tako, normalna Crna Gora, a protiv sebe imate to što imate. Evo, ovdje ću se zaustaviti.
Ja ću vam samo reći da sam zaista ponosan na sve ono što smo uradili u proteklih nekoliko mjeseci, ja na svoje ljude prije svega, a onda i na naše partnere koji su bili tu, koji su radili sa nama, da zaista napravimo ovu zemlju boljom, kvalitetnijom, normalnom, što vi kažete.
Da.
I nećemo stati na to, vjerujte. Neće se Crna Gora predati. Ovo danas je samo pokazatelj da su rukavice potpuno skinute i da više apsolutno nema i niko ne treba da ima dilemu. Ako je postojala neka dilema do danas, onda više ne treba da je bude. Ali sad ćemo i mi igrati, odnosno ja ću sad krenuti isto skinuti ih rukavica, pa ako što ponese. Ajde da vidimo kako će to ličiti.
Dobro. Pitao sam vas, dakle... Sad formalno pravno, evo zaista baš tako pitam, koji su vam naredni koraci u kontekstu ove odluke? Šta vam je od mehanizma, vrlo onako laički pitam, šta vam je na raspolaganju?
Vjerujte mi da ne znam ako mislite na samu poziciju direktora i...
Kažem, dakle, kakvi su vam instrumenti u rukama, ako ih uopće imate, kad je riječ o ovakvoj odluci
Vlade? A ne,
Vlade?
što se tiče same odluke, ne. To nema apsolutno nikakvih
Pretpostavljam da je tako, ali evo pitam.
U nadležnosti premijera, on može da postavi, on može da smijeni i tu apsolutno
da
nema
raščistimo
jeste.
to, znate.
Ne, tu nema ništa. Dalje niti bi mi padalo na pamet da sad ulazim u neke začkoljice.
Mislim da može, ali evo da raščistimo.
Ne. Ovo je mnogo čistija situacija, meni mnogo lakša.
U kom smislu?
Pa u smislu što kao šef službe ne mogu uvijek da pričam sve ono što želim, znate, a kao slobodan čovjek onda i tekako mogu.
Dobro.
Tako da meni tek sad predstoji jedan onako vrlo interesantan period i zato kažem, vidjet ćemo kako će to sve izgledati.
Dobro. Gospodine Markić, nekako da se referiramo na ovo, molim vas.
Ne, naravno, gledajte, opet kažem, znači, nama je bilo iznimno korisno raditi sa NB-om u zadnjih 6 mjeseci. Ja osobno sa Savom. Ako Savo ode danas ili sutra, hrvatska služba, moja služba...
Daniel, izvini, nema ako, ovo je završena stvar.
Dobro. Mi ćemo sigurno nastaviti raditi sa nasljednicom ili nasljednika za direktora ili direktorice ANB-a. A ja osobno, da li ću nastaviti popiti kavu kad se vidimo sa Savom, vjerojatno i hoću. Tako da, ali ponajprije, kažem, i dalje ćemo biti posvećeni sigurnosti, najprije što se tiče moje službe hrvatskih građana i naravno stabilnosti regije i stvarno bismo željeli da to bude i u Crnoj Gori, naravno.
Ajmo, Adrian.
What a day. Ovo je baš zanimljiv, vrlo zanimljiv dan. Rekli ste u kom pravcu će dalje ići vaša borba. Rekli ste da sad kao neko ko može da djeluje u javnosti van pravila službe, uvijek su pravila tu da se poštuju, koju ste zapravo krenuli da pokazujete mijenjajući paradigmu. Ono što je gospodin Markić rekao, odlično je rekao, zapravo demistificiranje onoga što sigurnosne službe rade, obavještajne službe rade. Kad razgovarate s ljudima, znate, ljudi vam, ja sam jučer s nekim ljudima u Podgorici razgovarao i sad ću reći, Savi sam to rekao onako uzgred, usput, taj osjećaj ljudi zapravo da ih se prisluškuje. Svaki drugi čovjek misli da ga neko prisluškuje.
Svi misle da su strašno bitni.
I svi misle da negdje pokazuju svoju bitnost s jedne strane, s druge strane neko to tumači uplašenošću, tako da kažem, određenih struktura, pa i da vide neprijatelja tamo gdje ga zaista nema. Krenuli ste da mijenjate paradigmu cijele ove priče, bila je vrlo jasna i bit će vrlo zanimljivo vidjeti zapravo reakciju onih koji su vam bili međunarodni partneri u ovim akcijama o kojima smo govorili. U prvom redu zaista mislim i na Sjedinjene Američke Države, i na NATO, i na onaj ključni dio Europske unije.
Ja ću vam sad odmah reći jednu stvar. Daniel je to otprilike i rekao. Nećete vi vidjeti reakciju, sve ove službe će i dalje nastaviti da sarađuju. To je nešto što je prirodno, to je nešto što je potrebno i to je nešto što mora da se odvija. Ali imate onaj drugi moment, a to je povjerenje.
Dobro.
To povjerenje je ključ te saradnje. Dakle, mi nismo imali ovakvu saradnju sa partnerima, zato što smo to povjerenje stekli preko noći. Ovo povjerenje se sticalo godinama. I zato smo imali dobre rezultate. I zato što smo ušli u operacije koje su izuzetno osjetljive, kompleksne i koje su na kraju krajeva dale rezultate, jer to povjerenje se gradilo godinama. Ako neko misli da će to povjerenje postojati sada, ajde vidimo kako će tako izgledati.
Da, gospodine Markiću, kažete svakako ćete nastaviti sa ravnateljem, ravnateljicom, direktorom, direktoricom, kogod da dođe na ovu poziv, prirodom posla koju obavljate. Ali koliko vam je, evo sad kad pričamo otvoreno, koliko vam je zaista bilo važno da, evo sad, ovim našim Savom možete da sjednete kao čovjek s čovjekom i da o ovoj vrsti povjerenja o kojoj Savo govori zaista, jeli čovjek kaže, da, ja ovom čovjeku mogu da vjerujem.
Gledajte, iznimno je bitno, nama ti potresi u službi su poznati. Imali smo to u zadnjih 20 godina. Povjerenje partnera gradite godinama, polako, polako, polako i gubite u sekundu.
O tome se radi, da.
Ono je velika razlika u ovom trenutku da je ipak Crna Gora zemlja NATO-a.
Da.
Zemlja NATO-a u trenutku kad, iako NATO nije u ratu, NATO je jasno uzeo stranu. Znači, zna se gdje stoji NATO. I mislim da svim partnerima u NATO će biti jako bitno znati gdje tu stoji Crna Gora. Tako da nisam ja tu ni da sudim, ali definitivno kad dolaze takve promjene, bit će vam jedna faza tišine, ajmo reći. I sljedeća osoba koja će preuzeti, uz one političke poruke koje moraju biti poslane od državnog vrha, partneri će osluškivati kako će se služba ponašati. Ono što je jako bitno, isto tako, kad su takvi potresi, služba izlazi ranjena. A u Crnoj Gori činjenica vam bilo nekoliko tih potresa, znači ranljivost je sve veća i veća. I čini mi se da s vremenom sve i teže za ANB da se ona uzdigne u jednom trenutku. To ne kažem ja sad kao partner, nego više kao čovjek koji dugo radi u sustavu. Znam kako ga je teško graditi i znam kako ga je lako zapravo uništiti izvana. Tako da, osim onaj osobni kontakt koji imam sa direktorom sada, osjećam da će za samu službu biti iznimno teško. I opet kažem, i nakon toga će Hrvatska biti spremna biti partner, ali naravno će osluškivati koje će poruke doći iz Crne Gore, naravno.
Ko je vas, gospodine Kentara, smijenio zapravo?
To je dobro pitanje. To je suštinsko pitanje.
Tu smo.
To je ključ svih onih pitanja koje se vode svih ovih dana, onda treba samo da pogledamo kome ono što je agencija radila u zadnjih par mjeseci nije išlo u korist. Ko od toga nije imao korist i onda vam je odgovor već dat. Dakle, ako vi imate u tako kratkom periodu ovakve rezultate o kojima smo govorili, ako imate najveću operaciju raskrinkavanja ruske mreže špijuna, 35 protjeranih iz Crne Gore, identifikovane agente GRU-a u Crnoj Gori, 6 legendiranih pripadnika iz ambasade Ruske koje smo isto tako protjerali. Iako posle svega toga dođe neko i kaže, a vi niste dobri, a ne navede ni jedan razlog zašto niste dobri, nego vas neko zbog toga smjenjuje, formalno pravno smjenjuje, znate. Da, pravit ćemo mi službe ovdje onakve kakve treba da budu. Pravit ćemo mi crnogorsku, zapadno orijentisanu službu na zdravim osnovama. Vjerujte. I nemojte da bilo ko misli da će Rusija, Srbija ili bilo ko drugi, ko ne misli dobro ovoj zemlji i ko ne želi da je vidi kao dio zapadnog svijeta, ovdje moći da pusti svoje pipke dugoročno i da ćemo im to dozvoliti. Neće. Neće, nego ćemo naći svaki mogući način da se izborimo sa time i da na sve ovo što se dešava pružimo odgovor onakav kakav treba da se da.
Kakav je to odgovor?
odlučan, jasan, nedvosmislen, da niko apsolutno ovu zemlju ne može i neće pomjeriti sa njenog euroatlantskog puta, da će se ovdje baštiniti zapadne vrijednosti, a ne neke druge, i da mi suštinski pripadamo zapadu. To će biti odgovor. Pa kome se sviđa, taj može da ostane ovdje i da živi u ovoj zemlji, a kome se ne sviđa, neka ide tamo gdje mu je ta neka druga zemlja milija.
Gospodine Markiću, upravo u kontekstu početka našeg razgovora, dakle, upravo u kontekstu globalnih sigurnosnih izazova, refleksije na regiju, koliko možete da kažete, razumijem poziciju na kojoj jeste, šta iščitavate vi, probamo biti konkretni do kraja iz ove odluke vlade Crne Gore o smjeni Save Kentera?
Pa ovako, kad bi sad...
U kontekstu, dakle, upravo onoga s čime smo krenuli.
Razumijem, da. Gledajte, bez obzira što ja mislim kao čovjeka i kao ravnatelja službe, ne bi komentirao jer je ipak odluka jedne vlade, jednog predsjednika vlade.
I to je odgovor, ali...
Koju ja, zbilja poštivam, ko što bi očekivao da svak poštiva odluku hrvatskog predsjednika vlade ili hrvatske vlade. Znači, ima mišljenje o tome, ali nema potrebe da komentiram, je to suverena odluka. Da li je ona dobra, sam predsjednik vlade će se uvjeriti vrlo brzo i njegova vlada, tako da ja u ovom slučaju želim puno sreće osobno Savi, ali i želim isto tako puno sreće i crnogorskoj vladi. Jer, znate, Hrvatska, kao što sam naveo, je ispunila svoje strateške ciljeve. I to vam je ko kad želite živjeti u jedan lijepi i dobar kvart. Znači, želite imati da, ako je vama dobro, da svi vašim susjedima bude dobro. I onda se svi bolje osjećate. Ako imate krize kod susjeda, ni za vas nije dobro i vaša sigurnost je ugrožena. Tako da, koji god put izabere Crna Gora i crnogorska vlada, želim da to vodi, osobno želim da to vodi prema stabilnosti u Crnoj Gori, koji god da je taj put.
Kaže, kako nezvanično saznajemo, Abazović je jutros neposredno, ovdje piše nakon, trebalo bi biti, u vrijeme trajanja To Be Secure foruma u Budvi, u direktnom razgovoru sa Kenterom najavio da će predložiti njegovu smjenu.
Dakle, ja ponavljam, ja to prvi put sad čujem.
Važno nam je da ovo iskristaliziramo.
Pričali smo jutros par minuta, ali o tome apsolutno ne.
Još je jednom potvrđeno ko je bio protiv smjene i kaže za smjenu Kentera i glasalo je preostalih 16 ministara.
Sve vam je jasno. Orijentacija unutar vlade, jedne grupacije, druge grupacije, sve vam govori kuda ova zemlja ide. Ali opet, dao sam odgovor, ne bih se ponavljao.
Ja mislim da smo otprilike iscrpili vrijeme koje nam je bilo na raspolaganju. Svašta nam se nekako događa danas, ako ništa nije nam dosadno ni malo, definitivno. Dakle, obično ovi događaji, pa znate kako krene, jedan, drugi, treći panel, pa ljudi ima, pa malo manje ima, sad je opet puna sala, dok mi razgovaramo, čak se u jednom momentu onako bacio sam oko, krajem oka vidio da se popunjava, što je rijetko da se dešava poslije ručka, bez obzira što smo imali i evo imamo ovu dvojicu ljudi ovdje. Ja ne bih da moja riječ bude zadnja. Neka ste možda neke stvari ponovili 2 ili 3 puta, ali ja vas molim, evo za kraj, prije nego što pređemo, gospodine Kentera, na naredni panel, ako ljudski, da još jednom ponovimo neke stvari. Šta će Crna Gora biti, šta Crna Gora treba da bude i kako će to uspjeti da bude?
Dakle, da ponovim. Zapadno orijentisana Crna Gora. Jedina budućnost Crne Gore. Zapadne vrijednosti i dijeljenje tih vrijednosti u Crnoj Gori. Mi suštinski pripadamo Zapadu. Mi nikad, ljudi moji, nismo pripadali istoku. I koliko god da se neko trudi da nas na silu odvede na tu stranu, uzaludno je. Možete pokušavati šta god hoćete, možete raditi šta god hoćete, možete smjenjivati sve one koji su zapadno orijentisani, koji misle najbolje ovoj državi i svakom njenom građaninu, ali nećete uspjeti u tome. Nećete. Zato što ovo je ono što je ispravno. Ovo što mi radimo je ispravno. Ovo što vi radite je pogrešno. To je zlo koje dolazi od Putina i svih onih koji vide u njemu personifikaciju svega onoga što misle da je dobro. Nemoj da se neko zavarava da tako nešto može u Crnoj Gori ovdje da krene da se razvija. Jer ako to dozvoli, onda nema više Crne Gore građanske. Onda više nema one Crne Gore za koju smo se borili svih ovih godina, makar ja proteklih 20 godina. Onda sve ono za što se borimo, za sve ove generacije mladih ljudi koje dolaze, onda sve to pada u vodu. I šta trebaju, kakav njihov život onda treba da izgleda. Ovo što je Daniel rekao, to je ključ. Moramo sačuvati stabilnost, moramo voditi računa o nekim stvarima, ali Boga mi ne možemo se ni dati. I nećemo se zaista dati, nego ćemo gledati da napravimo sve ono što treba da uradimo, da ova Crna Gora bude Crna Gora kako njeni građani zaslužuju da imaju i da imaju najbolju državu u regionu koja će imati najbolje moguće odnose sa partnerima i koja će imati odnos povjerenja koji će graditi taj odnos povjerenja. Ja želim Danielu posebno da se zahvali na stvarno jednom izuzetno korektnom, profesionalnom i prijateljskom odnosu koji smo gradili, prije svega profesionalnom, koji je bio zaista na nivou da bi mnogi pozavidjeli, mnoge službe pozavidjele na tome, da ne pričamo o drugim službama koje su zaista imale puno povjerenje u sve ono što smo radili i sa kojima smo radili u ovom periodu, ali vrijeme će pokazati svoje. Znate, sve su ovo prolazne stvari, ničija nije do zore gorela.
Hvala vam. Hvala puno.
Hvala vam.
Hvala obojici. Hvala vam. Hvala puno. Hvala. Kako da ne? Kako da ne? Vidimo se. kakav dan. Jedan. Neće više niko da mi dođe. Sreće, ovi su mi online, svi sad gosti. Okay, welcome one more, everyone here in Budva and online across the world. Our next panel today is In the Spotlight, America in the Era of the Great Power Competition. Our panelists are Cheryl Cross, Director and Distinguished Professor, Kosmetitsky Center, St. Edward University, and Global Policy Fellow, Kennan Institute, Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars. Pretty long but important. Dear Cheryl, do you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Thank you very much.
Welcome one more. Mrs. Evelyn Farkas, Executive Director, McCain Institute. She's also online with us. Evelyn, hi.
Hello.
Hi, hello. And Sinisha Vukovic, Senior Lecturer of Conflict Management and Global Policy and Director of the Master of Arts in Global Policy program, Johns Hopkins University. Sinisha, zdravo.
Dobar dan, hvala na pozivu.
Hvala lijepa. Very welcome for everybody. Just the key things on the very beginning. A key component of the United States national security is the global relationship between the US and existing and emerging military and economic powers. These rising powers and their threat to the US status as a global power has led to the emergence of the great power competition. More specifically, the National Defense Strategy asserts that the central challenge of US prosperity and security is the re-emergence of long-term strategic competition by revisionist powers, specifically, of course, Russia and China. And let's start with some points about great power competition in the context of the war in Ukraine. Professor Cross, is the situation between Moscow and Washington is on some way or extremely reminiscent of the Cold War era?
Well, thank you very much, first of all, to the organizers of the 12th annual session of the To Be Secure Conference. I had the honor and pleasure to be a part of this initiative from the outset. And this conference today certainly takes place at a critical and quite dangerous turning point in global geopolitics and security. Regrettably, and we have an iron curtain, I'm afraid, descending again on the continent of Europe, with thousands of lives that have been lost and disrupted over the war in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin has stated that he sees NATO and the collective West at, quote, war with Russia, and he's responded by undertaking the largest mobilization of the Russian population since the Second World War. While still a partial mobilization, still it's huge. And I think much larger than what's being reported in the West. In fact, some of my colleagues in Russia that have taken part in the past sessions of 2BS are now preparing to be called up for the war, while others have left the country. There have been threats of employing nuclear weapons, discussion of countermeasures that could be taken in response to a nuclear threat, lobbing of missiles near the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station. The potential for escalation of conflict to a nuclear or wider NATO-Russia confrontation certainly exists. And there are definitely costs that Vladimir Putin would have to consider in employing tactical nuclear weapons, but I think he would be prepared to do so if circumstances limit his options. And there are a lot of other escalatory non-nuclear methods the Kremlin could employ to attempt to shift the balance in the war, resulting in yet an even greater loss of life. So if you ask the question, is this similar to the Cold War? I would say yes, maybe potentially more dangerous in some respects. The red lines are not clear. There's a lot of ambiguity. The treaties and agreements that were in place to manage the relationship during the Cold War are no longer in effect. There's a lot of unpredictability, and you've got a leader that in many respects has suffered defeats. He can't tolerate this level of loss and humiliation to this aspiration for great power status. So I think we're in a very challenging and difficult period, and we have to be wise, I think, and cautious in the way that we approach the situation. So I'm very concerned, and I guess I'll start with that.
Okay. Dr. Farkas, during the period leading up to aggression of Ukraine, which kinds of tactics Moscow used against Washington and the West?
Well, first of all, dobar dan, hvala lepo for the invitation. Thank you to my good friend, Dr. Pejanović-Jurišić, for the invitation. Also to all of you organizers, including Mr. Quintera, and of course our moderator. It is an honor for me as the executive director of the McCain Institute to be here today. As you know, Senator McCain was a great champion of Montenegro's democracy and entry into NATO, which is of course something that Dr. Pejanović-Jurišić and I worked on very closely. So in that sense, the commitment hopefully is demonstrated by the participation of myself and the Institute to Montenegro's democracy. To answer your question, I actually, what I would like to do first is just say a few words about the great power context, because I think it's important to step back for a minute and understand that China and Russia are both challenging the international order, and there's danger in all of it for all of us democracies. But there are some distinct differences. China is essentially trying to rewrite the rules, and that is not as dangerous as what Russia is trying to do. Russia is essentially a revisionist, revanchist power. President Putin has a neo-imperial vision of recreating the former Russian Empire through military means and through horrendous human rights violations, which we've seen play out since, frankly, 2014, even before that, and I'll talk about the other meddling to answer your question in a minute. But of course, since February, with this new blatant invasion of Ukraine and the horrendous attacks on civilians that have ensued. The Russian government would take us actually back to the 19th century sphere of influence situation, where large powers could dictate to smaller powers, smaller countries, the form of government they would have internally and their international associations. So for example, EU and NATO membership would be actually forbidden by Moscow to countries under its sphere of influence. And in this respect, I think it puts us in a more dangerous situation than we were in the Cold War, because in the Cold War, the Soviet Union still essentially respected, more or less abided by, or at least functioned within the construct of the global system that we established at the end of World War II with the UN Charter, with the establishment of the United Nations. And although, of course, we had violations and proxy wars back then, neither the Soviet Union nor the United States nor China tried to actually destroy the framework within which we were operating. So I think that is a distinct difference here. With regard to the tactics, the methodology that the Russian government has used, it has been across the board, everything from direct meddling in political processes in countries that it viewed as adversarial, to include, of course, the United States and Montenegro. It has continued its disinformation campaign, targeting directly our citizens through social media and other means. It has attempted to use corrupt means to subvert our political system. Russia has used economic blackmail, of course, most effectively in the European context, using its oil and gas dominance. And Russia has also, of course, most recently and publicly, although they already had been conducting nuclear saber rattling back in 2015 and even perhaps slightly before that. But now, of course, the world is taking notice because Vladimir Putin is frankly losing on the battlefield in Ukraine and also losing strategically. So I'm happy to go into more detail. Unfortunately, I have to leave in about 30 minutes, but I'm happy to go into more detail in this conversation on all of those points. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Vukovic, great power competition in Eastern Europe, including, of course, Western Balkans, in the context of the war in Ukraine.
If I may, I would also like to thank the organizers for their kind invitation and for including me on a panel with such prominent experts on this topic. It's also very difficult to start this panel after such shocking and bombastic news that we all heard just before. And if I may, I would like
what a day.
If I may, I would like to congratulate, for what is worth, Mr. Kenter and his team for all their work in the past 6 months and for their impressive results in curbing Russian malign presence in Montenegro, which is exactly in tune with the question that you have just asked me. And I would also like to express my gratitude for including me with such distinguished co-panelists who have provided a segue to my answer to what you have just asked me, because whilst agreeing with everything that I have said, I would like to also add that we can think about the current Russian behavior as the second half of the previous Cold War. And it's a very different second half because it's deeply asymmetrical, which creates a highly unpredictable and uncertain environment within which Russia is willing to operate. And as such, rules and regulations and principles and norms that existed during the Cold War no longer bound Russia and its behavior vis-a-vis its imminent neighborhood and also the Western Balkans. Western Balkans can be seen as kind of a extended semi-defined sphere of influence, something attuned to its near abroad, but a little bit further abroad than its near abroad. And it can be used as a testing ground for many malign activities that we have seen in the past. Montenegro is a case in place where many of the models, many of the mechanisms of hybrid warfare have been tested on Montenegro during its path towards NATO specifically, to see how far it can be shaped, it can be used in practice and then applied on a larger scale. Montenegro experienced these types of hybrid threats for the past now 7 years or 8 years. And we can say that the only reason why Montenegro managed to cope and managed to exit such challenges, with relative success was mainly thanks to its ability to maintain a steadfast cooperation with its Western partners. One thing that always bothered me whenever I would talk to my colleagues here in Washington, D.C., who are prominent experts in when it comes to the Western Balkans, is their inability to see the long-term game of Russia in the region. And there's always this attitude that once you achieve certain thresholds, Russia is going to be discouraged from further meddling and interfering because no rational actor would do such a thing. The biggest problem is this type of projection bias, thinking that what is rational for us is rational for others. In other words, Putin proved all of them wrong back in February when everyone thought that no rational human being would actually endeavor in such a destructive path because sanctions will harm him, there is no certainty of victory, it's going to drag his country into a pitfall. Yet, that type of rational thinking is not universal. So we need to rethink, we need to reimagine also the way we understand behavior that is not attuned to exactly what Mr. Kinterer was talking about, attuned to Western values. That is where that type of perception, that's where that type of attitude comes from. So since they do not share those types of perceptions and perspectives, they also do not operate under the same assumptions of rationality. So this is why this second half of the Cold War becomes even more problematic because of its uncertainty and unpredictability on the long run.
Thanks a lot. Professor Cross, where is now the crossroad of the great power competition?
I'm having some trouble with the sound. Could you please repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Where is now the crossroad of great power competition? Is it Central region, the Middle East, Horn of Africa, Central Asia, and South Asia?
Well, I think we're really looking at a global competition in the current period. You know, the United States was really focused on sort of shifting toward the Asia-Pacific region, Indo-Pacific region, but I think it's pretty clear, especially after the developments in Ukraine, that we really have to look at a global engagement. I mean, China's very involved, for example, in the United States traditional sphere of influence in Latin America. So we have to be prepared. I think we also have to be prepared that we could be drawn into regional conflicts or security flashpoints simultaneously in two regions of the world. Certainly as an adversary or someone that wants to challenge United States interests to the extent that there could be coordination and simultaneously outbreaks of situations that require our attention and resources would be in the interests of these forces. So it's very complicated, and I don't think it makes a lot of sense to say, well, it's this one area or that area. Certainly China has significant interests in Asia, in Indo-Pacific, in Central Asia. Those are critical areas, but that doesn't mean that we might find areas of engagement or where we have to look at American interests and how interests are affected elsewhere. So that's a very difficult component of it in a highly interdependent global security environment. And we have transnational issues that transcend regions and borders, where, you know, to a certain extent, we have to be able to work together, and on the other hand, we could face clashes.
Okay, thank you. Professor Shirley, you mentioned in your first answer that situation, when we talk about conflict in Ukraine, more dangerous than the Cold War era, and you mentioned that red lines not clear. What mean exactly that red lines not clear? It's very important, I think, to make the clearest.
Yes, well, I mean, this is something that my colleagues from Russia and several conferences and sessions have been complaining about for the last several years, that we don't have clear lines. What is the breaking point? And, you know, I think it's a little bit scary and disturbing that we have a lot of media coverage on this that's speculating about what actions would be taken in the event that there was a nuclear strike from Moscow. How would we respond? We would destroy Russian ships in the Black Sea. We would destroy the entire capability of Russia's Army. And so if this is being transmitted and heard sometimes by retired military generals commenting on CNN, and, you know, to take Professor Vukovic's point, you're sitting in the Kremlin in Moscow and you think to yourself, well, should we wait until this happens and then we'll just sit back? No, I mean, it's very dangerous. We need, in this kind of a context, and this is what I think bothers me so much, is that we're talking about nuclear war as a reality, as an option. We're suggesting these different alternatives, and this creates, especially in the information age, a lot of source of potential misinterpretation, misunderstanding, and inadvertently this could easily escalate. So clear lines of communication, understanding on all sides that what we're facing is, once you start down the path of nuclear war, I think any responsible expert in the international community understands that this escalates. It's very easy to escalate to a much higher level, which could threaten security in life as we know it. So that's what I'm talking about. I don't think that it's clearly understood, well, we can use a tactical nuclear weapon in this case, and there will be this response, and this side will do that. No, it's not like that. You know, but all of this has to be approached, I think, with a lot of caution, a lot of reflection, and, you know, using words like, well, you're not courageous enough to take this action. It's not about being courageous. It's about responsibility and sensibility and respect for human life, I would say.
Thank you very much. Dr. Farkas, when we talk about China in that situation, all the time we mention this country as an economic, technological, and political competitor. But what's about with the military power of China? And while the world focuses on the Ukraine war, do you agree that China in some way has greater room to maneuver within its own region?
Well, thank you for the question. I want to just briefly comment on the last question, because I think it's important to note that the most important signaling has to come from the US government on the nuclear issue. And there, I do believe that President Biden and his cabinet, his national security advisor, they have been very clear publicly, and it sounds like privately, in signaling to the Russian government what kind of cost the world and Russia in particular would endure if Russia were to contemplate using any kind of nuclear device, even in a demonstration explosion. And while I don't believe that the Biden administration is contemplating using nuclear force, there will be conventional force if any government in any country suddenly uses a nuclear weapon in the context of a war, or in any context for that matter. The international community will not accept it, and the United States will be at the front of the charge to essentially punish that government and probably remove it from power. So I think the red line is very clear in official communications. And as for the generals, I've seen and heard what they have said, and they are also agreeing with the Biden administration that there should not be any nuclear war. And in fact, they explain why there's no winner at any level. But it is, of course, a very dangerous situation. And the most important thing we can do is stay firm and maintain our deterrence, because Russia is weak right now and doesn't have the advantage and isn't in a position to shouldn't be in a position to contemplate using a nuclear weapon. Moving to your question with regard to China, their military, it's very hard for us to assess. And I think we need to be humble in assessing other countries' military capabilities. Frankly, you know, I was in the Pentagon responsible for the Russia portfolio in addition to the Balkans and other parts of Eastern Europe, et cetera. And we believed that the Russians were modernizing their military and that their military was going to come out stronger and more capable, especially on basic things like logistics and training. we also saw, of course, their weaponry, and we thought that this advanced weaponry would allow them to function as a military in a much better way than they have thus far in Ukraine. And frankly, we saw them operating in limited contexts in Syria, for example, and misread their capabilities. And so when we look at the Chinese military, I think it's also important to not overrate them either. Yes, they have a large military, and yes, they have been improving their capabilities largely through stealing, technological know-how from the West and our allies in Japan, and South Korea, but they are still not caught up to the United States by any stretch of the imagination. And the United States plus its NATO allies is not a match for China. But having said that, it's not in our interest, not in the US interest, not in the interest of our transatlantic and trans-Pacific allies to have any kind of military confrontation with China. So the best thing we can do is prevail in confronting Vladimir Putin, stop him in his effort to show the world that you can actually seize your neighbor's territory and keep it without grave repercussions. If we stop Putin in Ukraine, China will think twice about seizing any territory, for example, Taiwan, and causing another international crisis.
Thank you very much. Professor Vukovic, as I seen, you strong agree with Dr. Farkas, and I'm in huge interest for your opinion about China.
Well, I mean, it's a very broad question, right? So if I may, Dr. Farkas was kind enough to explain the current state of military capabilities of China, and I cannot add anything to it. And I think it's this type of blurred lines and blurred assessments, sometimes, or also aspirational assessments that are kind of conflating actual capabilities on the ground. And we have seen it towards Russia. I mean, if I may add to what Dr. Farkas was saying, Russia's military limits were seen already in 2008 during its invasion of Georgia. And I think also Russians realized that. And that's when they were signaling their willingness to modernize. But I think the West was making more out of it than what was actually happening on the ground. And I think the same path and the same pattern we are observing also in the Far East when it comes to Chinese military buildup and Chinese capabilities to present some form of a challenge and a match to the US, its allies, both in NATO and in South Korea and Japan. But moving away from the military aspect, I would like to stress maybe further the revisionist character of China and to understand what actually stands behind it. We need to understand that for the past 100 years, we have had this experience with at least a half a dozen models of global system, each one lasting no longer than a couple of decades. So from the balance of power to multipolarity, bipolarity, polycentrism, unipolar moment, now we're facing this decay of contemporary multilateral system where China is emerging as the key competitor. And I fully agree with what Dr. Farkas said about China trying to rewrite the rules, rewrite the norms, especially those ones that are going to be applied within its neighborhood, not as much caring about the application of the same principles elsewhere. So we have to understand that if we're trying to think forward, if we want to have some form of foresight, what does this mean for the international system? We should not be bound by the models of the past. We need to really rethink the context in which this is going to happen. And the context really matters. And I think this is where China is becoming a bit more assertive than what the West can fully understand and grasp. The context of the Cold War, the context of the unipolar moment, the context of the multilateral system, they were mainly kinetic contexts. We're now moving into a very different, non-kinetic, non-purely kinetic context in which new frontiers such as space and cyber are going to be the crucial add-on challenges to the existing ones of the frontiers such as development, poverty, crime, etc. So when you think about how do we curb Chinese ability to really upset the what is called the rules-based order. And let's not forget, the rules-based order is not an imaginary system. Rules-based order came out of the Paris Conference in the aftermath of the Cold War, and all countries signed up to it. So this is basically, for Europe, the premise of the establishment of the OSCE. So for instance, the inability of OSCE to act on its expectations is actually the demonstration of how much this rules-based order is under challenge. So we now need to think a new institutional system, a new normative framework, a new way of including these new frontiers within the arrangements of the international order in order to curb that type of restless behavior, for instance, by China. Otherwise, if we try to maintain the status quo no matter what, the challenger may get us to what we are calling the Thucydides trap. And that is this inevitable clash between an emerging power and established power. History, if it has told us anything, is that we're not really good at addressing this type of behavior. Predominantly there was a clash. And as Dr. Farkas and Dr. Cross said, we cannot afford that type of clash, at least not at this point, because it serves no purpose. But understanding that there needs to be some form of a rethought normative framework from within which this type of behavior cannot be tolerated, cannot be encouraged, cannot be nurtured, is exactly where we are at this point of rethinking international affairs in the future.
Hvala, thanks a lot, hvala lijepa. And for the end, Professor Cross, did the policy of former US President Donald Trump and the current policy of Vladimir Putin force the EU to become a great power on its own merits?
I'm sorry, because of the sound issue that I'm having here, that it's been very difficult to hear. I don't know why or if others are suffering it. Could you please repeat your question? Once again, there was interference in the...
Yeah, I will do it. Okay. I just asked about the EU as a great power. Did the policy of former US President Donald Trump and the current policy of Vladimir Putin force the EU to become a great power on its own merits?
Well, of course, you know, the European Union is a critical player in the international system and critical for the international community. President Putin has preferred to deal bilaterally with nations in Europe. So seeing a strong European Union, particularly the way that Europe within the context of NATO and the EU have come together in the dealing with the Ukraine crisis, I'm sure has not been his desired outcome. President Trump, it's hard to say, it's hard to predict, you know, what changes could occur. I mean, we have also very contentious and challenging domestic political circumstances in the United States. And, you know, there's no way of seeing what is ahead in terms of elections. But yeah, I would say from the standpoint of Russia that, you know, they didn't expect to see the unity that they've seen in Europe in response to Ukraine. And in my estimation, the European Union is obviously a major force in the international community. It's also critical for China in terms of the economic relationship, in terms of the realization of the aspirations of the Belt and Road Initiative. So, and I think that there's been a realization on the part of members of the EU that, you know, they have to play a critical role in the current environment where you see this increasing division between democratic nations on the one hand and authoritarian countries and differences in values, and their role in playing a major force and I think entity for values in the international community will be critical going forward as well. I hope that answers your question. I'm sorry for the interferences. It seems like it's only bothering my Zoom and no one else's. I'm at the furthest distance, I think.
Your answer was great. It was everything clear with sound and with answer. And all of you were great, really. Thanks a lot for the very clear answers, very clever answers, very concrete answers. It's a time for our next panel. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Bye.
very much.
Vala.
Jasmina.
Mi smo bombe naše danas ovdje imali. Welcome again. This panel is about China and Russia, an axis of convenience or an authoritarian alliance. And it will be the last one for today that deals with geopolitics, and we will talk about the relationship between China and Russia and what does that mean for the rest of the world. And then we have one more panel on open Balkans later tonight. So if we have our speakers ready, just...
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hello. Now I see you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Now
Hi.
I see you. Hello, good afternoon. I'm sorry for the
Hi,
slight
hi,
delay.
good to see you.
I'm sorry
That's
for
fine.
the delay in agenda timeline. We had some unexpected development earlier here that kind of shifted a little of things. I hope you have 30 minutes roughly of your time to talk about China and Russia, an axis of convenience or an authoritarian alliance. Our speakers are Minggao Zhao, Senior Fellow, Institute of International Studies, Center for American Studies, Fudan University, and Vladimir Shopov, consultant, researcher, and columnist. Gentlemen, an official welcome to our To Be Secure Forum Montenegro here in Budva. Each of you will have a few minutes in the beginning to address the issue from your standpoint. Then discussion follows. If we have any questions from the audience or online, we will ask them also. We have 30 minutes. And just let me present some key points for the beginning. Strategic competition is rising around the world. And from NATO's point of view, Russia is the most significant and direct threat to the Euro-Atlantic security, while before it was strategic partner. Now, in this new strategic concept, mentioned China for the first time and said that China is a systemic challenge to NATO's interests, security, and values, but it is not considered an adversary or a threat. Now, Mr. Shopov, what does the no limits partnership that Russia and China declared a few weeks before the invasion of Ukraine really mean for the two countries and for the rest of the world?
Thank you very much, and thank you for this kind invitation to participate in the conference. In order to answer your question, let me start by saying that we have actually been spending quite a bit of time over the last couple of years to clearly define the nature of this relationship. And normally what happens is that we come up with a kind of single defining characteristic around which we try to address different issues also in daily politics. My kind of approach to this issue is slightly different in the sense that when I look at the Russia-China relationship, I basically see a kind of variable political geometry. You know, in other words, there are different elements, different types or subtypes of relationships between the two countries, and these can be subdivided in different ways. I would say that there are elements of this relationship which do resemble an alliance. We see this most clearly when it comes to discourse, to diplomatic signaling, to activities in the United Nations, for instance. But there are other times and other occasions when this relationship has is kind of driven by a different characteristic. So at times it can be described as an axis. For instance, when it comes to efforts to construct wider, more inclusive partnership or quasi organizations which are kind of aimed at redefining the international relations at the systemic level, then the term axis could be more useful. There are also elements when there are situations when we clearly see a kind of division of labor. I mean, you see that geographically in Southeast Europe, in Africa. There are also kind of theaters where there is clearly an element of competition between those two sides, in Central Asia, for example. And lastly, there are occasions and theaters where the countries just live side by side, each utilizing and implementing its own strategy. All this to say that I think we are basically looking at a kind of wider framework of sort of common strategic direction as far as the two countries are concerned. And in order to kind of more specifically answer your question, yes, there are occasions when the relationship does resemble an alliance, but yes, there are also times when it resembles an axis. So I think we're looking at a pretty dynamic relationship that is not going to be, subject to kind of easy definitions and definitions that apply over time. And that is why I would insist on this kind of more, wider framework-based type of perception and analysis.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Zhao, I think that the broader audience is paying more attention to the relationship of China and Russia now regarding everything that is going on in Ukraine. So we are trying to figure out what does the new world order, if I can call it that, really mean. So China chose to abstain rather than vote against the UN resolution on Ukraine annexation. Some saw this as a sign of problems between Putin and Xi. Is Ukraine an issue that could drive China and Russia apart?
Yes, thank you for this question and appreciate the invitation. And I agree with Mrs. Cross said about the China's UN voting pattern on the Ukraine conflict. If you pay too attention to the report covering the recent meeting between President Xi Jinping, Chinese President Xi Jinping, and Russian President Putin during the SCO meeting, and you would find it's very clear that China's side have some concerns over the Ukraine conflict. I think that's a quite diplomatic work that indicating the disagreements between Moscow and Beijing, the Ukraine conflict. I would say for Beijing, it's a totally or strategic surprise for Beijing to say a Ukraine conflict. And Beijing has no prior knowledge of the military intention of Moscow in Ukraine. And many, intelligence, I think Beijing just underestimate the possibility of an armed conflict in Ukraine. China and Russia has its internal logic for its bilateral relations. China and Russia are neighboring countries. Russia is a powerful country, is a nuclear power. And in the 1960s, China and the Soviet Union was on the brink of war. The Soviet Union even considered an attack on Chinese nuclear facilities in the 1960s. So China and Russia have very complex, history of their bilateral relations. So it's very understandable for Beijing to ensure friendly relationship between China and Russia. So that's the first element of such internal logic. And secondly, I think it has to do something with the United States, because the United States, will China and Russia as, major threat or major challenger. So it's very understandable for Beijing to forge a good relationship with Russia to counterbalance the pressure from the United States. And more importantly, China enjoyed its strategic partnership with Ukraine for a long time. China has set up a strategic partnership with Ukraine since 2011. Ukraine has been a very important partner for China.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Schopper, what are the major challenges of this relationship? You kind of mentioned a few, but let's underline it. What could be, we mentioned red lines a lot today, but what could be the red line for the relationship of Russia and China? Is Ukraine it, or maybe some Russian moves that we cannot anticipate at this moment in Ukraine? What could be the red line? What are the biggest challenges to the relationship of Beijing to Moscow?
Well, I think there are a couple of obvious ones, and some of them have already been widely discussed. I think in the longer term, one obvious difficulty might arise from an expanding asymmetry between the two sides. In the sense that obviously Russia is being fundamentally weakened, not just in terms of political and diplomatic capital, but also in terms of economic structure, in terms of legitimacy, finance, its industrial base, and all the rest of it. So I think that's clearly one of the central dynamics that we need to monitor quite closely, because it actually does have the potential to lead to strategic reconsiderations, mostly on the side of Russia in the medium term, and of course also depending on what happens to the regime of the current president. I think another potentially disruptive dynamic in the relationship might emerge from the military context in the war of Ukraine, and obviously what I mean by that is the potential use either of nuclear weapons or chemical weapons and all the rest of it. In other words, an act that will generate all sorts of mid-term difficulties for the Chinese side. But focusing on what might be the difficulties in the relationship, let me also briefly just say a couple of things about the underlying similarities and maybe I should say affinities that actually underpin this relationship and which give it a long-term systemic importance. The fact that these are both revisionist powers has already been mentioned, so I don't need to dwell on that. Both are generating alternative institutional frameworks in different parts of the world, even if they're finding difficulties, making these act in concert. Both are trying to embed and position themselves in key industries, in key sectors of the global economy. Both are trying to block Westernization in certain parts of Europe, obviously the Western Balkans and Eastern Europe. Both have authoritarian affinities in terms of their values, structures. And both are trying to export their practices, their ways of doing things.
On this list of pros and cons, a lot of more pros than cons. for this relationship?
Well, yes, and we shouldn't forget that practices are actually embodied values, we have been having this discussion in Southeast Europe for the last couple of years. What does it mean for the functioning and Europeanization of our societies? The fact that China has been able to put in place certain practices, and to give just one example. The fact that we cannot have access and we cannot see important strategic contracts relating to our economies, to infrastructure, is not just a political inconvenience or a financial difficulty, but it is actually the embodiment of a different set of values. In this case, against an open market economy.
Yeah, let's try to cover some more issues. Mr. Zhao,
sure.
Is Russia becoming more increasingly independent on China from your view? Mr. Zhao, China's imports from Russia have surged, especially natural resources. The Russian market is becoming even more dependent on Chinese goods and technology. Is the relationship becoming increasingly asymmetrical? And what happens when Russia loses the war under heavy sanctions, dependent on China? What would that bring for Russia, and what would that bring for China?
I think it's very understandable for Russia to strengthen its economic ties with China, given the very strong sanctions imposed on Moscow from the US and NATO. And actually, Russia has been sanctioned heavily by the US and the NATO for many years. And Russia has been struggling to expand its economic ties with China. That's a fact. And after the Ukraine conflict, not only China, but also India, among other many countries, they have a good deal with Russia on the energy, on the natural resource, on commodity products. According to US assessment, China has not provided any military support or military equipment to Russia so far after the conflict. So I think this economic ties between China and Russia is understandable. And it's very difficult to define what is the failure of the Russia. And I think if such a failure of Russia may drive Moscow to take more dangerous responses or dangerous actions, so it cannot ensure the long-lasting peace between Moscow and the Ukraine. From the Chinese perspective, NATO and the US are partly responsible for this conflict. Even Henry Kissinger, even Chicago University professor John Mearsheimer and other US veteran diplomats and thinkers, they think it's not wise for the NATO to push forward with the eastward expansion. So to a large extent, the Ukraine conflict is kind of revenge of geopolitics. So we need to find a way out for this conflict. But the total failure of Russia could be some kind of disastrous thing because Putin is now threatening to escalate the conflict by using the nuclear force.
Mr. Zhao, in the intro to our discussion, I mentioned that China wasn't mentioned in the old strategic concept. Now, in this new strategic concept, it is mentioned as a systemic challenge to the NATO's interests, security, and values. It is not considered at this moment an adversary or a threat. How did China react to this very strong NATO rhetoric?
Yes, that's quite a strong, signal or rhetoric from NATO, and China is very concerned with that. I would say that, given the fact that NATO is strengthening its security ties with Japan, with India, with the South Korea, And the US is pushing NATO, projecting its power in the so-called Indo-Pacific area or Asia-Pacific affairs. So that's a big concern for China. And so on one hand, China refused NATO's, condemnation or criticism on China. China, I think it's very important for us to go beyond such a binary perspective on China. China, go beyond the statistical power and revisionist power binary framework to look at, China. From a Chinese perspective, the United States is not statistical power because the U.S. is still pushing NATO's eastward expansion, still, want to build up a latticework of alliances and partnership in Asia Pacific. So the U.S. is kind of a revisionist power to enhance its security, absolute security situation. So I think for China, it's very important to strengthen its dialogue with NATO. The good news is that in recent days, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has had a meeting with NATO's head during the UN meetings. I think China sent a very, very important signal. That is, China wants to strengthen its dialogue with NATO. And, given the membership of Montenegro as NATO's, member states, Montenegro still enjoy good relationship with China. And China provide much support for Montenegro's economic development. So I think Montenegro can play a special role in, promoting the dialogue between China and the NATO.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Shopov, loudly opposing what Putin calls a unipolar world order led by the United States, Russia and China are building what they say is a more just world or more just world order. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, very, very briefly, so far as one can decode this kind of, language, alternative language, I would describe, I would say, it's clearly based on grievance. It's clearly based on an analysis and critique of the liberal international order as we have understood it. And it also, this kind of language, of course, serves to provide a discourse which either, to an extent complements, but also replaces one that would exclusively, point to principles of international relations, based on exclusively and purely on sovereignty, spheres of de facto spheres of influence and their legitimacy, the construction of the legitimacy of such systems. So I think it's quite natural, for both Russia and China to construct and to offer and to communicate an alternative language and discourse. I think what is more worrying from our Western perspective, I mean, there are a couple of things which are worrying, but I would just mention one, because of brevity, is the ability of both countries to still plant and increasingly communicate along more and more channels, not just their foreign policy language, but also their narratives, facts, disinformations, and all the rest of it. And I think this is of particular relevance for Southeast Europe, where we have seen over the last couple of years really a proliferation, and I would even say to an extent, integration of communication channels in different countries, which simultaneously transmit both the Russian and the Chinese interpretation, narratives, sets of facts, and such type of activity. So there is a lot that needs to be done in this respect within the Western community, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Zhao, we mentioned China is rising. It is recognized as a systemic challenge. It is building up its military forces, including nuclear weapons. Now, how worrying is that, especially in the light of increased tensions regarding Taiwan?
Yes, I think the military modernization of China has been a big issue, a big concern for Western countries, Europe. However, I would say that China's major concern is about the Taiwan question. As you may know, as the audience may know, the U.S. has been quietly, revising U.S. One China policy. And, the U.S. move on the Taiwan question is a very alarming and, a very big troubling thing for Beijing. So China's military modernization, the first goal, the foremost goal of Chinese military modernization is to deter Taiwan's independence. Taiwan is not a country. Taiwan question is totally different from the Ukraine conflict. However, nowadays, given the so-called new Cold War between the U.S. and China, the U.S. now is pushing Taiwan as the front line of the so-called rivalry between the free world and China. So the Taiwan question now is very, very dangerous. And with the passage of, with the U.S. congressional legislative move, like the Taiwan Policy Act, and the U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, Beijing is very concerned with the possible showdown between China and the U.S. So I think that's very legitimate for Beijing to enhance its military capabilities. But in short, China's military capabilities is still very limited compared to the U.S. military capabilities, and the integrated military capabilities of the U.S. and its allies. Japan, South Korea, Australia, among other U.S. allies, they are enhancing their military spendings, and the U.S. NATO allies, like Germany, Poland, and other European countries, they are decided to enhance their military spending. I think that
we lost the sound, so we will go to Mr. Shopov for one last question because we have only a few minutes of the panel left. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, we lost the sound with you. Mr. Shopov, NATO leaders in Madrid concluded that China is spreading Russian lies and disinformations, investing heavily into critical infrastructure, including in allied countries. So these are the two concerns they really stressed out. How is the West responding to that? Does it have an adequate answer?
Well, I think the West is only now beginning to really address this issue. And there are obviously differences of approaches in terms of how the US is responding to this challenge and how the European Union and groups of countries within the European Union are responding or not sufficiently responding to this challenge. So I think from this perspective, we are kind of still at the conceptual phase, or we're only now really beginning the political conversation, even though the European Union itself, as I'm sure many of us are aware, has already been adopting different instruments, which are, of course, partially aimed at curtailing the ability of third countries to gain access to critical infrastructure, to critical industries. But we have to bear in mind that the nature of these acts is mostly in the field of soft law in sort of, in EU legal language. So even in this respect, we still have some distance to go. I think what's important is that in a way, we are now kind of partially in a situation where there is an increasing divergence of interpretations and long-term risk assessments when it comes to China, but not just to China. So I think as this process continues, I would expect that in the next couple of years, we should expect more in the way, not just of political decisions and kind of framework approaches, but also stronger, more forceful reactions. And last point on this, I think your question is actually really pertinent. And one reminder of that, which perhaps has largely gone unnoticed in many countries, is the fact that just a year or so ago, Chinese companies were on the verge of acquiring a key port in a member state, in a key member state in the Adriatic. So I think this, I mentioned this example, the case of Croatia, of course, only to underline the initial stage of this political process. But I have no doubts that as time goes by, we are likely to see much more in the way in terms of divergence of assessments, but also stronger and wider set of instruments and policies.
Thank you so much for your answers, Mr. Zhao and Mr. Shopov, and for being our panelists here on To Be Secure Forum Montenegro this year. I wish you all the luck with your work. Thank you for your attention. Hvala svima na pažnji. Sljedeći panel je Otvoreni Balkan.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Nadam se da su svi moji panelisti ovdje. Welcome everyone. One more here in Budva and online across the world. Open Balkan, closing the gap or driving a wedge. Our speakers are here. Professor Gordana Đurović, University of Montenegro. Mr. Roman Jakic, Chairman of the Liberal Southeast European Network. And Professor Edward P. Joseph, Johns Hopkins University. Take a place. Welcome. Okay, on the beginning, just shortly, some key points about our topic. The Open Balkan Initiative was launched 3 years ago by the leaders of Albania, Serbia, and North Macedonia. According to the initiators, the Open Balkans aims to enable the free movement of people, goods, and services in the Western Balkan region. To date, Kosovo, Montenegro, and Bosnia and Herzegovina have refused to join. For Kosovo President Albin Kurti, Open Balkan Initiative is a harmful regional initiative with no vision. Bosnia and Herzegovina as well as Montenegro are divided internally about joining the Open Balkan. President of Montenegro, Milo Đukanović, says that the goal of the authors of the Open Balkan idea is the disappearance of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Kosovo, and North Macedonia, and added that it would end with war and some genocide. The Prime Minister of Montenegro, Britana Bazović, we heard that, said that such an initiative could increase trust between regional countries and improve communication. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, as usual, there is no consensus on an Open Balkans. Chairman of our Government Council of Ministers, Zoran Tegeltija, who supports Bosnian membership, says the reasons for that, for no consensus, are in the thinking of political individuals in Bosnia and Herzegovina, that the initiators of this group have ulterior motives. And from other side, chairman of the presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Željko Komšić, is against and said that the issue raises a million questions in Bosnia and Herzegovina and that it may be perceived as an attempt to advocate a Serbian and Albanian world. Well, Professor Đurović, is the Open Balkan an experimental project in the frontman's aspiration to assert himself as authentic and an original idea, a time when the international community wants a result, or it is on some way path towards wider integration into European structures? What new values, if, does this initiative bring?
Good day, everybody. I will try in English. Thank you for inviting me.
If you want, you could speak on Montenegrin. We have a...
Yeah, I know, but because of the messages,
Okay.
I think it is better. For the first, I think there are no specific additional European values.
Okay.
What is some kind of original idea, we can call it as local ownership. It is something what is strongly promoted, but without a key point of that, it is inclusiveness, which means that it starts to be gradually from very nice economic proposal, one quite strong political proposal. So local ownership, then changes of geographical term, Western Balkans, open Balkans to open Balkan, which means in description that something is organized on Balkan way, which is quite a pejorative approach, meaning that it is not really in line with the rule of law. Then economically talking, other countries as Kosovo, Bosnia and Herzegovina and Montenegro, we were always very cooperative for trade liberalization, for removing of barriers for business and for regional cooperation, specifically Montenegro. So we merged 35 bilateral trade agreements into one free trade as CEFTA, and it produced a lot of results for 15 years. We removed all tariffs, we removed a lot of barrier to business, and it goes now gradually towards for freedom, which means recognition of diplomas, free movement, offering of services, and free movement of capital. It goes according to our capacities. Current phase is Berlin process and common regional market project. Unfortunately, only free roaming is the result of that because of different blockades. For the first, not recognition of Serbia towards Kosovo, so CEFTA is now blocked because Serbia don't want to see that Kosovo signs some additional protocol. Kosovo insists on signing Kosovo with asterisks instead of UNMIC, and it is circus viciosus, so CEFTA is blocked. Next step is then action plan for common regional market, but then that blockade between Serbia and Kosovo continued, and then this original idea, Open Balkan, somehow was on the scene. They said, okay, there are some problems in CEFTA, but in this new initiative, Open Balkan, everything will be nice. There is plenty of trust, there is plenty of mutual interest, and we will go faster towards Europe. But unfortunately, it is not the case. For the first, it is not in line with European acquis. What is the key point? Because if we talk about for freedom, for single market, if we talk about Schengen acquis, if we talk about law on foreigners or any other aspect of creating of advanced free trade agreement in the region, then definitely it is not the way. Then we witnessed that it was not only economic story, because before the Western Balkan Summit in June, they were together, two presidents of three states, and said that our political platform towards Brussels will be common, and we will decide to travel or not, and we will have the same approach. So it started to be one voice, and then it was additional reserve from other countries. What does it mean, we? Because of lack of trust and our common recent history and all lessons learned, it was not really open door for honest regional cooperation. And then now it is not only division of our region even deeper, and exclusion of other regional initiatives such as RCC, Transport Community Treaty, Energy Community Treaty, and other important organizations, but it is also now selective ban of export, explaining it as a reaction of a new problem in the region, which means that in September there was some problem with incentives in agricultural sector in Serbia. There were a lack of raw milk, and then they decide to export it only to North Macedonia and to Albania, but not to other 3 countries, explaining that it is because we are not in Open Balkan. So it is very selective approach, and it is against all WTO rules. It is 5 minutes in this stage.
And to be completely clear, Professor Djurov, is it opposite to European integration?
Yes, it is opposite. It is creation of Balkan Custom Union, which means that it will be very problematic area with the rigid external border, which needs additional custom staff, separate budget, and a separate national institution. So it is not way towards European Union and single market.
Čekam da završe sa simultanim prijevodom. Professor Jakic, Professor Đurović said it is not just economic story. Is it a hard political story?
Indeed. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I'm always very glad to be back. Even today it was a little bit shocking for all of us, not just listening to the Prime Minister, but also to hear what was done to
but
Mr.
This
Kandek.
is a very important
But just to start, the regional cooperation is good and can bring many good things to the people in the region. Of course, regional cooperation in the Balkan cannot and should not be an alternative to advocating membership of the Western Balkans countries in the European Union. So the Open Balkan was initially called Mini Schengen, just to remind us all, with
Yes,
the
it
good
started
intention,
with that
with the
name.
good intention of providing the people of the region with the free flow of goods, services, and people between the countries of the Western Balkans. But Mini Schengen and even the, if you can call it the Maxi Schengen, are not EU. I mean, the EU is something broader. Schengen solves the problems, as I said, about the movement of the goods, services, and the people across the border of the member states. However, it does not solve the issue of other very important values which the EU is based. So the rule of law, protection of human rights and freedoms, democratization of the society, freedom of media, fight against the organized crime and corruption, gender equality if you want, and also the protection of the rights of the minority. So Open Balkan is trying to encourage cooperation between the countries of the region with one difference. The Open Balkan does not imply European standards for the cooperation. I believe that the Open Balkans initiative is a bad alternative to another good initiative. For example, already mentioned the Berlin process. That's why I want the Balkan countries to lean on the Berlin process, which is actually preparation for the EU membership. Open Balkans is being launched at the time, that's my opinion, when some of the leaders in the region are losing hope that their countries will become the EU members. Then those leaders try to create an alternative, presenting it as a, let's say, better than the idea of the Berlin process, which is not. Beside this, and this is very political, what I will speak about, beside this, the Open Balkans should not be seen in the region as another attempt to change the borders of the countries of the Western Balkans, written in the famous non-paper, which unfortunately and to my shame was apparently created in the cabinet of the former Prime Minister of my country, Janez Janša. And it is necessary to point out in this debate the accusations and concerns of some that Open Balkan is about creating a great Serbia and great Albania, as well as the insinuations that it is just George Soros-backed economic profit project. That's why I must just go back what was said today in this context, also political context. That's why I was talking about, that's why I was very surprised today, well, more than once, by what Prime Minister Bazovic said when he talked about the nationalisms in Montenegro. He said that Serbian nationalism is traditional in society, while Montenegrin nationalism is hybrid one. This could be, I'm just putting as, this could be understood as denial of the Montenegrin nation, which is otherwise heard in the region by those who would like to change the borders in Western Balkans within the framework of national affiliation. But to finish and to go back, I believe that there is no better future for the countries of the region than the EU membership, and that's why I'm advocating the Berlin process, but normally as the liberal I'm fully standing behind the fast entrance of the Western Balkan countries to the European Union, because that indeed means not just for the region but the whole Europe, the stability and peace.
Yeah. Professor Joseph, whether the reasons for skepticism are justified, one thing, and second, I will shortly repeat the opinion of President of Montenegro. Open Balkan is a disappearance of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Kosovo and North Macedonia, and very strong, very serious part of opinion. It would end with war and some genocide.
Thank you. Hvala. Puno hvala. Sad ću vam odgovoriti samo par rečenica na vaš jezik. Čast mi je što sam ovdje, što sam pozvan na ovom važan konferenc ovdje u Crnoj Gori, i meni čast također što sam s vama i onaj ugledni profesor Đurović i profesor Jaković. Zaista meni čast što sam ovdje. I Adnan, rekli ste da moram ići odmah u Šustinu i sad ću to raditi, ali možda malo brže i lakše na engleskom.
I nama je čast što ste sa nama, dragi jedan.
Hvala na večer. Hvala. Okay, so as the last speaker of the day, let me try to zero in a way that's relevant to the entire excellent discussion on what, as Roman just mentioned, was actually a fairly eventful conference, unusually eventful conference. But let me just try to zero in on what is really Suština here, okay? When we look at the entire agenda today and for the region. So you heard one of the outstanding officials who was present today talk about how the world changed on February 24th with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I recently gave a speech in Skopje where I made this point. Basically, we have a paradox. So that official who spoke today was correct. The world changed on February 24th, but the Balkans didn't change. The Balkans, same and actually in worse shape. And the question is why? If the world changed, why didn't the Balkans change? And I think there's a very simple answer to that. The answer is because Serbia didn't change. So that's really, if we want to come to Suština, that's Suština. And then we have to put Open Balkans in this context. We have to, and I would make 5 points here, just to really be precise, and then we open for discussion, which I welcome. So 5 points why Open Balkans persists in this problem that we have, and actually protracts and is an obstacle to Serbia changing, which is what we want. Okay, and the first reason how it does it, I have 5, is this: economic power is political power. And what proponents of Open Balkans seem to not grasp is that the economies of the region are not the same size. The Serbian economy in GDP is about 14 times the size of the Montenegrin economy. Put together, the two participants in Open Balkans, Albania and North Macedonia, put them together, they're only half the size of the Serbian economy. So when you take down all barriers and you try to form this common regional market and attract to, which has its good principles, the lion's share of the benefits will go to Serbia, the largest and most advanced economy in the region. And as I wrote in this article, so a rising tide will lift all boats, but Serbia will become a ship. So you have an inherent imbalance in economies of size. So that's the first problem. The second problem is this: trade does not equal trust. And it can be very simple. If anyone here who believes, and that seems to be the concept behind Open Balkans, oh, we just reduce barriers, and then all these ethno-national things, and Roman just mentioned Serbian nationalism and so forth, Montenegro. All those things, you know, as they trade, as people trade, well, you know, they'll just be focused on business and creating jobs, okay? If that's the case, just ask Ukraine. Wow. So see, well, that emphasized that. Just ask Ukraine. And whether trade equals trust. Russia, before the February 24th, was one of the largest partners. You just had an expert from China on. Ask Taiwan if trade equals trust. China is by far Taiwan's #1 trading partner, by far. And we know there's no trust whatsoever. And we know that there's concerns about an invasion. So, and then we come here, you know, this is Montenegro, ask Montenegrins if there's trust with Serbia, which is Montenegro's largest trading partner, according to my data, in both imports and exports. So where's the trust? We don't see that. So it's a false concept at the beginning. And we have to remember.
And third?
Yes.
Third thing, we need to be.
Okay, so that's it. Third, but that you know, we have to understand Serbia is an autocracy, so it's not a democracy. I have a quote here I could give you later, maybe from Serbian member of parliament, Vladeta Jankovic, so you know it's not just my opinion, but who basically said that the country is the will and the whim of one man. And then finally here, rushing through quickly, Open Balkans separated from the EU accession process. Colleagues have already mentioned that, so I won't go into details. And then let me address this, because you mentioned this, and Roman alluded to this. This is very important. In my view, Open Balkans fosters an unhealthy political cooperation between Belgrade and Tirana. And I do believe that, a process that indulges Serbian nationalism, that's Greater Serbia, Serb world, does, in fact, as a matter of course, not a matter of a secret deal, Karađorđevo, it's not that kind of a thing. As a matter of course, you invite, Greater Serbia invites Greater Albania. And we have, I can give some examples of a very dubious situation that we have there. And finally, as colleagues here said, there's an alternative. And it's a Berlin process, a revived Berlin process, and I know there's been criticism of Berlin process, and some of it is definitely valid, and bringing the US energy, and you know the UK is part of Berlin process, by the way, so even though it's not in the EU, but bringing the US could easily take its energy, being that catalyst, moving, making sure that this does not devolve into just as it had been, into overly complex entity. And we have the upcoming meeting in November, which under Chancellor Scholz, and apparently there are some serious initiatives on the table. So that's it. Nan, that's my answers to you.
Okay, Professor Đurović, different kind of supporting for the Open Balkan. Some of them, we talk about international community, some of them are pretty interested. What do you think about that kind of support, especially from some part of American administration?
Maybe it is a lack of information or maybe not enough focus on our region. Sometimes it looks like that we talk about technical aspects of cooperation, but as Professor mentioned, economic power, in fact, is political power, at least gradually goes to. So maybe it is not enough focus on our region in that very complex context. Professor mentioned also a Berlin Process Summit, and I think it is very important to mention today in the context of what we can expect. Interesting thing is that all these agreements signed between three countries within Open Balkan, in fact, are without naming Open Balkan. They are using geographical location Western Balkan, which means that it is already open door for others. And Serbia was very quickly in ratifying all these documents, which means, hypothetically talking, if Kosovo could join these agreements, interstate agreements, for Serbia, sensitively talking, it is a very sensitive topic. For Serbia, it is not necessary to go again to Parliament and ratify it again as annex document, because it is already Western Balkan, scope of all six. So it's politically very smart, but only part of agreement they have still. So lack of focus, lack of understanding seriousness of this topic for the stability. We talk about risk of rule of law, and all others, food safety, and all DGs in EU will not be so happy with the region without borders. Then we can talk about European standards. But what I like to mention now is that it's tricky what will be on Berlin process, because we have in pipeline 3 agreements to be signed between 6 prime ministers, and it could be kind of very good progress in that sense if it will be really the case. Let's start with the easier part, for instance, recognition of diplomas according to EU standards, then this issue of IDs, free travel with IDs, and recognition how will citizens of third country will travel. So if we achieve to have signed these 3 agreements by 6 partners, then it will be obvious that the Berlin process will continue, and we will have again inclusiveness. What is the most important thing? Inclusiveness compensates this lack of trust. If we are again together formally with the 6 governments, then definitely it will be a process supported by EU and with EU funds. Now, in fact, Open Balkan is begging for funds because Wine Vision Festival in Belgrade was a very expensive one. And next should be covered with European money. So we can easily, to simplify it, we should follow where IPA 2022 will go. If it will go towards action plan for Western Balkan, for all 6, and for CEFTA Secretariat, as usual, then a Berlin process will be a positive one, and we will be together in line with the EU standard and gradually, according to our capacities. If somehow those European funds will go towards financing of mutated proposal of Open Balkan only to some border crossing, then it will not be so good sign. So I vote for Berlin process, for 6 of us, for more trust through the economy, and of course to be on the safe side, to have EU and EU funds with us.
When we talk about cooperation between Berlin process and Open Balkan, Mr. Komšić, Chairman of Presidency, just made a very short statement about that, about differences. Berlin process is 30 billion euros, Open Balkan is 0.
Yeah, it's very simply, but
very simply, yeah.
Clear.
But clear, pretty clear.
And if I may add,
yes,
sorry,
of course.
Prime Minister today, Montenegrin Prime Minister today mentioned that even advanced goal of Open Balkan should be that citizens can travel between borders even without IDs. Then it is as degrading us on the level of municipalities, because even today we can travel without IDs, maybe between municipalities. But IDs are our ID document, and we need that, so definitely it is out all international standards.
I agree with you. Thank you very much. Mr. Jakic, future of Open Balkan and the context of Ukraine war.
Oh, that's...
I know.
That's a very difficult question. Maybe I prepared the quotation of the president of Djukanovic in 2BS Forum in Budva 2019. He said, and I will quote him in his own language, rekao je, imam prije svega u vidu Briselski summit NATO gdje dozvoljavam da kažem da osnovni tonovi me nisu uvjerili da ključni akteri na euroatlantskom prostoru kao ključni akteri dovoljno dobro razumiju da smo na početku jedne nove etape geopolitičke arhitekture.
Aha.
Znači, u suštini se Europa se probudila 24. februara kad je došlo do...
Do you understand that word?
Pratim, da.
Okay.
Sorry, no, I can. No, I will.
Izvolite, može nastaviti. Možemo mi svi nastaviti.
So I believe that even today the potential consequence of the Western Balkans due to the Russian aggression against Ukraine are very serious and threatening. Russia, after the failed also cup in Montenegro 2006, I was here as the head of the OSCE ODIHR delegation to observe the parliamentary elections in that time, did not give up, just to remind. And Russian to continue to develop increasingly sophisticated forms of contents of its hybrid war in the Western Balkan, and all of us, we know that Russia is not alone in its anti-European intention of the Western Balkan. And I would like to also remind you on what was said by, just a second, the Russian ultra-nationalist politician and philosopher Alexander Dugin, the so-called Putin's brain and the mentor of Russian President Vladimir Putin, presented Russian geopolitical agenda for the Balkan. He assessed that he understands what Serbian politicians are doing both in Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I will quote him. It's also, again, in the language. I can also translate, but no, I will translate. I have both. So we completely understand what Vučić is doing, and we greatly appreciate what Dodik is doing in Bosnia and Herzegovina. This helps in a critical situation when we have sanctions against Russia. It is a heroic act. This will cost Serbia. They will try to punish you once again, as they did it 35 years ago, but Serbia turns toward the Russian geopolitical agenda of the Slavic uprising will come, and you will see when we formulate the goal in the Balkans, we should finish what we started. Znači, zaokret Srbije prema ruskom geopolitičkoj agendi slavenskog ustanka će doći i vidjet ćete kada formuliramo cilj na Balkanu, trebalo bi da završimo ono što smo započeli. So, the answer to your question is that it is the influence, and we should be afraid what's going on. Even, unfortunately, the war started in February this year in Ukraine, but the geopolitical goals of the big players in this respect, the Russians in the Western Balkans, did not disappear. I think it's even heavier and more stronger in this region.
Professor Đurić, would you like to add something after the Mr. Jakic very concrete answer?
Maybe Professor can
Yeah,
add.
Professor will have some
question.
special job.
Okay. No doubt that with the 24th of February, a lot of things changed, but also changed here. So gradually, we are discovering that there are a lot of changes in communication, in political messages. So it started to be much more open and much more direct.
Okay.
So having in mind all what happens in Ukraine with the attack of Russia, we here also, we have some additional fear. And definitely it is linked with this project, especially when Minister Lavrov mentioned that Open Balkan is something that is okay. Then definitely it was alert if he said that it is okay.
It was very significant verbal support.
Then what happens with us? Do we think about the same initiative? So it is additional, it is a request for additional attention for all of us. So I'm talking about this initiative maybe more than year or two, but definitely it is still one very important issue. They did not quit that project of Balkan without border. So it is an idea, if you can't solve the border problem, for instance, between Kosovo and Serbia, let's imagine that there are really no border and that we are already defined convoy without one political platform, with the stronger and second-class countries, potential collateral, and that definitely we will travel longer towards EU, or maybe we will not even achieve that goal, because in Serbia there is one new idea of staged accession, which means that in fact we will never achieve full-fledged membership. We will be somewhere very close to trade, but not to all aspects of common policies.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. And on the end, Professor, please, could you make in 3 minutes, shortly, some kind of close remarks of our panel?
What a day.
You want me to summarize? No.
Some kind of summarize. It could be very, very, very important for our panel.
Well, I think that the three of us see the drawbacks of a policy that people promote as if it's only beneficial. And I think the three of us perceive the risks. And I think what, as an American, maybe this is something that I can add that's different, I'm the only American here, is that what the U.S. should take no for an answer. So when it's not just Albin Kurti in Pristina, who is, you have this great skepticism here among Montenegrins, you have among Bosniaks and Croats. And when you have that kind of skepticism, the U.S. should reflect upon that. That's not just some political opportunism, that's just, positioning or something like this. And really, it's rather obvious, Adnan. Why is it these countries and these peoples that are skeptical, and why would Albania and North Macedonia, and those are easily explained because Albania has no Serbs. So the Serbian nationalism doesn't directly affect Albania, and if you partition Kosovo, you get Greater Albania. Greater Albania is compatible with Greater Serbia. All you have to do, if you partition Kosovo, especially the land swap, you've got Greater Albania. And again, it doesn't need to be a secret deal. These are just the momentum of how it carries. And we come to North Macedonia. So why should they be there? Because their greatest threat, and traditionally has been the case, is from Bulgaria. They're threatened by Bulgarian nationalism, and they traditionally have sought security within a Yugoslav, now a Serbian. So, and they also don't have many Serbs in North Macedonia. And I will tell you, if you speak to Macedonians, they have no illusions about who Alexander Vučić is. But they're a small country, and they have many claims. And by the way, ultimately, Greater Serbia, Greater Albania, that's completely fatal to North Macedonia. You cannot have Greater Albania and have North Macedonia, and that opens up the great Russian dream of a mess in the region. So you will have this mess, you'll have it in Bosnia-Herzegovina as well, and it's completely counter to our own strategic interests. So again, I'm speaking here to try to add something here, a perspective as an American. I believe it's a short-sighted approach of the United States, and it comes from a wider problem of not understanding how to approach Serbia, not understanding how to approach Alexander Vučić, and trying with the illusion to convince ourselves that he is a partner when he proved beyond any doubt in New York in September when, I'm not going to even mention it's an official, it's a Vučić-approved deal with Lavrov, who Professor Jakic just mentioned. This is beyond any explanation or excuse, and it's proof of the complete failure of conceiving of Alexander Vučić as some kind of a partner. He cannot be under this construct with a weak approach from US and EU. And I've written a report with colleagues at SAIS and Wilson Center. There's a way to deal with this. It's all the Kosovo card. That's what he has. It's the leverage provided to Vučić by the EU non-recognizers, and there is a plausible way through this, through NATO, getting movement on NATO, and it's not impossible whatsoever. But what is impossible is expecting a leopard to change its spots in this kind of a construct, and indulging and legitimizing this pro-Russian actor, destabilizing actor, through a vehicle like Open Balkans. So that's my answer. To je suština.
To je suština. It was a great conclusion. I think you agree.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot. Hvala vam puno. Hvala lijepa što ste bili moja gošća i moji gosti. I hvala ovoj sjajnoj publici koja je izdržala do kraja nakon dana koji smo nazvali What a Day. Yeah.
Definitivno.
Sutra u 10 nastavljamo, znači imamo predsjednički panel prvi, pa vas molim da malo ranije dođete zbog ovih security procedura. Hvala puno. What a day, I know.